Liao's hands turned into glamorous rainbows on the light beam. He said, deep in thought, "So to speak, your father enjoys quite the prestige on Firefly? Let me ask you, not considering what happened today, what is the comparison between your father's power and Speaker Chui Lingfeng's?" Tang Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said carefully, "It is true that my father's prestige is quite high. After all the technical problems that occurred during the long journey in space needed to be handled by the technical personnel and the ground-level sailors. It is impossible for the officials in Parliament to block a leakage in the shell of the Starship or to repair the overloading power units with only their tongue. Therefore, on Firefly, my father's supporters definitely greatly outnumber Speaker Chui Lingfeng's supporters. In fact, most of the people dislike our Parliament, which has grown overstaffed. It is also why my father dared propose a referendum to join the Federation. However, despite my father's high prestige, he has never raised an armed force that is absolutely loyal to him. The general public only support him because he is the captain of Firefly. What I'm most worried about right now is that Chui Lingfeng and his conspirators might have intentionally set my father up. Even I was arrested for high treason. My father's crime must be more severe." "Got it," Liao said. "Your father's prestige on Firefly is very high. It is impossible for your Speaker Chui Lingfeng to directly execute your father in secret. In order to completely destroy your father and his supporters, they can only invent non-existent crimes to tarnish your father's reputation and to convince everyone that the captain is guilty. That is the only way the Speaker and his supporters can regain control over Firefly, right?" Tang Xiaoxing bit her lips softly and nodded. "Yes. Then, can you speculate what kind of crimes the enemy will accuse your father of? After all, as the captain of the Starship, he must be a person on board who is almost equal to the Speaker. It is practically impossible to knock him down with petty crimes, which will often raise the fury of the general public and their disgust for the Parliament. In the end, their endeavor will only achieve the opposite of what they want. Therefore, the crimes that your father is accused of must be extremely severe. Also, the enemy must have fabricated undeniable proof. What will it be? Treason? Contacting the Star Glory Federation in secret and planning to join the Federation. Can it be counted as treason?" Tang Xiaoxing shook her head hard. "Of course, it is not treason to contact the Federation. The Star Glory Federation and us are both civilizations of the Cultivators, which share a common ideology and similar systems. Also, after 1,000 years of tedious journeying, everybody understands the situation of Firefly very clearly. Except for Parliament, which is still clinging onto the Star Ocean Republic, the people in the lower classes have long had enough of the harsh environment on the Starship and lost all hope. We've escaped to the edge of the Star Ocean Imperium's old borders. If we flee any further, we will enter the unseen world and the dark universe that no human beings have ever explored before. We will truly become a rootless, nomadic civilization. Enough! 1,000 years of running is enough. Nobody wants to keep on running. Now that marching back to our original home has become a tantalizing dream, we want to find a new home at the edge of the cosmos. Therefore, many people on Firefly, especially the ground-level sailors and their family whose living environment is quite harsh, actually do not object to, and are sometimes even quite eager to, join the Federation. We've been told that Iron Plateau, Forest Ocean of the Star Glory Federation, and Boneyard between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector are all stable planets that are scarcely populated. Everything there needs building from scratch. We have only slightly more than 100 million people. It is absolutely viable to reconstruct our home and build the new Federation together. It is the cry of the people, and my father is only a representative of the public opinion. The issue of joining the Federation has been debated and pushed forward openly since the very beginning. Even the election observation delegation has been sent out under the authorization of the Parliament. Everything is legal. How can that be counted as treason? Liao pondered thoughtfully. Therefore, the enemy must have grasped certain evidence that is of paramount importance and can crucify your father instantly without public backlash. That is the ground for the thunderous, secret arrest today. My next question is, what about you? What is so special and important about you? Tang Xiaoxing was slightly dazed. Me? Liao finally moved his eyes away from the light beam and glanced at her. Although you are the daughter of Firefly's captain, based on your description just now, I don't think that your identity alone is enough for the enemy to attach such importance to you that they sent an elite squad of secret police to arrest you. After all, you are just a refiner. By common sense, the odds that you can run away are very low. A huge team has worked on the problem that should have been taken care of by a few people. Therefore, I believe that you are much more valuable and complicated than the captain's daughter, right? Tang Xiaoxing was still hesitating. Liao continued to watch the light beam as he casually asked, I'm asking this not because I'm interested in your secrets, but because I'm evaluating your value in the enemy's eyes, including whether or not the enemy are determined to keep you alive, in which case they will watch their fire during the engagement later. This is of paramount importance for our operation. I stand by what I said. If you don't trust me, you are welcome to leave any time. For example, the entrance of the alley up ahead. What do you think? Tang Xiaoxing stared at Liao for a long time before she gritted her teeth and said, Senior Lin, your eyes are as keen as a torch. You're quite right. My father is a tough man who will not betray the interests of his compatriots just to save his daughter's life. I'm afraid that they are not capturing me to threaten my father, but for the part of jump token that is under my control. Jump token? Liao blinked. What is that? It is the activation code of the space jump matrix on Firefly, Tang Xiaoxing explained. Firefly boasts the most advanced space jump system in the entire universe. The greatest feature of the system is that the gap between two starships that are to perform a space jump simultaneously has been reduced to the minimum. Sometimes, two starships can perform a space jump at the same time when they are only several hundred meters away from each other without causing interference to each other. Do you understand what I'm saying, Senior Lin? Liao nodded. The so-called space jump was the process in which one jumped to the four-dimensional universe from the three-dimensional universe before they were reduced to the three-dimensional universe from the four-dimensional universe again. During the process, the object to jump or be teleported would certainly raise space-time ripples both at the jump point and at the landing point. Such space waves would doubtlessly cast powerful interference toward the objects around. If two starships performed a space jump at the same time very close to each other, say within 1 kilometer, which on the cosmic level was a negligible distance, and they were jumping toward the same destination, it was very possible that they would collide or even meld into a combination of two starships, leading to dire consequences. Therefore, in the boundless universe, few space zones were suitable for the construction of the space gate in order to facilitate large-scale space jumps. Also, even if suitable space zones had been found, warships to be teleported were often kept 100 kilometers away from each other and would only perform a space jump after they made sure that there was no mutual interference. The larger a warship and the longer the distance to be covered, the more destructive the ripples raised when breaking the void would be and the larger the margin that had to be left between the objects to be teleported. In many cases, in order to mobilize a space fleet of an enormous scale to wage an expedition upon a different sector billions of light-years away, it would be impossible to teleport all the large, main-force warships over at once. By doing this, the fleet would only end up as an overlapped iron block that was exploding non-stop at the destination. Therefore, it usually took a couple of days, sometimes even half a month, for an entire fleet to be deployed for a space jump. The moment that the expedition army was teleported was also the moment when it was most fragile. The starships that had already jumped to the destination were usually dispersed without any organization or battle formation, and the following starships were still lingering at the start point billions of light-years away, unable to be instantly teleported to the destination. Even if they were teleported over, the crew members who were haunted by the sequelae of the space jump and the starships bound by the spacetime ripples would not be able to bring out 1/10 of their combat ability. They were as vulnerable as an army in the ancient times that was crossing a rapid river. It would certainly not be a joke if such an army was attacked right when they were halfway across. However, Tang Xiaoxing was stating that the space jump matrix on Firefly could reduce the safe gap between starships in a space jump to only a few hundred meters. In such a case, Firefly's demand on the stability of the space zone at the destination of the jump would be greatly lowered. The agility, conspicuousness, and mobility of Firefly would be greatly improved. 2. Should there be anything wrong, the hundreds of starships that were connected together could escape instantly. Such a technology was invaluable in a universal war. Liao blinked quickly. Do the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance not boast the same technology? I don't think they do, Tang Xiaoxing replied. Firefly was an experimental starship before, still under construction. It is said that a lot of the magical equipment of the Star Ocean Imperium and even the technologies retrieved from the relics of the primeval era were installed, many of which were unique. After we seized the experimental starship, it was with the help of the marvelous space jump matrix that we managed to hide here and there despite the pursuit of the army of the Imperium of true human beings. If they had the same space jump technologies, I'm afraid that we would have been caught a long time ago. However, after 1,000 years of running, our space jump matrix cannot shoulder the burden anymore and requires full maintenance. I happen to be one of the refiners who are responsible for maintaining the space jump matrix. Tang Xiaoxing paused for a long time after she said that. She looked at Liao carefully before continuing. Right now, the space jump matrix is under maintenance. To restore it to an operational state, a certain jump token has to be inputted. The token has been divided into 6 passwords that are controlled by 5 refiners including myself and my father. If one of them is missing, there will be major trouble. What kind of trouble? Liao asked. Firefly will not be able to perform a space jump, Tang Xiaoxing said. Liao immediately understood it. In the boundless sea of stars, even 2 adjacent galaxies could be several light years away from each other. If a space jump was not an option, and the vehicle covered the journey difficultly with the regular engine, it would be like a snake embarking on an international trip. The endeavor could barely be accomplished. After losing its space jump ability, Firefly would essentially have its legs cut off. There was nowhere it could run to. Liao pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it possible to retrieve the password through interrogation or by separating it from your brain after killing you?" "Absolutely not." As if she were a shocked cat, Tang Xiaoxing's hair was all standing up. "I have deeply etched the password into my mind through special techniques. Unless it's voluntary and I'm operating it in person, it is absolutely impossible for anyone else to get access to the password. If I am truly killed, it will take at least 3 to 5 months to bypass the maintenance mode of the space jump matrix." "That's good." Liao thought for a moment and realized that in such a case, the safety of Tang Xiaoxing's life could be guaranteed for now, and she would not suffer any torture. The most critical task was to rescue Captain Tang Dingyuan. It would be even better if Speaker Chui Lingfeng's scheme could be unveiled along the way. Then, the Star Glory Federation would get a rather advanced superstarship, as well as the space jump technology that even the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance did not necessarily have. In any case, he would have to see that the issue was taken care of properly for the Federation's sake. Then again, it should not be a problem to rescue the captain for the 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators. Should it? It could only be counted as a warm-up game before the Great War between the Imperium and the Federation. Thinking quickly, Liao asked, "How many experts are out there on Firefly? Are there divinity transformation stage cultivators? How many nascent soul stage cultivators do you have?" The government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic was quite wary of the Star Glory Federation. Little inside information had leaked out. The number of top-tier experts was definitely a secret that could not be found on the spiritual nexus. Tang Xiaoxing shook her head. "During the 1,000 years of running, our few divinity transformation stage cultivators perished one after another because of the Imperium's hunting. We do not have any divinity transformation stage cultivators right now. As for the nascent soul stage cultivators, we only have slightly more than 100 of them. Only slightly more than 100. Liao was greatly shocked and almost found it hard to believe. There was only a population of 100 million on Firefly. How could more than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators have emerged? The ratio of ordinary people to nascent soul stage cultivators was 1,000 times greater than the ratio in the Federation. That seemed too unbelievable. 100 is not too many, Tang Xiaoxing said. Back to the day when Black Star the Great just seized control of the Star Ocean Republic, public dissatisfaction was prevalent. A lot of experts and specialists snuck into Firefly in secret and got out of the evil hands of Blackstar the Great. At that time, hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators lived on the tiny Firefly. There were a lot of divinity transformation stage cultivators, too. Later during the long journey in space, many nascent soul stage cultivators entered the hibernation state in order to better preserve themselves. A lot of them only woke up again after decades. It was not until we were docked near the Star Glory Federation that we woke up all the nascent soul stage cultivators. It's only been 10 years since then. Naturally, they are all alive. Had it not been for the massive faults that occurred to the hibernation cabin due to a few accidents on our journey, the population of our nascent soul stage cultivators would have been multiple times larger. So, the nascent soul stage cultivators did not emerge during the 1,000 years of journey. They were from the center of the cosmos when the journey began. Liao swallowed hard, and his eyes were glowing like a weasel which had noticed a hen. The nascent soul stage cultivators from 1,000 years ago were all priceless treasures. If they could all join the Federation, that doesn't sound right. Liao suddenly thought of something else. If you have so many nascent soul stage cultivators, why are you not even capable of defeating an insignificant claw fleet of the expedition army of the Imperium? Because we do not have many battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators, Tang Xiaoxing replied, somewhat in embarrassment. Years ago, the majority of the nascent soul stage cultivators went to hibernation. Only a few of them were awake and responsible for maneuvering and maintaining Firefly. But the battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators were almost all awake because we were faced with the pursuit and the blockades of the Imperium's army. To get rid of Blackstar the Great's pursuit, almost all of our battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators, as well as the few divinity transformation stage cultivators, perished. In the hundreds of years that followed, we have been wandering in the depths of the Sea of Stars, hiding and living in fear. We did not have the courage to fight the Imperium's army at all, and we would run away the moment we caught the scent of the Imperium. How could a new generation of battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators have been born if we did not dare fight? Also, we floated in the universe for 1,000 years after all. The cannons, weapons, and magical equipment on board were all seriously worn. We were also almost running out of supplies. How could we expect to compete with the powerful, well-prepared troops of the Imperium, even if it was just a minor claw fleet? My father is the one who knows the current situation of Firefly better than anybody else. He and most of the technical staff on board understand that it is absolutely impossible for us to continue fighting on our own. Even if we manage to tinker with the Starship, it will be impossible for Firefly to survive forever. Joining the Star Glory Federation is the only way to pass on the spirit of the Star Ocean Republic. Understood. Liao had collected all the information that he needed. Every word that Tang Xiaoxing had said just now turned into snowflakes inside his brain where the brilliance of insight was shining. Colliding with each other, they raised thousands of whimsical plans. Captain Tang Dingyuan was the key to the problem. Their mission was to rescue him. As long as the captain was saved, the problem would be no more. But the question remained, where was the captain exactly? Compared with the Star Glory Federation, which now included 7 sectors, Firefly was nothing more than a speck of dust in the vast sea of stars. However, it was a super starship or a super metropolis in space, made of hundreds of starships that were connected and combined together with a population of 100 million. The place was multiple times larger than Fish Dragon City. If the captain was being held in custody in secret, locating him would be no easier than fishing for a needle in an ocean. It was not like that Liao, Long Yangjun, Meng Qixin, and the rest of them could simply summon their colossi and march all the way into Firefly while screaming and yelling, right? There is indeed a lot of trouble in the small pond. Liao thought to himself silently. For a moment, he truly felt that there were thorns all over Firefly, giving him no place to bite on. Right then, his ear was itching softly again, as if somebody was tickling him with a feather. It was Long Yangjun. How is it going on your side? Are there any changes? We have observed that quite a few secret exo-teams that supposedly belong to the Dim Moon Squad are hovering as if they have gone mad. Long Yangjun grimaced. not having the slightest fear that she might be burnt by the fire as it grew more and more fierce. We have also got a very interesting piece of intelligence. Do you still remember Fei Qi, the guy who attacked us the moment we jumped over? Liao nodded and said, "Of course. Wasn't he given to Qi Changsheng and Wan Mingzhu to deal with? Is there a problem?" "There's no problem with Fei Qi. But didn't he mention that he was only a periphery member of the Sci-Fi, and that he had a contact in Fish Dragon City?" Long Yangjun said, "Something is wrong with his contact. We noticed that he was in the middle of the exos of the Chamber of Commerce searching for the target together with them. However, his traces were quite weird, and he seemed to be trying to reach out to someone in secret." Later, during the fierce engagement between the exos of the Chamber of Commerce and the Dim Moon Squad, Senior Meng and Senior Wu set up a trap and captured the guy. We learned after interrogating him that, while the immortal cultivator of the Sci-Fi was an exo under the Chamber of Commerce's command on the surface and he was carrying out the order of the Chamber of Commerce, he had also been given instructions by the Sci-Fi in secret, which asked him to help the Chamber of Commerce and the secret police from Firefly capture Tang Xiaoxing. Liao was slightly dazed. That can't be right. Logically, everybody on Firefly, be they in favor of joining the Federation or not, should be an archenemy of the Imperium of true human beings. But the Sci-Fi is an organization of local immortal cultivators. Shouldn't the two parties be as incompatible as fire and water? That we don't know. The guy is only a lackey in the Sci-Fi after all. He doesn't know much useful information, Long Yangjun said. Of course, we can investigate his superiors with him as the lead, but it might raise unnecessary alarm. So we'd better not do that just yet. God knows what kind of deals the Sci-Fi have struck with certain people on Firefly. Firefly, Fish Dragon City, the Sci-Fi. Liao thought quickly. A few shining pearls in the mess had been connected by him. He suddenly turned around and asked Tang Xiaoxing, "Are there still starships going to Firefly from Fish Dragon City now?" Tang Xiaoxing did not know what the question was about, but she nodded and said, "Of course, Firefly is in the middle of major maintenance. Tremendous materials and resources are being delivered to Firefly through Fish Dragon City every day. It is our top priority right now. Despite the intense situation, the transportation cannot be entirely called off." "That's good," his eyes glittering. Liao put on a mysterious smile that he had not worn for a long time. He said to Long Yangjun, "Give me 30 seconds so that I can consider this more carefully. I feel that I'm onto a plan that can cut all the knots and resolve all the conundrums once and for all." 2 days later, at the edge of the Dragon Snake Space Zone where Firefly was docked, 1,000 years ago in the last years of the Star Ocean Republic, Firefly's antecedent had been the exploration starship of the latest generation. At that time, the cultivators of the Republic had high hopes for the experimental starship. They had stuffed all the magical equipment of the Star Ocean Imperium, the primeval technologies excavated from relics, and the hope of all the people into the body of the starship that was as round as a whale. The experimental starship was supposed to have carried out the greatest mission ever. It would set off from the heartland of the civilization of mankind and explore the corners of the universe in search for the worlds lost in the Armageddon Rebellion, which caused the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, so that they could rejoin the big family of the Star Ocean Republic and build an even more brilliant, glorious civilization of mankind together. When the behemothic body of Firefly slid out of the dock in space for the first time, and the 99 engine units in a rhombic distribution emitted the most dazzling blue light at the same time, none of the joyful, cheering cultivators of the Republic, however adept they were at deduction and calculation, could have foreseen the absurd fate of the experimental starship in the future. The very first official voyage of Firefly was not for exploration and discovery but for hiding and running. In the long 1,000 years, Firefly had discovered a lot of sectors with the powerful probe magical equipment on board at first and received the support of the cultivators in those worlds. Countless cultivators who were unwilling to bend to the rule of the Imperium had carried all their belongings, techniques, and magical equipment into their own starships that were in a myriad of different styles. Then, after simple technical modification, those tiny starships were connected to the main body of Firefly, like the barnacles that were attached to a big ship or a shoal of fish that were swimming together with a blue whale. The advanced space jump matrix on Firefly could release a special protective membrane that prevented collisions, which should have been very likely when two starships performed a space jump close to each other. Such a technology enabled the possibility of 100 starships jumping simultaneously when they were stuck together closely. It also constructed the basic form of Firefly in the hundreds of years that followed. In its prime, centered around Firefly, almost 600 starships constituted an enormous group of refugees, with a population of more than 500 million. But the good days did not last long. The corpulent structure and the redundant internal control system greatly lowered the combatability of Firefly. After a few soul-stirring battles, although they luckily escaped from the blockade of the Imperium, the number of starships that made up corporate Firefly was reduced from more than 600 to less than 300, most of which were empty iron coffins that had lost all the impetus and only managed to stay in the group by the pulling force. The population on board had also plummeted by 80%. The society was on the brink of collapse. Before encountering the Star Glory Federation, Firefly was like a whale that had half-rotten. It was drifting with the current in the sea of stars and could not throw away any iron coffins despite knowing that its body was slowly decaying. Because in the universe with few available resources, a lot of useful garbage could be dismantled from the scrap starships even if they were already total losses. That way, they could manage to catch their breath for a while longer. For Firefly and the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic at that time, what else could they have hoped for except to catch their breath? Such a starship, or rather, a heap of starships, which had become riddled with holes and rust, certainly required a protracted and arduous project to be maintained. The difficulty and the consumption were no less than to reproduce hundreds of starships. Thankfully, to a bumpkin living at the edge of the cosmos like the Star Glory Federation, Firefly, being from the center of the cosmos, finally had certain reserved assets that had not been entirely wasted yet. The government in exile exchanged the extraordinary techniques and secret arts from the center of the cosmos for tremendous resources from the Star Glory Federation. Then, a whole area of docks and floating maintenance bases were established in the periphery of the Dragon Snake space zone, and the heated maintenance work began. The government in exile even purchased a batch of starships from the Star Glory Federation and connected them to the main body of Firefly after preliminary modification in order to increase the activity zone and improve their quality of life. After all, in space where there was zero gravity and friction, however bizarre-looking those starships were, they would not hinder Firefly's cruising ability. Therefore, if one looked from the carriers that were shipping resources, Firefly, which was illuminated by the crimson flames of the red giant, did not look like one Firefly but an amalgamation of hundreds of Fireflies that were surrounded by circular rails, docks, floating ports, and maintenance bases. Hundreds of carriers were shipping assets to them incessantly. Thousands of times more maintainers were working diligently in the cold vacuum outside of Firefly in their crystal suits, like a group of ants that were struggling hard in the sea of stars. A seemingly plain carrier without any marks on the shell passed through a circular orbit dock and a starship that had been declared a total loss a long time ago and was ready to be completely dismantled. It then slowly approached the main body of Firefly. The Universal Exploration Starship had been utterly deformed. Hundreds of communication tubes had been connected to its shell, linking it closely with the other starships around and making it look like a heart from which countless veins and artilleries were extending. The carrier moved unhurriedly. It entered the inside of Firefly. Countless close-distance defense cannons turned swiftly in various directions. Invisible identification rays were brushing past the newcomer now and then. 100 fully armed exos were also floating in the vacuum. The crystal cannons on their shoulders had been unsealed, and starry brilliance was flashing at the end of the barrel. Behind the cold masks of the exos, sharp eyes seemed to be gazing at the carrier without blinking. The carrier slid into a secret dock when it was several kilometers away from the heart of Firefly. The enormous, airtight gate was slowly closed, like an iron giant that had gritted its teeth. Inside the dock were hundreds of fully armed exos who were highly vigilant. They were all the secret police of the Internal Affairs Division of the government in exile, who were there to pick up a batch of special goods. The cabin door at the tail of the carrier was opened, revealing a ladder and a driving belt for cargoes. Part of the members of the election observation delegation were moved down. Some other people, who were deemed more dangerous traitors, had been loaded into special confining cases and delivered by the driving belt for cargo. Few people there did not wear a crystal suit. They included a middle-aged woman in a black coat. Her face suggested that she was a rigorous person. Her left eye was missing and replaced by 3 crimson crystal cameras. She was Cheng Xuansu, the leader of the Special Investigators of the Internal Affairs Division in the government in exile, as well as the commander of the arrest operation. Wait! When most of the prisoners were escorted to the internal shuttles in the Starship and ready to be delivered to the secret jail, Cheng Xuansu suddenly bellowed. The crystal cameras that had been installed on the same round pedestal rotated slowly, releasing bright redness, as she looked at a prisoner who was locked inside a confining box. It was Tang Xiaoxing, leader. The secret police who were escorting Tang Xiaoxing stood at attention. Observing Tang Xiaoxing, who had fallen asleep carefully, Cheng Xuansu asked, "Repeat the whole process of your arrest exactly as it happened. Such a strengthless refiner escaped from your hands twice." "Yes." An officer hesitated for a moment and said, "The first time, we attempted to knock her out with a stunning cannonball in order to capture her. But she was not affected by the stunning cannonball and quietly slipped away. She even set up traps and heavily wounded 6 of our teammates. The second time, we had already captured her. But a mysterious tactical squad marched out of nowhere and rescued her again. The third time, we pressed our siege with the cooperation of the Chamber of Commerce and resorted to the surveillance cameras of Fish Dragon City. Finally, by analyzing her walking pattern, we locked onto her hideout. The enemy seemed to be playing a distraction trick. Most of them were delaying and harassing us on the outskirts. Few people were actually around Tang Xiaoxing. Seeing that it was not good, they could only abandon Tang Xiaoxing and run away. How long was Tang Xiaoxing out of your control from the beginning to the end? Cheng Xuansu asked emotionlessly. No more than 6 hours, the officer replied. 6 hours. Cheng Xuansu sneered. Besides, the enemy has an anti-tracing specialist who found all the localization and navigation chips we deployed on Tang Xiaoxing. The officer hesitated again and said, "Yes." Cheng Xuansu looked her subordinate coldly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Prepare a sterile room for me and bring 2 female officers. I want her body to be examined." The officer was slightly dazed. "We ran a full scan in Fish Dragon City. There's nothing on her body." Cheng Xuansu stared at her subordinate. The officer shivered and breathed hard. "Got it. I'll immediately prepare a sterile room." Half an hour later, Cheng Xuansu walked out of the sterile room with a tiny glass jar in her hand. Inside the glass jar lay a scarlet ball that was similar to the color of the skin. "This is..." The secret police who were responsible for capturing and escorting Tang Xiaoxing began sweating hard. An anti-tracking specialist must be a tracking specialist. How can you not understand such simple logic? Frowning, Cheng Xuansu looked at her subordinates. "I have carefully studied the operation report that you sent back yesterday. The guy who was with Tang Xiaoxing in the beginning was obviously a real expert. The team that ambushed you later was made of well-trained specialists, too. Do you really think that they would give Tang Xiaoxing away so easily when they already had her?" "Well..." The secret police all looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. "They intentionally sent Tang Xiaoxing into our hands, for the purpose of making her carry this thing into our starship," Cheng Xuansu said coldly. "From when you began the arrests to when you captured Tang Xiaoxing, she was not under your control for so long. 6 hours is more than enough for the enemy to do a lot of things. Do you still not understand? Tang Xiaoxing is not important. Although she is Captain Tang Dingyuan's daughter, and she has 1/6 of the jump token, a Tang Xiaoxing that has left Firefly is entirely useless to the enemy. This is not an empire, and Tang Xiaoxing is not a princess. What the enemy wants is Captain Tang Dingyuan himself. I don't know what this gadget is exactly. It is not releasing any spiritual waves right now either. I retrieved it from Tang Xiaoxing's esophagus with an endoscope. It was stuck to the esophageal wall, with a layer of protective membrane made of flesh and blood outside. If I hadn't searched inch by inch, it would have been practically impossible for me to detect it. I dare say that the thing will activate before long and send Tang Xiaoxing's coordinates to the outside world. If we truly lock Tang Xiaoxing and Captain Tang Dingyuan in the same place, whoever planted the device will certainly be able to figure out where Captain Tang Dingyuan is being held and the detailed route from this place to his prison. By then, God knows what those mysterious people will do. The secret police were greatly alarmed. Leader, is there anybody coming to rescue him? It's hard to say. Cheng Xuansu looked at the scarlet ball. Pondering, she said, such technology is not something that the outcasts of the Dragon Snake Space Zone possess. Those people who stole the target from you, on the other hand, seem to be from the Federation. Something is not right. I have to report this to the speaker immediately. The bottom line is triple the security around the secret jail. Pay special attention to all the tubes that allow for infiltration in the prison cells, be they ventilation tubes, maintenance tubes, or sewage pipes. I don't want to fly to draw close to Tang Dingyuan. Also, search your carrier thoroughly. If necessary, cut the entire carrier into pieces, or simply roast it at a high temperature for an hour. Make sure that nobody can sneak into this place on your carrier in secret. Thirdly, stress the inspection on all carriers and maintenance bases. Now that Firefly is under major maintenance, a lot of cabins and channels are open to the outside world. A lot of people are coming in and out, and most of them are wearing maintenance suits, making it difficult to identify who they are. You must raise your wariness. Do not be careless for even a second. Do you understand now? All the secret police stood at attention. Understood. However, one of the officers, who was relatively older, stood out after a moment of hesitation. Leader, the first two requirements can be carried out easily, but the third one is rather difficult. Our lightning arrest has raised mayhem throughout Firefly. Right now, the ground-level sailors and most of the people are quite uncooperative, if not infuriated. Under such circumstances, if we investigate every person and every corner completely, I'm afraid that the result will not be very satisfactory, and it will only add to the tension of the current situation. Cheng Xuansu stared at him for a long time. She then glanced at every officer with her rigorous eyes. The redness released by her artificial eyes suddenly turned gentle. She patted the old officer's shoulder heavily and said, I understand that the situation is quite volatile right now. Tang Dingyuan's disguise was done too perfectly. Nobody is willing to believe that he is a traitor. All in all, please keep up the good work, everybody. As long as we persist for a while longer, we will be able to completely get rid of the mask of the immortal cultivator Tang Dingyuan with our undeniable proof. All the secret police held their heads high, their morale higher than ever. Understood. Let's move out. Cheng Xuansu waved her hands toward the officers resolutely. She then moved the glass jar that stored the scarlet ball closer to her eyes and observed it for a moment. At last, she gave the glass jar to the old officer and said, Send it to Professor Luo and ask the professor to analyze what it is exactly and what kind of techniques it entails. If it is activated, is it possible to trace the enemy's coordinates? If it is possible, can we locate the place where the item is produced and identify its producer? See that Professor Luo find the answers and report to me as soon as possible. Understood. Holding the glass jar carefully, the old officer left in a hurry. Who? It was not until all the officers left her eyesight that she finally took a deep breath. She could not help but pressed her tense shoulders. Her eyes seemed to be piercing through the thick and heavy airtight gate into the dark, cold sea of stars. But she did not catch the minor collision that took place in the periphery of the maintenance field of Firefly. She was in too much of a hurry to interrogate the prisoners and to report the latest updates to Speaker Chui Lingfeng. Nobody else thought much of the collision accident that everyone had become used to for anything abnormal, either. It was indeed a very common collision accident. Party A in the accident was the empty shell of a starship, which was slowly moving away from the big family of Firefly, pulled by two small barges. In the past 100 years, the total lost starship had provided tremendous components for repair for the other parts of Firefly. Now, the last bit of the value had been used up, and it would be pulled to a dock in the periphery and completely dismantled. Party B of the accident was a carrier that was fully loaded with raw materials. The engine units of the carrier seemed to have experienced a minor problem after a long journey. When the two parties met in the complicated internal structure of Firefly, the carrier had suddenly accelerated, which led to the collision. The empty shell of the starship to be dismantled did not have impetus in the first place but was only pulled by two tiny barges. As a result, both of the barges had been knocked out of place, and the wasted starship had been nudged toward the inside of Firefly precisely. Thanks to the protection of the spiritual shield and the twisting field, no more serious collisions followed. Despite the chaos caused, and although a lot of workers were thrown into the space under the blast, nothing exploded, and nobody was injured. Those people who were thrown off were quickly rescued, too. In little more than an hour, the transportation and maintenance were back in order. It was an insignificant accident. During the maintenance over the past 5 years, similar accidents had taken place almost every other day. However, the insignificant accident did trigger enough confusion and attract enough attention for Liao to sneak into Firefly without alarming anyone under the cover of the broken pieces caused by the collision. He did not directly sneak into the exploration experimental starship at the core, which, as the heart of Firefly where the parliament of the government in exile was located, would be at the highest level of alert. Chances were that 3 to 5 secret officers were squatting inside every tube. Crawling in that direction would be committing suicide. Besides, his destination was not that place. According to the map that Tang Xiaoxing had drawn 2 days ago, and based on Liao's own deduction about the overall structure of the starship, Liao passed through a jetting tube for the exhaust flames of the engine units which were under repair. He crawled in pitch dark for 15 minutes and reached another tube, which was a cooling tube that was brimming with high-heated steam. Constricting his bones to the minimum, he slithered in the narrow space with a temperature of hundreds of degrees for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he found the forsaken tube that Tang Xiaoxing had described. He took a brief rest at the entrance of the tube. Come to think of it, it's been 100 years since I last crawled in a ventilation tube. How I've missed this feeling, Liao thought to himself. At this moment, he finally retrieved his mini crystal processor and triggered a lackluster light beam. There was nothing on the light beam. It was pitch black. The localizer that he had asked Tang Xiaoxing to swallow had been discovered. There are indeed experts on Firefly. Thinking for a moment, Liao pressed his earpiece and activated the communication channel. How is it doing on your end, fellow cultivators? The localizer that I deployed on Tang Xiaoxing has been discovered. As we expected, we cannot find where Captain Tang Dingyuan is caged so easily. We have to activate Plan B now. Meng Qixin's low voice came over. We're fine. There are thousands of carriers, docks, maintenance stations, and remnants of scrap starships here. It is practically impossible for the enemy to locate 12 experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. All in all, we will be waiting for the good news here, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. As soon as you find out where Captain Tang is being held, we will immediately march in. Wu Suiyun, the other divinity transformation stage cultivator, observed. On the other hand, it must be an arduous task for you to sneak into the depths of the heavily guarded starship and to search for the place where Captain Tang is hidden. Rest assured, we have locked onto the critical parts of Firefly. Should there be anything wrong on your end, we will be able to launch an assault. Long Yangjuan's light-hearted voice interjected. Exactly. It is indeed unfair to ask fellow cultivator spiritual vulture to carry out such infiltration missions. But it cannot be helped. It concerns the next step of our operations, and you are the only one who is suitable for the task. Do you still remember the intensive training that I did with you last night? Let's hope that such cramming proves to be more or less useful. Thank you for your enlightenment, Lord Wang, Liao replied. I have learned so many secret techniques of sneaking and infiltration under your tutelage. They were such a great eye-opener that I am now seeing a whole new world. You're flattering me. After the session last night, I believe that you have the potential to be a spy or an assassin, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. Perhaps it is because the unpredictable battle techniques in the forests in the Southland of Sorcerers highlight camouflage, infiltration, and assassination in the first place. In the case, fellow cultivators, Let's stick to the plan that we agreed on yesterday and continue locking on to the critical parts of Firefly. I'm certain that I'll have something for you soon. Liao turned off the communication channel. Rubbing his cheeks, he took a deep breath of the dark air. Such an atmosphere made him feel both nostalgic and excited. So far, he had merely crawled into the shell of Firefly. The real infiltration had only just begun. Liao shook the tactical crystal processor on his wrist softly. The picture on the light beam suddenly changed into a 3D map of the part of the starship that he was in. As he quickly thought, the tubes and joints between most of the cabins were highlighted as half-translucent shadows. They broke apart from the main map and combined with each other, evolving into many gaps that allowed him to sneak in. It was a basic structure painting that he had inferred based on Tang Xiaoxing's description. Naturally, such a preliminary map that was made based on oration and deduction was far from enough. However, it could at least tell Liao where the oxygen tubes were. Liao liked sneaking into the starships best. However complicated the starships were, as long as they were cruising in space, a system to make and transmit oxygen was definitely necessary. The oxygen tubes that were connected to every corner were required to deliver the fresh air to the entire starship. The larger a starship and the more people on it, the greater the scale and quantity of the oxygen tubes needed. It was certainly not an easy task to provide oxygen for 100 million people in a concealed environment, unless everybody living on a starship lived their life carrying oxygen bottles and wearing masks, which was absolutely impossible. Firefly had been sailing in the sea of stars for 1,000 years. Everywhere was ragged, and the oxygen tubes were no exceptions. A lot of holes and leakages had appeared on them. They were currently under full maintenance and renewal. Naturally, it was impossible to seal all of the oxygen tubes. It gave Liao an opportunity that he could take advantage of. Z. A dark red ring appeared on his finger. The light and shadows rolled on the surface of the ring. A series of runes seemed to have gotten rid of the boundary of the metal surface and moved into the air. Rotating quickly, they constituted a crimson dagger of spiritual energy. No heat could be felt at all judging from the appearance of the dagger. However, despite the thinness of the dagger, the sawtooth-like fire that was burning at the periphery actually boasted a temperature of over 1,000 degrees, allowing it to cut the wall of the tubes made of general metal or porcelain. Liao cut on the tube of the cooling tube carefully. Very soon, he dug a hole that was no larger than a fist in diameter but enough for him to crawl through if he constricted his body. After crawling out of the hole, Liao found himself faced with dozens of tubes that were densely combined with each other. It was truly a forest of tubes. It's here. According to Tang Xiaoxing's guidance, Liao soon located one of the oxygen tubes. However, he did not start working on the tube immediately. Instead, he slowly turned his ring, changing the fire from a scorching red into a cold blue. The oxygen percentage inside the tube was quite high. It would certainly not be a joke if there was a deflagration accident. In the meantime, he retrieved a piece of magical equipment that was as elastic as a preservative film from his Cosmos ring. He covered himself with the gadget outside of the oxygen tube. An automatic pressure test system had been installed inside the oxygen tube. If tremendous high-concentration oxygen escaped, alarms would be triggered, and maintenance personnel would arrive to check in less than 5 minutes. It would be impossible for the entrance that he was to cut on the wall of the tube to escape their attention. After everything was set, Liao finally focused his attention on prudently cutting the wall of the tube. After he snuck into the oxygen tube, he did not melt the round piece of the tube back to the wall. Instead, he pasted it backwards softly through a certain special gel. Naturally, such a gel did not have a high glutenosity, and the tightness of the material was not very good either. Could last half a month at best, but that was enough for Liao's plan. If everything went well, they would be able to rescue Captain Tang Dingyuan in less than 24 hours. Taking a deep breath, Liao crouched inside the narrow, zigzagging oxygen tube and observed the darkness inside the tube ahead of him and behind. Then he did two things. Firstly, he straightened his arm and aimed the tactical crystal processor on his wrist ahead. A round detector slowly rose out of the front end of the crystal processor. It was a piece of magical equipment that he used to explore the structure of the tube. The mechanism was simple. It did not adopt a supersonic wave feedback system or resort to telepathic thoughts for the search. Both of those two methods could be detected by the countermeasure magical equipment that possibly existed deep inside the tube. In fact, he was not exploring the structure of the tube but the zones with a particularly high concentration of the oxygen up ahead. In order to improve the efficiency in transmitting fresh air, the oxygen concentration in the tube was many times higher than that in the regular air and close to the pure oxygen for medical uses. Therefore, as long as one could perceive exactly where the high-concentration oxygen flowed to, they would be able to figure out the distribution of the entire tube and all its branches. A moment later, on the light beam of the crystal processor, a super-large map of the distribution of the tubes that looked like a combination of capillary vessels and a neural network slowly surfaced. Liao softly whistled. It appeared that he was not old yet after all. He overlapped the distribution chart with the 3D map that he had deducted based on Tang Xiaoxing's information. After rectifying the flaws and errors on the 3D map, Liao confirmed his destination again and calculated the shortest route from his location to his destination. However, before he began, there was one more thing that he needed to do. Liao took out a cylindrical piece of magical equipment the size of his palm with the more than 10 antennae folded inside. Then, he stuck the tool to the wall of the tube with gel. It was a single-threaded device that could send out and receive telepathic thoughts. It could also be compared to a super-tiny spiritual tower that employed a dedicated route. The device would work as a tiny unmanned communication base. As Liao snuck into the depths of Firefly, he would leave more magical equipment of the same type, which would connect with each other into a secret communication route. In such a way, even if he was deep inside Firefly, Liao would still be able to communicate with Long Yangjun, Meng Qixin, and the rest of them freely without worrying about the signal of the communication channel. After deploying 4 stealth rune arrays on the 4 corners of the super-tiny spiritual tower, Liao released Neltharion for reconnaissance ahead of him and marched toward his destination. 5 minutes later, he encountered the first obstacle. It was 3 pairs of crystal cameras that had been deployed at a turn of the oxygen tube. What was most sordid was that they were also covered by stealth rune arrays, and they were monitoring the tube invisibly. Had it not been for the fact that the anti-stealth probe magical equipment on Neltharion was of a higher level and that Liao had been paying attention to any possible surveillance equipment, he would have been caught. But since he had already detected them, everything would be easier. Neltharion was Liao's best partner in infiltrations and assassinations. In the past 100 years, Liao had performed full upgrades on it more than once. Even when he was in the Ancient Sages sector, he had upgraded the tool with the brand new techniques and technologies that he had learned from the Nuwa warship. Neltharion was definitely no longer what it had been in the past. Furthermore, as an experienced nascent soul stage cultivator, Liao was 10 times more capable of manipulating Neltharion than when he had snuck into the netherworld in the Blood Demon sector in the past. Like a non-existent ghost boat, Neltharion quietly detoured to the back of the surveillance cameras and extended more than 10 soft tentacles that were thinner than a hair. The ends of the tentacles were emitting feeble light in red, orange, yellow, green, and all other colors. Licking his lips, Liao spent 3 minutes in order to freeze the photosensor in the crystal cameras for 30 seconds. Then, during the 30-second gap, he hurried to blink past the alert area. After installing a second tiny spiritual tower, he went on. This time, he did not run into new trouble again until he moved forward almost 1 kilometer and installed the third tiny spiritual tower. The oxygen tube seemed utterly empty in front, but the air of extreme danger was surging non-stop. Liao had covered his eyeball with a special stealth lens. By adjusting the trafficability of the light of the lens, he was able to see almost all the visible light and invisible light. But right now, through the lens, he could see that the narrow channel up ahead had been dissected into narrow space that no human being could ever crawl through by dense, dark red rays of light. If one were reckless enough to pass the area, no matter how fast they were, they would certainly block the rays of light briefly, and the alarms would certainly be triggered. After pondering for a moment, Liao took out dozens of rhombic crystals large and small from his cosmos ring. They were all translucent and as clear as water, with a higher trafficability of light. Narrowing his eyes, Liao calculated crazily. The dozens of rhombic crystals were dancing, if not flowing, on the tip of his fingers agilely, allowing Liao to further understand their features and the angle between every two facets. Half a minute later, Liao's hands suddenly froze. Then, his fingers turned into 10 phantoms as he threw all of the rhombic crystals toward the dark red web of light. Shwa! 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 The rhombic crystals cut in between of the dark red rays of light steadily. Those rhombic crystals had all been brought from the ancient sage's sector by Liao. They were of a high quality without the slightest impurities and as clear as any crystal could be. The dark red rays of light passed through them almost without meeting any hindrance. However, because of the different facets of the rhombic crystals, the direction of the rays were subtly changed. In the new direction, another rhombic crystal would be waiting for the rays. After a few refractions, the rays were restored to the original direction again. The whole process took less than 0.01 seconds. Barely any interference was caused. But quite a few dark red rays of light were twisted into a curve from a straight line. A space big enough for Liao to crawl through had appeared in the middle. Liao's eyes were glittering brilliantly. He stuck his hands against his body and crossed his legs. Floating in midair purely based on his spiritual energy, Liao crawled through the hole like the softest eel. It was possibly the most complicated trap that Liao had ever come across. Almost 100 dark red alert rays had been deployed. He had to calculate time and time again how to change the angle of the rays to create enough room for him to pass through. It took him 47 minutes to finish the test. However, after he took care of the headache, the remaining traps, such as a gravity sensation system, were not worth mentioning at all. 1 hour, 46 minutes, and 52 seconds after Liao entered Firefly, Liao reached the area above his destination. This was a refining workshop not very large. More precisely speaking, it was a refining workshop that was connected with a living room. There was also a minor warehouse that stored all the experiment materials nearby. If one was willing to, they could absolutely stay there for research for quite a few months without getting out of the room. From that point of view, this place was also more or less a hermit's residence where they trained in seclusion from the world. There was nobody else in the workshop except for an old refiner whose white hair was in a mess and whose face was as wrinkled as a dry walnut, making it impossible to tell his exact age. He was studying a scarlet ball wholeheartedly, which was the one that Cheng Xuansu had retrieved from Tang Xiaoxing's throat not long ago. This is spectacular. The old refiner was faced with a microscope made of 251 lenses. They were helping more than 10 super tiny stylets that were as thin as a hair to dissect the shell of the scarlet ball layer by layer. On the light beam triggered by the microscope, on the surface of the ball that was no more than 3 millimeters in diameter, there were almost 100 complicated rune arrays, which were attracted to each other and vibrating with each other, emitting extremely feeble waves. It was only the first layer. In fact, the ball, whose precise diameter was 2.78 millimeters, was divided into 7 layers like an onion. Every layer could function independently. Almost 500 rune arrays had been carved on the ball in that manner. What powered those rune arrays at the core, on the other hand, was merely a marrow crystal as insignificant as a grain of dust. What an amazing structure! It is already marvelous enough to construct 7 metal shells that are as thin as paper that can rotate freely in a space the size of millet. But to precisely distribute spiritual energy to the 497 rune arrays with such a small marrow crystal is just, the old refiner breathed in excitement. He eyed the magical equipment as if he had gone back to hundreds of years prior and was meeting the love of his life for the first time. His face was full of wrinkles. Even his facial organs had been drowned by the wrinkles, making him look much older than he actually was. But his hands were as fresh and smooth as a newborn baby's. The movement of his hands was also as soft and gentle, as if he were touching the silk-like skin of his love. Half narrowing his eyes, he released spiritual threads with his fingers as he examined all of the rune arrays inside the ball one after another. The more he touched, the greedier and more enthusiastic his eyes became. This is a set of localization rune arrays, but compared with the localization rune arrays that I've devised, Its coverage is reduced by 11%, the spiritual energy consumption is lowered by 19%, and the spiritual waves released are fewer. It is much more inconspicuous. This is actually a set of space survey chips that can scan the environment they pass through and translate the information into the most precise 3D map. This is a transmission unit to send concentrated spiritual waves to the outside world. With such a gadget, a certain receptor in the outside world can synchronize all the information that the magical equipment has detected. A rather delicate design. A lot of the technologies from the primeval relics seem to have been adopted, too. They are much more advanced than the technologies we have grasped. Thankfully, the magical equipment was detected in time and soaked in blockage liquids, causing it to malfunction. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Wait, what's this? The 33 runes in the innermost layer seem unrelated with localization, detection, or teleportation. They seem. The old refiner frowned and thought hard for a long time. He adjusted the angle and the magnification of the lenses and searched for the files of the rune arrays concerned on his crystal processor now and then. 3 minutes later, he reached a conclusion. This seems to be a certain interference rune array which, once activated, can block all the defense rune arrays and the alert magical equipment around. However, there seems to be a minor design problem. Under such a design, it is impossible for the magical equipment to be activated remotely. One can only turn on the magical equipment at a close distance. What can such a rune array do? But it makes sense. Too many rune arrays and chips of different functions have been inserted into such a tiny area. There's not enough space for even a needle to be stabbed in. It is absolutely impossible to stuff a powerful, remote activation rune array. Scratching his stubbled chin, the old refiner considered whether or not it was possible to redistribute the space that the rune arrays and the chips occupied so that a complicated, powerful remote activation rune array could be filled in if he were the designer. After thinking hard for a long time, his conclusion was that he could not do it either. Who exactly produced such an advanced piece of tracking, surveying, and localizing magical equipment? Do the Star Glory Federation or the Imperium of true human beings boast such a terrifying refiner? Mumbling to himself, the old refiner began writing the analysis report on the crystal processor quickly. However, after he glanced at the light beam of the microscope unintentionally, he suddenly saw the most unbelievable thing. The interference rune array at the core of the ball was emanating feeble brightness. It was looking at him quietly like a weird eye. Impossible! Greatly alarmed, the old refiner almost cried out. The ball had been completely paralyzed by him through secret techniques and was under his absolute control. There was no way that it could be activated, unless the enemy was pouring their telepathic thoughts into the rune array from within 10 meters. The old refiner thought of something. The most unlikely possibility suddenly occurred to him. However, before he was able to react, he felt excruciating pain on his back. The pain raged inside his body like the most blatant flood and bound his every vein and muscle, making it impossible for him to move his finger or even send out a telepathic thought. The old refiner fell into his chair helplessly, only to be swiveled around together with his chair. Then he saw himself. The same white, messy hair. The same wrinkled face that looked like a walnut. The same facial organs that were drowned by wrinkles. And the same pair of hands that were as fresh and smooth as a newborn baby's. He could not help but have an absurd feeling that he was faced with a mirror. No, the intruder who had snuck in without alarming anyone was slightly different from him. The greatest disparity between them was perhaps the guy's indifference and loneliness. The queer vibe that indicated that he was interested in nothing other than the arts of refining. However, after observing him carefully for a few short seconds, the stranger seemed to have grasped the critical points of his demeanor. After a few deep breaths, the stranger gradually put on an almost identical expression and posture to his own. Even the guy's heartbeat and breath were adjusted to the same frequency. What perfect refining arts! Of course, the old refiner was grasped by intense horror, but what eclipsed his horror was his curiosity about the intruder. He could tell that the guy had faked his appearance with a certain secret technique. The secret technique was much more than changing body itself. It also concerned the modification of the face with techniques such as a Skin mask. A skin mask was supposed to be an obsolete technology that had been outdated on Firefly for a very long time. The old refiner had never seen such a finely made skin mask before in his life. The stranger extended his hand and stuck a cold chip to the old refiner's throat. The old refiner swallowed and felt that he had regained the ability to talk. However, he was only able to speak softly, unable to scream or cast spells. Although he knew that he could get an answer, the old refiner still could not help but ask, "Who are you?" As he expected, the stranger gave no reply. Instead, the guy held a hair with both hands and delivered it to his face. Professor Luoda, one of the best specialists in material science and superminuscule carving on Firefly, as well as Tang Xiaoxing's mentor. You were the one who crafted the tracking magical equipment in the form of hair in person, weren't you? According to Tang Xiaoxing, you are the only one who has such superminuscule carving skills on Firefly, allowing you to carve more than 100 rune arrays on the wall of the hollow tube that is as thin as a hair. You are the only one who has access to the new material made of 9-hole jade and venomous spider ghost thread, too. The old refiner's eyes froze. After thinking for a long time, he breathed hard and said, So, the ultimate target of the localization magical equipment was me all along. Exactly, the stranger said casually. Neither Captain Tang Dingyuan nor Speaker Chui Lingfeng are so easily localized or approached. But the defense on your side is much sloppier. Moreover, you have played a vital role in the whole event. First of all, the trailing antenna that was disguised as a hair is identical to Tang Xiaoxing's own hair in terms of quality and color, which can only be the result of thoughtful refining. Also, the other 2 trailing chips that were stuck to Tang Xiaoxing's body were almost exactly the same in style to the antenna. They must have been made by you too, right? On the surface, they are perfectly blended with her skin and can barely be recognized. Both one's hair and one's skin color are unique, which means that you knew very well when you were crafting those 3 pieces of magical equipment that they were going to be applied to Tang Xiaoxing, your student and Captain Tang Dingyuan's daughter. Then, Professor Luo, who prefers solitude to socializing and barely follows the affairs of the outside world because of his weird temper. What kind of role have you been playing in the whole incident? Professor Luoda bulged his eyes, not entirely because of the facts that the stranger had pointed out, but also because the guy's voice was gradually changing until it was exactly the same as his own old, high-pitched voice. At that moment, without the different clothes that they were wearing, even he would have found it difficult to tell himself apart from the stranger. Generally speaking, I am always a pacifist who convinces other people with reason and is against violent approaches. The stranger sighed, not without pity. However, we are in the middle of an emergency. If you are still unwilling to tell me the truth, Professor Luo, I'm afraid that I'll have to resort to my petty tricks. Trust me, although the guards outside will notice what is happening inside very soon, I'll make sure that the short hour will be as long and sufferable as a century. Liao extended his right index finger, which was still wearing the ring of mystic rays that he had used to cut the wall of the oxygen tube. The bluish rays that the ring shot out turned into a sharp, continuously growing icicle that was slowly reaching Professor Luoda's eyeball. The bluish rays were growing so slowly that Professor Luoda could see every jumping fire clearly. In the meantime, Liao pierced a vivid, lifelike picture into Professor Luoda's brain, which was the whole process of someone's eyeball being stabbed, dried, and thrown away. Professor Luoda's pupils suddenly widened. It was the only movement that he could make right now. Other than that, he could not even tremble or perspire. I don't know, Professor Luoda said feebly. I don't know anything. You've come to the wrong person. How can you not know anything? Smiling, Liao pushed his finger forward. The bluish rays immediately penetrated into Professor Luoda's left eyeball. As a helical drill, it went further toward Professor Luoda's brain, bringing excruciating pain to the victim. Woo! Professor Luoda meant to scream, but it was insignificant moans that his throat uttered. He blinked his left eye out of natural instinct, only to find that his eyesight was perfectly normal despite the excruciating pain. The bluish rays were still lingering 1 millimeter away from his pupil, rotating slowly. The horrible scene was merely an illusion and a mental attack that Liao had launched on him. I've given you an opportunity, and I hope that you'll cherish it. Next time, when it pierces, it won't be an illusion. Staring at Professor Luoda's eyes carefully, Liao's eyes were even sharper than the bluish rays. He then slowly moved them to the professor's smooth and fresh hands. You have 2 eyeballs, so you can still give a wrong answer twice. If I still do not get a satisfactory answer after both your eyes have exploded, I'll have to work on your hands. I believe that, for a seasoned refiner and a specialist of superminute carving, your hands are even more precious than your eyes. You must have nurtured your impeccable hands with all the vitality and spiritual energy in your body, and you do not want them to end up in a pile of meat one finger after another, do you? Professor Luoda maintained his casual, rigid voice, but the fear and desperation in his voice was audible even for a deaf person. What do you want to know exactly? I want to know whom you work for, Liao said coldly. Who has given you what benefits to make you betray your student and craft the magical equipment that is enough to get your student killed? Tang Xiaoxing is your most distinguished student. You two get along with each other quite well. You are best known for your nonchalance and unamiableness on Firefly. In the past few decades, not many people have entered your personal refining workshop. But Tang Xiaoxing was an exception. She once worked as your assistant for 3 years. In regard to whether or not to join the Star Glory Federation, although you have never declared your stance publicly, I believe that you should be in favor of the technical staff, Captain Tang Dingyuan sighed, as a master of refining. There have never been rumors that you are close to the parliament. On the contrary, you once berated certain MPs in a meeting and labeled them illiterate, which was quite an embarrassment for them. Therefore, I find it difficult to understand why you did all this. Who asked you to produce the tracking and localization magical equipment, and what benefits did they promise you? Or rather, what were the reasons that they used to convince you? Professor Luoda's eyeballs shivered quickly. It was Cheng Xuansu who asked me to produce them. Liao slightly raised his eyebrow. Speaker Chui Lingfeng's most trusted subordinate, and the head of the secret police of the Internal Affairs Division, who were responsible for investigating and capturing Captain Tang? Exactly. Professor Luoda breathed heavily. I don't know anything. I only helped Cheng Xuansu craft a batch of training and localization magical equipment. But you knew at that time that the magical equipment could only be applied to Tang Xiaoxing, right? Liao said casually. Professor Luoda closed his eyes painfully. Yes. You do not look like the kind of person who would listen to the parliament and the secret police obediently. Not only is Tang Xiaoxing your most intimate student, her father is also the captain of Firefly. You should understand the dire consequences of the incident. You clearly knew that Cheng Xuansu wanted to arrest Tang Xiaoxing because Speaker Chui Lingfeng was dealing with Captain Tang Dingyuan. It was the life and death competition between the No. 1 foot and the No. 2 foot, which was likely to be an event that would completely tear Firefly apart. For you personally, betraying your student would also be a stain that was never going to be erased. However, when Cheng Xuansu came to you asking you to craft a piece of magical equipment to deal with your student, you simply accepted the task without questioning it. I didn't have a choice. Professor Luoda's eyes and lips were shivering. The wrinkles on his face seemed 10 times deeper instantly, making him look like a burnt dry tree. Cheng Xuansu said that Captain Tang and his conspirators were guilty of high treason. For the future of Firefly, I had to cooperate with them to serve the country and the fate of our 130 million compatriots. High treason. Liao frowned. Just because Captain Tang is in favor of joining the Star Glory Federation, he is a traitor? Professor Luoda's eyes suddenly turned very weird. What federation? It has nothing to do with joining the Star Glory Federation. Cheng Xuansu said that Captain Tang has defected and degenerated into an immortal cultivator. Apparently, he was trying to contact the Black Wind Fleet in secret, hoping to send our coordinates to the expedition army of the Imperium so that it could teleport over instantly. What? Liao was dumbfounded. Thousands of thoughts were bursting out like fireworks in his mind. Calming himself down, he asked, Captain Tang is an immortal cultivator? How is that possible? How does Cheng Xuansu know? What evidence does she have? Naturally, I was not in a position to see the specific evidence, Professor Luoda said. However, according to Cheng Xuansu, Firefly is in peril. Captain Tang lost the firm belief to restore Star Ocean Republic a long time ago and slowly degenerated into a pessimist and a capitulator. For his own life, he wouldn't hesitate to join anybody. Then, if he has to choose a target to rely on, of course, the more powerful the target is, the better. Although the Star Glory Federation boasts some influence at the edge of the cosmos, how can it be compared to the Imperium of true human beings? Captain Tang intends to resolve the problem once and for all. Naturally, surrendering to the Imperium is the better option. Therefore, a long time ago, Captain Tang's belief was corrupted, and he turned from a cultivator into an immortal cultivator. Not only that, he also raised a huge batch of immortal cultivators on Firefly in secret. He planned to completely seize the super starship for the Imperium of true human beings when the time was right. Also, Cheng Xuansu also claimed that the election observation delegation that Captain Tang sent to the Star Glory Federation was mixed with a lot of immortal cultivators. If their scheme worked out, it was very possible that the expedition army of the Imperium would immediately show up right in front of us. Therefore, my cooperation would save not only Firefly but also our ally, the Star Glory Federation. It was exactly because of the dire consequences that she described that I agreed to cooperate with her and helped her craft a batch of superminute magical equipment. Liao widened his eyes and stared at every wrinkle on Professor Luoda's face without blinking, trying to find a hint of deception, but he found absolutely nothing. If Professor Luoda was not an actor that was even more professional than Liao, he was very likely to be speaking the truth. But Liao was still confused about one thing. You believed everything Cheng Xuansu said when there was no proof at all? Did it never occur to you that it was possibly a setup that the Parliament imposed on Captain Tang Dingyuan? After all, your Parliament and your technical staff on the Starship haven't been in the best relationship. Of course, I didn't believe what Cheng Xuansu said, Professor Luoda said. Everybody knows that she is Speaker Cui Lingfeng's lackey. The technical staff who are devoted to technology have always thought little of the paranoid secret police. However, Cheng Xuansu didn't come to me alone. She was here with Chief Mate Ding, who endorsed her every word. Chief Mate Ding. Liao thought for a moment. You mean Ding Zhengyang, the general commander of the deck floor of Firefly, Captain Tang's trusted subordinate, assistant, and first agent, and the number 3 person on the Starship only secondary to Speaker Cui and Captain Tang? Exactly, Professor Luoda said. Everybody knows that Chief Mate Ding is Captain Tang's most loyal comrade. He has helped Captain Tang fight against the Parliament for decades. During the few conflicts between the bridge and the Parliament, he always led the charge. After we discovered the Star Glory Federation, Chief Mate Ding was the first one who proposed joining the Star Glory Federation. He was even earlier and more resolute than Captain Tang. Also, Chief Mate Ding belongs to the technical staff. He was promoted to the general commander of the deck floor step by step from a sailor at the bottom level in the engine compartment. He knows every detail about every corner of Firefly. He is a real expert commander of starships. The technical staff have always been quite fond of him. He personally told me that Captain Tang had defected and degenerated into an immortal cultivator. He dislikes the fellows in the Parliament, but whether or not to join the Star Glory Federation did not matter. What mattered was to immediately eradicate the internal immortal cultivators on Firefly. I didn't trust Cheng Xuansu, but I couldn't find any reason not to trust Chief Mate Ding. That is why I helped them produce the batch of tracking and localization magical equipment. Liao took a deep breath. The brilliance inside his eyes was shining like mysterious stars. Let me guess. Captain Tang Dingyuan has been arrested by the special investigators for secret interrogations, and it's not like that the MPs can pilot the Starship. Therefore, the guy who has assumed Captain Tang's post and power is Chief Mate Ding, right? Yes, Professor Luoda said. The chief mate is the first agent of the captain after all. According to the space voyage regulations, when accidents happen to the captain, the chief mate should immediately fill in for him. It is true that Chief Mate Ding Zhengyang is controlling Firefly as the acting captain. Liao stared at Professor Luoda. His telepathic thoughts crawled into his brain through the professor's pupils as he perceived the quakes of his every brain nerve carefully. It was not until he gazed at the professor for half a minute that he finally snapped his fingers and retracted the bluish rays, which were only half a millimeter away from the professor's eyeball. Professor Luoda took a deep breath in relief. His central nerves had regained control of all the pores on his face, and he was finally able to squeeze the cold sweat out of his forehead. All right, I'll believe what you said just now. I'll believe that you are truly ignorant of the situation and were merely a tool that somebody else took advantage of. Still staring at Professor Luoda in the eyes, Liao said coldly, "But tell me this. Are you absolutely certain that Captain Tang has defected and degenerated into an immortal cultivator?" Professor Luoda's eyeballs shivered quickly, with intense confusion beaming out. He struggled to reply. "I don't know. What if I told you that it is very possible that Captain Tang has been framed and that the real immortal cultivator is one of Speaker Cui Lingfeng, Cheng Xuansu and Ding Zhengyang, if not all of them? Do you believe that you have been fooled by them and that everything you did will very likely cause Firefly to fall into the hands of the immortal cultivators completely, leading to the early arrival of the Black Wind Fleet?" Professor Luoda's eyes immediately bulged, and the blood streaks inside his eyes were almost spurting out like fire. "No! I also cannot show you the critical evidence. I cannot even tell you who I really am. I can only assure you that I am also a cultivator, and I want to prevent the immortal cultivators from arriving. However, in order to stop the immortal cultivators, I'll require your cooperation." Professor Luoda hesitated for a long time before he struggled to reply. I don't know. What do you want me to do? I am just a regular refiner." "I know." Liao smiled. "What I'm asking you to do is very simple. You are the best superminute carving specialist on Firefly, and you have profound research on the production and the dissection of tiny magical equipment. That's why the extraordinarily made Scarlet Ball was delivered to you for study after it was discovered. Right?" Professor Luoda nodded. "Yes. So what?" Unhurried, Liao continued. "The Scarlet Ball, being a very important exhibit, will certainly not be kept in your lab for long. After you complete the analysis, it will be delivered to the more crucial big shots, won't it? It is true that Cheng Xuansu requested that I finish the analysis report of the Scarlet Ball as soon as possible," Professor Luoda said. "She said that she would have someone pick it up later. As for exactly whom the report will be delivered to, I don't have the slightest idea." "All right," Liao said. "I'll give control of your hands back to you. You will continue writing the analysis report exactly as you usually do your job. Then you will dismantle and assemble the Scarlet Ball once in front of me with your regular methods. Right? There must be experiment logs of your daily refining in this place, right? Retrieve all the videos. I want to see the appearance of your hands when you are doing super high precision carving. Let me take a look. The jade chip cabinet over there is perfect in size. After you finish everything, I'll stuff you into the cabinet and lock your veins and nerves with barriers. Then, I'll cover your entire body with a metal membrane that can block all the spiritual energy and heat detection but will leave sufficient air for you. You will be able to neither move nor scream for 3 days and 3 nights. But don't worry. It is absolutely normal. In 3 days, you will regain your freedom, and there won't be any sequelae at all. By then, if Captain Tang and your student Tang Xiaoxing have proved innocent, and Cheng Xuansu and her lot are the actual immortal cultivators, I will certainly testify for you that you are not related to the whole event and that you only almost made a huge mistake because of the treachery of Cheng Xuansu and Ding Zhengyang. What I'm asking you to do is as simple as that. Do you agree to do that?" Every wrinkle on Professor Luoda's face was twitching violently. After a long hesitation, he still found it hard to believe. Chief Mate Ding is truly an immortal cultivator?" "I don't know either," Liao replied honestly. "But as long as you cooperate with me, we will be able to figure out exactly who the immortal cultivator is." His words moved Professor Luoda, who nodded slowly and said, All right, I'll cooperate with you. Professor Luo finished the analysis report in 2 hours. Then, he dismantled and assembled the scarlet ball carefully one time. In the meantime, by studying the videos of his refining, the experiment logs, and the posture in which he wrote the analysis report, Liao basically figured out Professor Luoda's style of refining, hand movements, language habits, and so on. 2 hours later, when the old officer of the secret police knocked on the door, only one Professor Luoda appeared to be in the refining workshop. Of course, it was the one that Liao was playing. Professor Luo, have you completed the analysis report? The old officer stood in front of Liao respectfully, not having the faintest doubt at all. Yes, this is a real masterpiece. An extraordinary work of art, a priceless treasure. Liao waved his hands crazily in front of the secret officer, as if he were greatly fascinated. Look at it. Such delicate 7-layered tower structure. Such amazing super tiny carving techniques. This is truly... Well, Professor Luo, the secret officer coughed to interrupt him. If you have completed the analysis report, I'm afraid that I have to take the item and report away now. This is very urgent and concerns the safety of Firefly. Fine. Liao sniffed, as if he were very regretful. After thinking for a moment, he asked, after you have checked it, can you return the item so that I can continue studying it? It is too beautiful, delicate, and unbelievable. I'm going to study every rune array on the item carefully and the different materials employed in every layer. About that, hesitating for a moment, the secret officer nodded and said, Professor Luo, you are one of the best specialists in superminute carving. I believe that the scarlet ball will be sent back to you for further study eventually. That's good. Liao pushed the scarlet ball over to him on the desk. But this time it had been installed into a cylinder with a metal ring on both ends. The cylinder was filled with bright blue liquids. I do not want to completely ruin its structure, Liao explained. However, the rune arrays preserved internally are too precise and mysterious. The general blockage gel may not be enough to entirely prevent it from sending and receiving telepathic thoughts. Therefore, it's best that the item is sealed by my super strong gel and wave blocker. Be careful. Do not drop it on the ground or make it shake too violently. The old officer nodded. He picked up the metal cylinder with both hands dutifully and took it away together with the jade chip that stored the analysis report. Liao's face retained the expression of fondness and deep regret until 3 seconds after the door of the refining workshop was closed again. Then, he put on his normal expression and took out his tactical crystal processor, triggering the light beam. Bo, bo, bo. A tiny red spot was moving slowly at the center of the light beam. As the bright redness spread into the surroundings incessantly, the precise structure of all the pathways and cabins around, as well as the passers-by, were scanned without exception. Moreover, based on the power of the heartbeat and breath of the passers-by, the crystal processor could even basically infer whether they were civilians or cultivators, civil officers or well-trained soldiers. As the red spot slowly approached the core, the heart of Firefly was gradually unveiled in front of Liao. No secrets were kept from him anymore. Naturally, such powerful scanning and localization rune arrays could never be carved into a scarlet ball that was less than 3 millimeters in diameter. Liao would not have been able to achieve that even if his refining arts were 3 times more professional. Therefore, he had simply installed the scanning lens and the localization rune arrays into the metal cylinder that sealed the scarlet ball. The metal cylinder was the size of a baby's arm. It was enough for him to hide all the chips and rune arrays that he needed as well as the marrow crystal of high energy levels. Yes, the scarlet ball was merely bait, a piece of seemingly awesome magical equipment. However, because its size was too small, the marrow crystal stored at the center was as insignificant as a grain of dust and could not unleash sufficient spiritual energy. Therefore, even if the item did detect tremendous intelligence, it would have been extremely unlikely for the item to send the information to the outside world by piercing through the thick shell of the starship. The ultimate purpose of implanting such a scarlet ball into Tang Xiaoxing's throat was to deliver the metal cylinder, which was big enough, into the enemy's heart. Liao sat on Professor Luoda's swivel chair comfortably. Placing his feet on the desk and softly whistling, He finally turned on the communication channel. The stick has been sent. Liao smiled. With the delicacy and flawlessness of the scarlet ball that I crafted, together with Professor Luo's analysis report, I believe that the stick will certainly be sent to the guy who is behind the entire scheme. It is even possible that the enemy will take the stick to Captain Tang in their paranoia and interrogate him about the information concerning the scarlet ball. After all, we are a force other than the immortal Cultivators, Firefly, and the Star Glory Federation. Absolutely nobody is aware of our existence. If someone is behind this scheme, it is very possible that they will consider the people who are trying to rescue Tang Xiaoxing as Captain Tang's trump card. They will certainly try their best to figure out the truth about the trump card. Of course, if Captain Tang is behind the whole scheme himself, he will certainly be very interested in the scarlet ball of mysterious backgrounds, too. Then, not only will we be able to figure out the map of Firefly's heart through the scanning lens and the probe magical equipment hidden inside the stick, it is also very possible that we will hear some interesting secrets via the detectaphone chips. Excellent. Ba Xiaoyu, the beggar's voice echoed in the communication channel. Back in the ancient sage's sector, Ba Xiaoyu had always been a sloppy, rogue warrior who acted on his own. Sometimes, to serve justice, say when investigating the evil criminals such as the Black Devil cult, he would often have to camouflage himself and sneak into the enemy's nest. It was a business that he was quite familiar with. One might even say that he was the nascent soul-stage cultivator of the 12 experts from the ancient sage's sector, who was the best at the arts of infiltration other than Long Yongjun and Liao. We have basically finished exploring the external defenses and weaknesses of Firefly, and we have located the most suitable place to attack. As long as you figure out the location of the internal critical parts and the distribution of soldiers, we will be able to march into the starship unstoppably, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. Liao was slightly dazed. So fast. Firefly was made of hundreds of starships, large and small, that were connected together. Its external structure was as complicated as a maze. Also, the experts of the ancient sage's sector had barely fought in the vacuum in space before. Liao had expected them to take at least half a day to finish the reconnaissance. We've got Hai Lan, Ba Xiaoyu said. Don't forget that she attacked Firefly almost 10 years ago. If blazing Tyrannosaur Ding Lingdang hadn't stopped her, I'm afraid that she would have long conquered Firefly. Naturally, she knows the fatal weaknesses of the starship. Of course, we didn't inform Hai Lan of our entire plan, but after she learned that we are going to assault the key part of Firefly, was there any reason for her not to help us make plans and contribute all her wisdom? Everything is absolutely fine on our side. But as for you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, Meng Qixin's thoughtful voice came over. It is indeed a tedious task to sneak into Firefly in secret and pretend to be Professor Luoda. If the battle succeeds in the end, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you will certainly be the greatest contributor. Liao blinked and said, It's all thanks to Lord Wang's thorough planning and the vivid skin mask that he has carefully prepared for me. I am merely carrying out his plan exactly as he said. I cannot take the credit of the greatest contributor. Besides, Professor Luoda is best known for his nonchalance and his weird temper. He is quite taciturn and unfriendly, and he has been locked in his own refining workshop to study for years. He barely sets foot in the outside world. Other people do not visit him in his refining workshop often, either. If I pretend to be such a guy for only a couple of minutes, it will be practically impossible for me to be seen through even if I want to be. However, in case anything goes wrong, I'm going to stay here and continue pretending to be Professor Luoda. If a student or a fellow refiner drops by but fails to find him, our clever trick will be ruined. All in all, the real infiltration and rescue operation will depend on you fellow cultivators. Rest assured. Ba Xiaoyu smiled. We have 9 nascent soul stage cultivators and 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators here. Won't it be hilarious if we cannot break into a prison and rescue a few people after learning the structure of the starship's core and the distribution of soldiers? Liao realized that it did make sense. Different from the past, he was not by himself this time and had the support of the most deluxe assault team in perhaps the hundreds of light years nearby. Did he really need to attack in person with such a lineup? Therefore, he might as well work as the magical equipment director comfortably without thinking about anything else. Then, I'll be waiting for the good news from you, fellow cultivators. Liao smiled. I'll provide remote support with magical equipment for you, and the latest map of the core area will be updated when anything changes and sent to your tactical crystal processors immediately. With your capabilities, fellow cultivators, it should be more than simple to rescue Captain Tang. However, I hope that we all keep our purpose in mind. We must not make a huge fuss or deal irreversible damage to Firefly. We are here to save, not to kill. We are here to gain the government in exile's trust, not hostility. If we really turn Firefly upside down, we might catch the attention of the Star Glory Federation, which will go against the original purpose of the mission. Of course, Meng Qixin said solemnly. The operation will be simple, but the critical requirement of the mission is to rescue the prisoners quietly without alarming anyone, and without exposing the real capabilities of the 12 of us. Other than Captain Tang and the few of his fellows, it would be best if nobody else learned of our existence. No blood should be shed if possible. Try to keep a low profile as much as possible. Yes, keep a low file as much as possible. Liao talked with everybody for a while longer before he cut off the communication. Who? He warmed up his body and stretched his arms comfortably. Snapping his fingers, he made himself a hot cup of tea through remote manipulation techniques. It felt great that the only thing he needed to do was planning, and a bunch of nascent soul stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators would be leading the charge and accomplishing the mission for him. It seemed that he had to change his mindset and his habits as soon as possible. He was now a magical equipment director and an off-duty clerk who worked in an office. The tiresome work such as fighting and killing should simply be given to other nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Liao sipped the tea in great comfort. Then, whistling the old songs from more than 100 years, he continued browsing Professor Luoda's refining logs lightheartedly. A lot of the refining arts from the center of the cosmos were worth studying, too. Right then, his eardrum was vibrating softly again. It was Long Yangjun. Liao frowned and softly said, "What's going on?" "Nothing's going on," Long Yangjun said with a smile. "There's no need for you to be so secretive either. Right now, everybody is doing investigations separately. I'm using the private communication channel so they won't hear anything. I'm only calling you to say, you're welcome. I did not do any planning at all. Weren't you the one who came up with the whole scheme in only 1 hour? TSK, TSK, TSK. The great heroes are truly worthy of their name. Before, you appeared to be silly every day, and I found it hard to understand how exactly you became the dominator of the 3 sectors. Only now, as you've revealed part of your capabilities, could I begin to imagine the charisma of Vulture Liao that you had 100 years ago. Wait! Liao spat out the tea leaves. What do you mean by silly every day? Not important, Long Yangjun said. There's one thing that I would like to figure out. Why were you so sure that no surveillance cameras were installed inside Professor Luoda's refining workshop? If anybody was monitoring him in real time, wouldn't your whole plan have fallen apart? There can't be any surveillance cameras, Liao declared confidently. No master of refining could ever tolerate their procedures of refining being monitored the whole time. It concerns not only confidentiality but also their pride. Pride? Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. I don't understand. Of course you don't. This is something that only the refiners share. Liao thought for a moment and said, let me put it this way. For refiners, especially the seasoned refiners who have gained enough expertise, every piece of magical equipment that they craft is like their own baby. So, the question becomes this. Would you install a surveillance camera above your bed to allow somebody else to monitor the whole process of you making a baby? That explains a lot. Long Yangjun was deep in thought. That is why you chose Professor Luoda as the breaching point. Exactly, Liao said calmly. I'm not a man who likes boasting, but when it comes to crawling through ventilation tubes, in the 1,000 square light years nearby, who could claim to be the best if I said that I'm only the second best? I know after only a quick glance what ventilation tube can be crawled through and what ones cannot be. All the tubes in the areas around Speaker Chui Lingfeng, Captain Tang Dingyuan, and the other important people are heavily defended. Not just a normal human being, even a mutated cockroach wouldn't be able to crawl in. Professor Luoda is the only one who is a relatively crucial person but has a working workshop that is outside of the core area. Where should I have begun from if not this place? It's simple logic. It seems that it was the right decision to cooperate with you. Long Yangjun smiled. You are quite professional at what you are doing. Then, let's hope that you can be professional too, Liao said. You must get the situation under control. They are all used to killing and slaughtering in the ancient sages sector. It will be very easy for them to turn the starship into an ocean of blood. This time you must keep them cool and contained. Do not go on a rampage while they are on a killing spree or simply blow up Firefly after summoning their colossi, in which case we will be screwed. Rest assured, Long Yangjun said. Nothing can possibly go wrong on our end. You just sit in the refining workshop comfortably and enjoy a nice cup of tea, or do some training if you are in the mood. Just send the map and the distribution of soldiers in the core area to us and wait for the good news. Liao smiled. He was about to reply when somebody knocked on the door. Liao was slightly dazed. Then he noticed something abnormal on the surveillance light beam nearby. The red spot that was supposed to be moving toward the core area had returned. What the heck? Liao swallowed. Glancing around, he did not notice any loophole. He thought for a moment and hid most of the cosmos rings on his body below Professor Luoda's desk, before he finally opened the door. It was the old police just now, followed by 4 strong, ferociously looking men in black combat suits, who stared at him without blinking their eyes. Anything wrong? There was obvious anger on his face, as if he were in quite a bad mood after his work was interrupted. Professor Luo, the old police officer said respectfully, your analysis report has been sent to the superiors. Speaker Chui believes that the issue is very important and would like to hear you explain the mysteries of the Scarlet Ball in person. May you accompany us to Speaker Chui? Li Yao. Professor Luo, is there something the matter? No, there isn't. Let me go to the toilet first. By all means. Please, Professor Luo. Why are the 2 bears cramming into my toilet too? What are they doing? Why are they staring at my penis? You must not misunderstand them, Professor Luo, the old officer said. This is just a tradition. I trust that you won't mind it since this concerns our national security. Surrounded by 4 muscular men in black in the middle, Liao walked to a vacuum tube shuttle that was used for internal transportation on the starship through a narrow pathway under the lead of the old officer. His face seemed to be tranquil and even slightly impatient, but behind his disguise was a tiny bit of anxiety. Liao was not worried that the enemy had already seen through his disguise, but he was not confident that they would never see through it. He had not made enough preparations before he pretended to be Professor Luoda. It was impossible for him to be perfect. If he had stayed in the refining workshop, he might have been able to fool those who had come to pay a visit, but if he was to face the Speaker of the government in exile, God only knew when he would give himself away. Liao touched the lines on his fingertip. His fingerprint and iris had been changed into Professor Luoda's, but there was no way that he could pass blood and gene tests. He could not hope that the enemy's security measures were not so rigorous. Naturally, Liao was not concerned about his own safety. He was still hiding the cosmos rings that stored the mystic skeleton battlesuit and the colossus inside his body through secret techniques, and he could summon them for a huge fight anytime. However, the last thing he wanted to happen right now was a huge fight. He was hoping to bind Firefly and the ancient sages sector to the tank that was the Star Glory Federation so that everybody could deal with the Imperium side by side. He did not want the 3 parties to be mired in delirious mayhem before the army of the Imperium arrived. Calm down. It might not be so serious. I'm only going to interpret the mysteries of the tracking magical equipment for Chui Lingfeng, the Speaker of the government in exile. It is also a chance for me to observe Chui Lingfeng. Maybe the trip is not going to be as bad as I imagined. 2 indifferent-looking female officers were standing next to the vacuum shuttle. Each of them was holding a fingerprint scanner. They asked Liao to put his 10 fingers on the machine for scanning. One of them also searched Liao's body up and down with a glowing stick. 2 cosmos rings were found by the officer, both of which had been taken off Professor Luoda's fingers by Liao earlier, thankfully. Professor Luo, please allow us to take care of your cosmos rings for now. They will be given back to you when you return. The old officer opened the door and slightly bowed, extending his hand toward Liao. Liao sniffed. With slight dissatisfaction, he bashed the 2 cosmos rings into the officer's palm before he bent his back and got onto the shuttle. The 4 bear-like officers of the secret police crammed in from the 2 sides. Altogether, they weighed more than 500 kilograms. The entire shuttle was filled up. Liao's slim, hunched body, being squeezed to the center by them, was like a toothpick in the middle of 4 eggs. The shuttle had been specially modified. It was pitch black outside of the window. Even telepathic thoughts could not be sent out. The vehicle was running very steadily, too, making it impossible to tell whether it was rushing at a high speed or absolutely still the whole time. Liao counted in his heart silently. 1 minute and 29 seconds after he entered the sealed shuttle, the blockage between the passenger side and the cockpit was suddenly lifted. The passenger seated in the front slowly turned around. The man's face was particularly broad. It was also square and healthily red, making him look handsome and dominating. He was wearing a mustard seed, dark silver protective suit made of such rare materials that even Liao had never seen before. He was sitting there like a king. It was exactly Cui Lingfeng, the speaker of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic and the nominal supreme leader of Firefly, whose appearance Tang Xiaoxing had described for Liao before. The most powerful man on Firefly was right next to him. Liao's heart was beating 1% faster than before. 14 plans in which he could control Speaker Cui in 3 seconds popped up in his head. However, after considering carefully for a moment, he still decided to wait and watch. The situation was still unclear. There was no need to act recklessly. Speaker Cui. Liao pretended to be slightly dazed and nodded unhumbly. Professor Luoda was a master of refining who could be counted as an expert. He was an arrogant and taciturn guy, too. Therefore, there was no need for Liao to respond too earnestly when he saw the leader of the parliament. As he expected, Speaker Cui did not care about Liao's indifferent attitude at all. His short, thick hands were playing with the stick that Liao had carefully crafted. Then he handed it back and smiled. "We're in the middle of an emergency, so we'll just have the meeting in the shuttle. I'm told that you are a top specialist in terms of superminute carving. You were the one who analyzed the tracking magical equipment. Is the item's precision and performance as high as you wrote in the analysis report?" "Of course." Liao snatched the stick and caressed it in his hands affectionately. Infinite passion beamed out of his eyes as he said, "It is much more than a piece of tracking magical equipment. It is a super tiny gadget with tracking, localization, and scanning functions. The materials it is made of, the almost 500 kind of rune arrays it adopts, the 7-layered tower architecture, and the distribution and organization of all the rune arrays. Almost all the details are impeccable." Speaker Cui did not stop Liao from giving his speech. Therefore, Liao could only go on explaining it feverishly, his saliva darting out. He even dissected the few layers of the metal shell at the periphery in person and then assembled them again. Thankfully, it was a piece of magical equipment that he had crafted himself, and he had carefully studied Professor Luoda's style of refining just now, which allowed him to conduct the whole analysis through similar approaches. Naturally, after that, the enemy would be even less suspicious about his identity. After all, such professional dissection and assembly of superminute magical equipment could never have been completed so fluently and flawlessly if he was not a great expert in the field. So to speak, it is true that the super tiny magical equipment is extremely sophisticated? Tapping the rail, Speaker Cui said thoughtfully. Then, according to your judgment, Professor Luoda, who else is capable of producing such a piece of magical equipment other than yourself? None. Myself included, Liao explained. It is not about the proficiency of techniques and technologies but about the difference of materials and style. If asked to produce a piece of tracking, localization, and scanning magical equipment of similar size and functionality, perhaps another few refiners and I would manage to accomplish the task in a couple of days. However, the materials we adopt, the rune arrays we carve, the distribution of the rune arrays, and so on would be highly different from what is on this particular piece of magical equipment. Many materials adopted by the magical equipment might not be found on Firefly and even in the Star Glory Federation. The designing principle and the spiritual energy circuits of many rune arrays are also the opposite of our style and even theory in the past. I dare say that the magical equipment was not crafted on Firefly by any cultivator on board. Professor Luoda frequently said, "I dare say," which Liao had copied. Speaker Chui nodded and continued his questioning. Then, who do you think is the most likely producer of the magical equipment? The Imperium, the Federation, or the Covenant Alliance? I don't know. Liao shook his head and pretended to reply dutifully. Based on the technological communication with the Star Glory Federation in the past couple of years, I'm sure that the magical equipment does not fit in the style of the Star Glory Federation. However, we've been away from the center of the cosmos for too long to know the latest achievements of refining in the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Without further study, it will be hard to tell which of them crafted the magical equipment. Understood. Speaker Chui crossed his hands. The sharpest brilliance suddenly beamed out of his eyes. He put on a warm smile and said, "Thank you for your interpretation, Professor Luoda. We're here." The door of the vacuum shuttle opened without a sound. Outside of the shuttle turned out to be a fully enclosed pathway made of soft metal. Passing through the pathway, Liao found himself in a secret chamber that was full of light beams and surveillance magical equipment. Many officers and specialists of the secret police were busy working. At the center of the room, the guy who was sitting majestically in deep thought was Speaker Chui. Liao was slightly dazed. Looking at Speaker Chui next to him again, he discovered that the guy's facial muscles were twisting weirdly into a new appearance that was similar to Speaker Chui except that it was much younger and sharper. Cracking noises were echoing inside the body of Speaker Chui. His whole body instantly expanded, and explosive muscles protruded from the bottom of the protective suit one piece after another. The Speaker Chui bowed to Liao and smiled. "Do excuse me, Professor Luoda." Rapidly blinking, Liao immediately understood what was going on. What had happened just now was another test. It did make sense. Although the guy was merely the head of a government in exile, he was managing a population of more than 100 million after all and could definitely be considered a big shot by any standard. How could such a person get so close to him so easily? Judging from the bulging muscles and the rising temples of Speaker Chui's impersonator, he must be a rather tough battle-type cultivator. If the fake Professor Luoda was truly an assassin and attacked him abruptly just now, it was very possible that the assassin would have been captured on the spot. In the worst-case scenario, even if the assassin's attempt succeeded, the only victim would have been a stand-in. The real Speaker Chui would still be entirely unharmed. It seemed that this Speaker Chui was quite paranoid. He was prudent enough when he was only dealing with an old, strengthless refiner. Liao was wondering why he had been summoned there. It was definitely much more than simply interpreting the Scarlet Ball, which could have been done remotely through a video chat. It would have been unnecessary to bring him there. Thinking quickly, Liao eyed the surroundings without alarming anyone, especially the intimidating-looking fellows among the bodyguards and the officers of the secret police around Speaker Chui. His eyes soon stopped on a tall, slender woman. There were 3 bloody crystal cameras in what should have been her left eye. Such a distinctive feature could only belong to Chang Xuansu, the leader of the secret police of the Internal Affairs Division. Liao's eyes passed Chang Xuansu quickly, but Chang Xuansu stared at him for a long time, especially his smooth, fresh hands. Pretending that he did not notice it, Liao frowned and looked at Speaker Chui in a daze. "Speaker Chui, do you want me to repeat what I said in the shuttle?" "That will be unnecessary. As expected of the best superminute carving specialist on Firefly, your interpretation and operations are quite spectacular. I was watching a live stream of it just now. The real Speaker Chui was sunnier and more outspoken." He smiled at Liao's resistance and mockery before he walked up to Liao with his hands behind his back. Today, we've invited you here for something else, Professor Luoda. Looking at Liao, Cui Lingfeng pointed at a piece of magical equipment with complicated crystal processors and units and said, I would like Professor Luoda to help me take a look at this polygraph, just like how you analyzed the tracking and localization magical equipment. I want you to completely dismantle and scrutinize it. Liao was slightly dazed, but before he opened his mouth, Cheng Xuansu, the head of the secret police who was standing next to him, asked in astonishment, Speaker, what's the meaning of this? There was apparent shock on her face. It appeared that Cui Lingfeng had made the decision only just now, and even his most trusted subordinate did not get a word in advance. Today, Cui Lingfeng said, we are going to hold the most important trial. We cannot keep Captain Tang in prison for too long. The riot outside is getting larger and larger. The more we postpone it, the more likely the whole of Firefly will be mired in chaos. We have to reach a conclusion as quickly as possible. That's why I'm here to speak to Captain Tang in person. However, your interrogation a few days back offered no satisfactory answers. Captain Tang's performance has been immaculate. It has been bothering me which procedure went wrong. Today, we are finally crossing the line and applying a polygraph to the captain of Firefly, however. Is it possible that somebody played tricks on the polygraph a long time ago? If even the polygraph detects nothing abnormal, we will be caught in a very passive position. A weird expression flashed on Cheng Xuansu's face. The specialists of the Internal Affairs Division have already performed a full examination on the polygraph. It is absolutely good. They are all experts in that regard, and it is what Professor Luoda is least good at. He is an outsider after all. What I'm appreciating right now is the fact that he is an outsider. Cui Lingfeng countered. Xuansu, has it ever occurred to you that, if Captain Tang turned into an immortal cultivator since a long time ago and is indeed up to a great scheme, how deep and far must his hands have reached? Is it possible for him to have bribed certain workers in the Internal Affairs Division or asked the specialists of the Internal Affairs Division to play tricks on the polygraph? After all, Captain Tang belongs to the technical staff. The specialists of the Internal Affairs Division are technical staff too. Even if they are doing something in secret, it will be practically impossible for us to notice anything. Cheng Xuansu's face was gloomy. That's impossible. I trust the loyalty of every member of the Internal Affairs Division. It's a very likely possibility, Cui Lingfeng said coldly. Xuansu, do not underestimate our enemy. You of all people should know what Captain Tang is capable of. In another few years, he will seize all power on Firefly. Would it have been strange at all that he bought the support of a few technical officers and refiners of the Internal Affairs Division? Therefore, I've been pondering how exactly we should resolve the dilemma over the last couple of days. The critical problem right now is to find a person that we can trust. Eventually, I found the answer: an outsider. Captain Tang definitely has the capability to bribe certain fellows of the Internal Affairs Division, and he also has the motivation to play tricks on the polygraph. Any specialists could be an immortal cultivator. In only a few days, it is hard for us to decide who is trustworthy and who is not. We can invite a specialist of the Internal Affairs Division here right now and have the polygraph examined on the spot. But if the specialist turned into an immortal cultivator a long time ago, it is absolutely possible for him to conceal the truth about the polygraph from us. Professor Luoda, on the other hand, is different. Before Captain Tang was arrested by us, he was completely an outsider who had nothing to do with the critical magical equipment, such as the polygraph. The idea to ask him to examine the polygraph occurred to me only when I read his analysis report just now. Until Professor Luoda stood right in front of me, I never told anybody else. Therefore, there is absolutely no risk that the secret has been leaked. You all thought that he was invited here to interpret the Scarlet Ball analysis. Therefore, as long as Captain Tang does not boast the technique of prophecy, it is impossible that he could have foreseen that Professor Luoda would be involved and bribe him in advance. Isn't it? Besides, didn't you run a thorough investigation on Professor Luoda when you visited him last time and proved that he is not related to Captain Tang whatsoever and his loyalty to the Star Ocean Republic is unquestionable? Who is a better candidate than him? Cheng Xuansu turned her face. A drop of cold sweat popped up on the half-forehead that Chui Lingfeng could not see. But Professor Luoda does not know the first thing about the polygraph. I don't think that it is necessarily true. Looking at Liao's hands, Chui Lingfeng smiled and said, I believe that the arts of refining definitely have something in common when they have been trained to the highest level. The difficulty in analyzing such a huge polygraph should be much lower than the difficulty in analyzing a piece of tracking and localization magical equipment the size of millet. Show the production and maintenance manuals of the polygraph to Professor Luoda. Even if his judgment may be flawed, I still would like to take the chance. Professor Luoda, what do you say? Chui Lingfeng, Cheng Xuansu, and a number of officers of the secret police all stared at Liao with weird, complicated expressions. Tilting his head and thinking for a while, Liao intentionally slowed down his voice and said, I can have a try, but I'll need some time to read the production and maintenance manuals of the polygraph, and I cannot guarantee that I will find any abnormalities. It's all right, I can wait. Chui Lingfeng made a gesture toward Cheng Xuansu. Bring Professor Luoda all the files related to the polygraph and make him a good pot of tea. It is my understanding that Professor Luoda's favorite tea is green Dragon Ball, right? It's the purple Dragon Ball, Liao replied without raising his head. Should we escort Professor Luoda to go back to fetch his personal refining equipment? Cheng Xuansu asked in a low voice. All the masters of refining are used to their own tools and magical equipment. Whatever magical equipment Professor Luoda needs, just have some bring the gear here for him. Chui Lingfeng sat majestically right across Liao like an overwhelming mountain. But Professor Luoda must stay here within my eyesight, not to be away for so much as 1 second, in case somebody else learns the news and does anything to him. I'm fine. Liao glanced at Cheng Xuansu and waved his hands. The superminute carving knives that I'm used to are not usable for such a piece of huge magical equipment like a polygraph. Just prepare the corresponding maintenance and examination tools of the polygraph. That will do. Understood. Cheng Xuansu nodded heavily, like a switchblade that had been folded. Liao was given 5 jade chips, which he pretended to study for half an hour. During the precious half hour, Speaker Chui, who should have been dedicated to national affairs, simply stood opposite him without doing anything. The guy's thoughtful eyes passed over everyone present in the secret chamber. If there was truly an immortal cultivator among them, they would very likely have revealed loopholes under his stare. Half an hour later, Liao felt that he had dawdled long enough. Nodding at Chui Lingfeng, he warmed up his fingers and began testing the polygraph while everyone else was observing him. The polygraph-type magical equipment was an old friend to him. Years ago, back when he was still on Iron Plateau, it was by taking advantage of the weakness of the Truth Cabinet, an ancient polygraph, that he had been able to unveil the Temple of Immortal scheme and settled the conflicts within Iron Plateau and between the Iron Plateau natives and the space residents. At that time, the Truth Cabinet had been called marvelous and faultless. It was told that no lie could ever pass its test. However, Liao had realized that the so-called polygraph or Truth Cabinet was essentially very precise magical equipment that had its own flaws and weaknesses. As long as the test-taker had a level high enough and knew sufficient tricks, it was totally possible to bypass the machine. Even the polygraph of the highest level could only have an accuracy rate of 99%. The result could not be guaranteed to be correct. If somebody had played tricks on the polygraph internally, the result would be even more dubious. Holding his breath, Liao recalled Professor Luoda's style of refining. He dismantled the arced shell of the polygraph softly, revealing the components that were even more delicate than the parts of a clock. His telepathic thoughts snuck into the machine like soft smoke and flowed slowly over every component and every rune array. Everybody stared at him and his hands without blinking. Suddenly, Liao's hands came to an abrupt halt. Then his eyes froze. His eyebrows were bouncing, and he was mumbling something to himself. Very soon, from the deepest part of the polygraph, he slowly picked out a chip the size of a fingernail. Holding it on his palm, he studied it carefully for a long time. The polygraph seems fine, Liao said to Chui Lingfeng. But an additional remote control rune array has been installed on the chip that controls the sensitivity of the polygraph. Oh! Chui Lingfeng was utterly expressionless. There was not the slightest surprise or confusion on his face. What does it control? It can receive a very feeble telepathic thought remotely and adjust the sensitivity of the polygraph, Liao explained. I once studied certain lie testing and meditation-related magical equipment. The mechanism of such magical equipment is basically the same. Some of them collect a series of biophysical parameters based on the changes of heartbeat, breathing, flow of blood, and facial muscles before they run comparisons with the baseline. Generally speaking, the biophysical parameters of a person are different when they are speaking the truth and when they are telling a lie. For example, accelerated heartbeat, constriction of the pores, enlargement of the pupils, etc. However, for experts who can control the biophysical parameters precisely, such machines can be fooled easily. Another approach is to scan one's brainwaves and monitor the most active part in their brain when they are speaking. Generally speaking, when we are speaking the truth, especially when we are recalling the experiences of the past, the cells of the memory area in the head will be activated. But when we are lying, which requires creativity and new designs, different zones will be activated. The active zones are different, and so are the brainwaves they release. The veracity of the statement can then be decided. The polygraph adopts both of these mechanisms. The perception parts, chips, and rune arrays are all highly sensitive because they are designed to deal with the strongest experts with the most powerful souls. Those people's heads are like impregnable fortresses that can hardly be breached. But as I said, with an extremely feeble, bordering on unrecognizable telepathic thought, the sensitivity of the polygraph can be increased by 10 times or lowered by 90%. Chui Lingfeng squinted. So what? If the sensitivity is 10 times higher, even if Captain Tang is speaking the truth, it may be mistaken for a lie when his brainwaves are overly expanded. Liao said. If the sensitivity is reduced to 1/10, the polygraph will become the most sluggish lie testing machine ever. Experts like Captain Tang can fool it easily. Show me. Chui Lingfeng waved his hands toward Liao. How did you discover it exactly? Don't worry that I might not be able to see through it. You can do it slowly. There's nothing confusing here. It is indeed a very delicate design. But as soon as it is exposed, everybody can notice the anomaly. Liao smiled. He placed the control chip on a special floating platform. The deep blue spotlight and the 10 times magnification lenses immediately enshrouded it. Liao extended 2 pairs of long, narrow forceps, whose ends were as tiny as a hair, into the light. Groping on the surface of the chip for a moment, he raised the forceps and tore off a film that was as thin as paper and almost transparent. Please take a look, speaker. This is an example of the rarely seen film superposition technology. First of all, the rune arrays are stamped on the thin film with refining technology of the mustard seed level. Then, after the thin film is pasted on the surface of the chip, it will be able to affect the normal functions of the chip. You can check the original production and maintenance manuals. There definitely isn't such a film. The greatest advantage of such a film is that it can easily be disposed of after usage. Then, nobody will be able to find any loopholes at all. Also, the rune arrays are carved in quite a sordid way. There's no telling what kind of special ink it adopts, but it is actually transparent under visible light. The file will only be revealed under the illumination of several types of invisible light. Even if it is already revealed, it will be highly difficult for an outsider to notice the film when it is hidden in such an enormous polygraph. It means that, even if another refiner dissects the polygraph into pieces and puts the chip right under your nose, you still wouldn't be able to see the film or the rune arrays on it. Liao rolled the film with the forceps. As he said, under the illumination of the bluish light, the film that was as thin as paper gradually displayed runes that were as complicated as a maze. It is indeed very delicate. Chui Lingfeng stared at the chip so attentively that 2 mazes popped up inside his own eyes. 2. Then, how did you notice such a carefully hidden film, Professor Luoda? It's very simple. By thickness. Liao grinned in a somewhat exaggerated way. If it were any other refiner who is not familiar with the studies of polygraphs, they might have been incapable of discovering the film. Naturally, I failed to notice the existence of the film in the beginning, too. However, I did notice that the chip was 1 decimillimeter, or 0.1 millimeters, thicker than the parameter marked on the production manual. Then, I perceived the insignificant gap between the film and the chip. Brilliance beamed out of the maze inside Chui Lingfeng's eyes. It was truly the right decision to have invited you to examine the polygraph, Professor Luo De. Of course it is the right decision. This is what they call luck. Not modest at all, Li Yao declared confidently. I have a shallow understanding of superminute carving. My research is all about making designs in the tiniest area. Such a trick may be able to fool the other masters, but it definitely can't escape my eyes. You've been troubled, Professor Luo De. Chui Lingfeng smiled at Li Yao friendly. He then turned toward Chang Xuansu. Xuansu, it seems that my guess is correct. Tang Dingyuan's hands have indeed reached the Internal Affairs Division and the Special Investigators. Control everyone that has ever touched the polygraph in every procedure. In 24 hours, I want to know exactly who implanted the film on the polygraph. Understood. Chang Xuansu bowed and nodded heavily. Also, Chui Lingfeng's body did not move, but his head suddenly turned 90 degrees. He stared at a worker in the room casually. Later, you will be responsible for controlling the polygraph, right? Your heart is beating very fast. Are you anxious? Naturally, the worker was also a refiner and an expert meditation healer, considering that he was qualified to control the polygraph. However, how could he expect to resist the overwhelming pressure released by Chui Lingfeng, one of the best admin-type nascent soul-stage cultivators on Firefly? Chui Lingfeng was still seated, not moving at all, but his neck seemed to have been lengthened all of a sudden, allowing to stare at the work right in the eyes. The worker's face was pale. His cold sweat was pouring like a storm. He was almost collapsing to the ground. Xuansu, bring him down, Chui Lingfeng said coldly. Consider him a point of breakthrough. Investigate all the procedures without exception. I want each and every one of them uprooted. The worker was moaning beyond his control. His legs lost all strength, and he almost fell to the ground. But Chang Xuansu reacted quickly enough to grab him by the neck. She shook her arms, and cracking noises echoed from the bones of the worker all over his body. He was completely deprived of the ability to move or talk. 24 hours is unnecessary. Chang Xuansu narrowed her eyes and said, one word after another. In 12 hours, I'll make sure that everyone involved in the scheme has been found. Very good. Chui Lingfeng nodded in great satisfaction. Pondering for a moment, he moved his eyes back to Li Yao and smiled. Professor Luo De, it is inappropriate to trouble two people for the same issue. Now that you have familiarized yourself with the production and maintenance manuals, I believe that it is not going to be a problem for you to ensure that the polygraph runs normally, right? Why don't you operate the polygraph later? Speaker. Chang Xuansu was dazed again. She was about to speak when Chui Lingfeng waved his hands to interrupt her. I know that too many people in the Internal Affairs Division are capable operating a polygraph. However, I still hope that it will be run by someone I choose randomly. Other people are free to observe every detail when Professor Luo De is operating the polygraph, but it shall be strictly forbidden for them to touch the machine. Do you understand? Got it. Chang Xuansu took a long breath. Her eyes suddenly turned deeper than before. I totally got it. Li Yao keenly grasped the unpredictable shimmer in her eyes. He also noticed the subtle expressions on the faces of some other people in the room. He thought of something and nodded. I'll do my best. 5 minutes later, the polygraph was assembled again. Speaker Chui walked to the secret chamber in the next room. An enormous light beam was slowly unfolded in front of Li Yao and the rest of them. What was displayed on the light beam turned out to be a cold, fully enclosed prison cell. The prison cell was neither dirty nor messy. There was not a desk, chair, or bed. Only thick and heavy foam padding were everywhere. As if the warden was worried that the prisoners inside would kill or hurt themselves. Li Yao paid special attention to the environment. As he expected, ventilation tubes, his all-time favorite, could not be found in any corner in the prison cell. In one corner of the prison cell, a slender, middle-aged man, who exuded the air of a sharp saber, was sitting cross-legged. Although he was imprisoned, the resolute, unstoppable aura in him was not in the least diminished. The black hair that was rising into the sky and the dense bear implied insuppressible vigorousness. 2. Brilliance shone in Li Yao's eyes. It was Tang Dingyuan, Tang Xiaoxing's father and captain of Firefly, who actively advocated joining the Star Glory Federation. Speaker Cui Lingfeng versus Captain Tang Dingyuan. The two of them confronted each other in silence. The contradiction between the captain and the speaker could be traced back to a long time ago. When the Star Ocean Republic was in its prime, naturally, the speaker was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the captain. At that time, millions of starships had flown the flag of the Star Ocean Republic, which meant that there were millions of captains who had to listen to the command of the speaker. In terms of administration level, not just the captain of a starship, even the commander of an entire fleet was still far away from the supreme helmsman of the Star Ocean Republic. However, when the territory of the Star Ocean Republic was reduced to Firefly, an amalgamation of hundreds of ragged starships, the relationship between the speaker and the captain turned quite subtle. Theoretically speaking, the speaker was responsible for the administrative affairs and the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic itself, whereas the captain managed the starship and every detail large and small on the starship. However, as the Star Ocean Republic and Firefly gradually became synonyms during the 1,000 years of escape, the conflict between the two parties was almost unavoidable. Dingyuan, with everything coming so far, are you still insisting on your folly? Cui Lingfeng slowly walked to the center of the prison cell and sat cross-legged, exactly like his opponent. You've already lost. If you have the slightest sense of responsibility for Firefly, just get it over with and do not completely ruin the great starship that has sailed for 1,000 years. Tang Dingyuan was silent for a long time, as if Cui Lingfeng did not exist or say anything to him at all. It was not until half a minute later that he finally focused his eyes on his opponent. He sniffed and said, Cui Lingfeng, I always thought that, despite our political disagreement, you could be counted as a man after all, and you were sincerely acting for the sake of Firefly and the Star Ocean Republic. I did not know that you were so vile that not only did you frame me with so much non-existent evidence, you were also shameless enough to try and convince me to give up right in front of my face. Non-existence evidence? Cui Lingfeng smiled. So many secret files have been found in your daughter's crystal processor. There are also the confessions made by Zhang Wenhui, Ji Wenjun, and so on. Ding Zhengyang, your deputy, has accused you too. The chain of evidence is valid and well-constructed. You cannot expect to explain yourself by simply declaring that it is non-existent. You turned into an immortal cultivator a long time ago, and you've been waiting for the best opportunity to surrender to the Imperium of true human beings, haven't you? You've been in touch with the Sci-Fi, a local organization of the immortal cultivators in the Federation, and you even met Lu Qingchen, the leader of the organization and the most wanted criminal in the Federation in secret, didn't you? The Black Wind Fleet, as the expedition army of the Imperium, has already arrived. They are much faster than we imagined. However, they are still observing, waiting, and lurking in the darkness because they intend to find the best opportunity and jump to the most vulnerable part of the Star Glory Federation to launch a thunderous strike. You've been helping the Black Wind Fleet locate the most critical parts of the Federation, haven't you? Tang Dingyuan sniffed. He who has a mind to beat his dog will easily find a stick. If you want to pour dirty water on my head, you can fabricate however many crimes as you want. Why bother asking me? Cui Lingfeng looked at him casually. We'll know soon enough whether or not the crimes are fabricated. I plan to save some dignity for you by asking you to confess on your own, so that the whole incident could be cleaned quickly. But if you are too dogged to plead guilty, your daughter has been arrested. It will be the same if she's the one doing the talking. Tang Dingyuan's pupils constricted violently. Every muscle on his body was tightened, and he was like a warship that was blowing out all its firepower. He bellowed, Cui Lingfeng, it doesn't matter that you set me up, but if you dare lay one finger on my daughter, I won't spare you even if I'm killed and turned into a ghost. Cui Lingfeng sneered. Brother Dingyuan, If you truly love your daughter as you appear to, you shouldn't have used your daughter and her crystal processor as disguises for yourself in the first place. This is all your own fault. Why are you pretending to be in such fury? I didn't. His daughter's safety finally made Tang Dingyuan completely lose control. The anxiety, desperation, and exasperation from the past few days were all vented out. He seemed to have been confined in the corner of the prison cell tightly by barriers, and all he could do was struggle to one of his knees and yell at his opponent. Cui Lingfeng, I am the captain of Firefly, and my daughter is a teacher of Star Ocean University. Even if you are the speaker, you are not qualified to secretly arrest and interrogate us. I have never defected. I am not an immortal cultivator. This is all your scheme. The most shameless scheme. You haven't. Cui Lingfeng sniffed. He suddenly bulged his eyes and raised his voice. You have. You defected a long time ago. You completely lost faith in our cause and in Firefly a long time ago. You have become an out-and-out pessimist and capitulator. You lost all your loyalty to the Star Ocean Republic a long time ago. You do not believe that we can rise again with Firefly. You do not believe that the flag of the Star Ocean Republic can fly at the center of the cosmos again. If you have the tiniest faith in the Star Ocean Republic, why can't you wait to join the Star Glory Federation? If you can surrender to the Star Glory Federation, of course you can surrender to the Imperium of true human beings. After all, you are selling your motherland and your compatriots for a good price, and it is only necessary for you to look for the richest buyer. Tang Dingyuan, Captain Tang, do you deny it? Do you deny that you have completely lost faith in the Star Ocean Republic? His words were darting into Tang Dingyuan's chest like arrows, making his face pale. Even his hair and his beard, which were standing up like swords, seemed to collapse all of a sudden. Taking a deep breath, Tang Dingyuan said with a grave expression, I do not deny that I have lost faith in the Star Ocean Republic. But it is different from defection. You're finally admitting it? Cui Lingfeng squinted. Admitting that you are a cowardly traitor? I am not a traitor. Dragging the invisible shackles, Tang Dingyuan roared like a majestic lion that had fallen into a trap. Cui Lingfeng, the MPs who make speeches every day in Parliament such as yourself are free to talk about all the bullshit like the Star Ocean Republic. Will never perish regardless of the reality. You can fool yourselves and others with your elaborate lies. But for us who command the starship in the bridge, we are faced with tens of thousands of actual problems on a daily basis. We are watching Firefly to decline day after day, yet there is nothing we can do. Spirit, belief, and patriotism are absolutely useless. However firmly we believe in the Star Ocean Republic, it is not going to resolve the actual problems that are happening to the starship or reward us with a piece of bread or a screw. Cannot prevent us from walking toward our doom step by step. Just face reality. The Star Ocean Republic is dead. It died 1,000 years ago. Right now, Firefly, which is drifting in the sea of stars, is nothing more than its corpse. You cannot resurrect the country with the corpse. It will only decay until it becomes a cluster of dust in the cold universe. There's nothing we can do to reverse the trend now. The Star Ocean Republic is the past and our history from 1,000 years ago. If we truly want to march back to the center of the cosmos and to avenge the fall of the Star Ocean Republic in the past, the only choice is to join the Star Glory Federation and combine the forces of the two civilizations of cultivators. That will be the future that belongs to all the cultivators. Shut up. There was no telling whether Cui Lingfeng was acting. His real feelings had been triggered, or it was both. But his face suddenly turned extremely horrible, as if the things that he had cherished for his entire life had been smashed to pieces. You gutless capitulator and traitor, listen up. The Star Ocean Republic is not dead. It will never be dead as long as we exist. One day, we are going to march back to the center of the cosmos and fly the flag of the Republic in each and every corner of the Imperial Terminus sector. His bloodshot eyes and his rising hair, on the other hand, slightly dazed Tang Dingyuan, who observed him carefully before putting on a scornful smile. By we, do you mean you and the rest of the MPs who do not know the first thing about reality? What do you plan to use to march back to the center of the cosmos? Your spirit and passion. Taking a deep breath, Cui Lingfeng stared at Tang Dingyuan with obvious disdain. For a pure technical officer and a great weapon worshipper such as yourself, it is only natural that you do not understand the importance of spirit. You'll simply surrender to whoever has the tougher starships and cannons. Nothing more. However, let me tell you, the power of spirit is never to be underestimated. Every man needs a bit of spirit. 1,000 years ago, had it not been for the spirit that you despise, our passion and loyalty to the Star Ocean Republic, how could we have broken out of the siege and escaped the evil hands of the Imperium time and time again? How could we have persisted to this day after losing 80% of our population and the armed forces? As the commander of a warship, you should know more clearly than me that under normal circumstances, a troop will completely collapse after losing 20% of its soldiers at most. But we didn't. We didn't collapse but made it to this day. When the entire universe has been divided by the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, we, the Star Ocean Republic, are still fighting. I refuse to call what we are doing right now fighting, Tang Dingyuan sneered. Just think about the last time we encountered the claw fleet of the Imperium. We were even more devastated than stray dogs on the street. If you want a real fight, you can only join the Star Glory Federation and combine the forces of the two parties. That's the only way that we can have a slim chance of marching back to the center of the cosmos. You ask me whether or not I have lost faith in the Star Ocean Republic. Yes, I never hide my thoughts. I believe that the Star Ocean Republic is hopeless. It is dead since a long time ago. But you ask me whether or not I'm a traitor. No, I love the Star Ocean Republic as much as you do. I'm willing to inherit the spirit of the Star Ocean Republic, too. But I also hope that the Star Ocean Republic can be reborn with a new name and a new appearance. The Star Ocean Republic is the supreme country of mankind that has inherited the spirit of the Star Ocean Imperium. If we call the Star Ocean Imperium the first cultivation civilization, in which human beings dominated the Sea of Stars, the Star Ocean Republic will be the second cultivation civilization. Today, after 1,000 years, the Star Glory Federation is promising to become the third cultivation civilization, succeeding the spirit that has been passed on to the Star Ocean Republic from the Star Ocean Imperium. It may accomplish the destiny that no cultivators in the past 10,000 years ever accomplished by letting the powerful civilization of cultivators sweep across the universe again. Those are my thoughts. I am not surrendering to the Star Glory Federation. I'm merely injecting the spirit of the Star Ocean Republic, which I hold dear and swear to protect, into the Star Glory Federation. We will create a stronger, brighter country of cultivators that boasts a boundless future on the body of the Star Ocean Republic. Tang Dingyuan's voice was as cold as hail in the beginning, but in the end, it became thunder mixed with fire as he continued screaming. Cui Lingfeng seemed to be caught unprepared by his speech. There was bewilderment and confusion all over his face. Looking at your face right now, if your acting skills are not flawless, I'm almost inclined to believe that you did nothing in secret. Tang Dingyuan sat back down and was caught in deep thought. While pondering, he mumbled, "Then, it's rather terrible now. The two of us, the Speaker of the Government in Exile and the Captain of Firefly, have been set up at the same time." Cui Lingfeng frowned. "I beg your pardon?" Tang Dingyuan glanced at him and sneered. "Speaker Cui, I'll believe in your love and loyalty to the Star Ocean Republic for now. However, the we that you said just now may not be the same. Not every MP is ready to flee for another 1,000 years with zealous loyalty like you. For most MPs, the only thing they care about is the tiny bit of power and position in their hands, which allows them to live in a more spacious cabin and get access to the more delicious synthesized food. If they have the chance, those MPs won't hesitate to sell their loyalty and their spirit. Like you said just now, they can sell it to the Federation, and they can sell it to the Imperium, too." Narrowing his eyes, Cui Lingfeng said, one word after another. "What do you mean? Explain yourself. Do you really think that all the MPs are willing to cruise to the end of the universe under the name of the Star Ocean Republic like you?" Tang Dingyuan said calmly. "Yes, They've been acting in such a way in Parliament. They are all selfless and loyal to the country. But that's only because the name of Star Ocean Republic hasn't reached a good price in their heart. Do you want to know how many MPs have come to me in secret, stating that they actually do not object to joining the Star Glory Federation but never dare say it out aloud because of your coercion and tyranny? Silent, Chui Lingfeng stared at Tang Dingyuan. Tang Dingyuan looked back at him without giving in. Brother Dingyuan, we'll call it a day today, Chui Lingfeng said slowly. There's something else I must attend to. You should hurry. Tang Dingyuan smiled miserably. If you were not acting just now and you truly have found evidence from my daughter's crystal processor and Ding Zhengyang, he is the acting captain now, right? Is really accusing me, then we, Firefly, the government in exile, and the Star Glory Federation are in serious trouble. When Chui Lingfeng walked out of the prison cell, he was greeted by silence in the surveillance room next door. He instantly regained his tranquility, too. His face seemed to be covered in a thick ice shell, not revealing his real emotions at all. He merely stared at Liao and said, Professor Luoda, what's the result? Well, Liao pretended to turn over the operation manuals of the polygraph somewhat clumsily and compared the biophysical parameters and the variation of the brainwaves collected just now with the standard baseline as marked on the manual. Based on the data we have collected, Captain Tang behaved normally from beginning to end. The odds that he was speaking the truth are 81%, and the odds that he was lying are 12%, with 7% being ambiguities. Therefore, Captain Tang was very likely to be telling the truth, Chui Lingfeng remarked. Liao nodded. He thought for a moment and added, Not necessarily. The polygraph is a type of magical equipment after all, and any type of magical equipment has loopholes. It is a matter of whether or not the loopholes are identified and taken advantage of. As long as Captain Tang's cultivation is high enough for him to manipulate his brain cell activity and the variation of his brainwaves freely, or if he masters certain marvelous tricks of speech that allow him to make half-true half-false, or very misleading statements, it is very possible that the polygraph can be fooled. That's enough. The final conclusion will be drawn by me. All you need to do is show me all the parameters that have been gathered. Chui Lingfeng's face was so gloomy that it looked like a dam that was about to collapse. It only took him 1 second to consider before he turned to Cheng Xuansu, who was standing next to Liao. Xuansu, how many troops can you gather and mobilize in secret in half an hour? The number doesn't matter, but they must not be caught by anyone. The head of the secret police pondered for a moment and said, 2 rapid response squads of the Internal Affairs Division, the guards of the Speaker, and 2 legions that are absolutely loyal to us in the Republic Guard Corporation. Excellent. Chui Lingfeng waved his hands and declared quickly, Summon all the officers and experts above the building foundation stage in those troops. Make sure that they arrive in half an hour. Also, inform Acting Captain Ding Zhengyang that we have made a groundbreaking development in our interrogation, and intelligence of paramount importance has been retrieved. Invite him to come to this place in person. Yes, sir. The air in the surveillance room was so intense that it was almost exploding. Cheng Xuansu did not ask anything more, but simply stood at attention before she turned on the tactical crystal processor and began operating fast. However, after she had only triggered more than 10 light beams, and before she was able to send the messages out, explosions each wave louder than the last were already echoing outside, followed by great earthquakes. A lot of crystal processors and magical equipment in the room fell to the ground and cracked into pieces. Boom! 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 They seemed to be placed in a vulnerable underground fortress that was being bombarded by the enemy crazily. Many people felt that they were throwing out their guts from their throat because of the quakes. The illumination arrays in the room waxed and waned. All the crystal processors and magical equipment that were still connected to the wires of spiritual energy were all uttering ominous noises. The light beams that Cheng Xuansu triggered with her crystal processor were twisted and perished silently one after another, only to be replaced by new, extremely chaotic pictures. Cheng Xuansu's face suddenly turned paler than ever. Chui Lingfeng strode forward, demanding, What's going on? A riot. Cheng Xuansu turned on more than 10 light beams in a row. On every light beam, there was nothing except dense heads that occupied that entire picture. The excited crowds and the armed forces of unknown backgrounds, many of whom were even wearing crystal suits, were instigating trouble on Firefly and sabotaging everything in their way. Tang Dingyuan's supporters seemed to be launching riots everywhere on Firefly at the same time. They have occupied quite a few crucial cabins and blocked the traffic. They are also fooling a lot of innocent people into going with them. It will be difficult for us to deal with them if we do not want to injure innocent people. Not good. An elite force is coming here. They are trying to break into the prison and rescue Tang Dingyuan. Pa! Along with Cheng Xuansu's exclamation, all the illumination arrays in the room suddenly died out at the same time, leaving them absolute darkness, which was driven away by the emergency lights a moment later. However, the red lights whose brightness felt like blood added to the unease of all the people who were illuminated by them. This is a prison break that has been planned for a long time. It even targets against the speaker directly. Gnashing her teeth, Cheng Xuansu grabbed Cui Lingfeng and shouted, "Hurry up and escort the speaker to the No. 1 fortress." The explosions, screams, and sound of metal being torn apart grew louder and louder. Tides of spiritual energy, each higher than the last, were also blasting the door of the room. The supposedly ultra-solid door was as thin as a metal plate. Dents that collapsed inward had been blown out one after another. It seemed that the door would be completely blown up any second. Group Red Phoenix, escort the speaker to retreat together with me. Group Green Dragon and Group Black Turtle, hold this position as best as you can. Group White Tiger, take the fake speaker to break out of the siege through the second exit to distract the enemy's attention, bringing 4 bodyguards that looked like huge bears. Cheng Xuansu protected Cui Lingfeng in the middle. Speaker, let's go. It is no longer safe here. Blinking his eyes and observing everything, Liao almost found it irresistible to scratch his messy hair without considering his image. It should not be Long Yangjun and her companions. In terms of time, they should not be so fast. In terms of style, they should not be acting so rashly either. Also, a riot that was taking place in every corner of the entire Firefly simultaneously? The chaos of such enormity was certainly not something that Long Yangjun and her companions could initiate in a hurry. Then, the conclusion was very obvious. Thinking quickly, Liao cried toward Cui Lingfeng pitifully, "Speaker, what do I do?" Surrounded by 4 bodyguards, Cui Lingfeng glanced at Liao quickly and said, "Bring Professor Luoda too." Cheng Xuansu frowned. "But, no buts," Cui Lingfeng declared stubbornly. "Professor Luoda is a guest that I have invited, and I am responsible for his safety. Come on, Professor." Together with Cui Lingfeng, Liao was protected by the 4 bears in black combat suits. As he got on another fully enclosed vacuum shuttle, after passing through a zigzagging secret tunnel, Cheng Xuansu drove the shuttle in person. "Summon all the troops that are loyal to us to the No. 1 fortress." Then, Cui Lingfeng's lips trembled for a long time. His face that had been sealed in ice since he left the prison cell finally broke apart. He seemed to have grown older by 50 years in just one moment, and all the vitality in his body was leaking out quickly through the cracks on his face. He stuttered for a long time but still failed to conclude the sentence. It was not until a long hesitation that he finally closed his eyes in pain and said, "Then, draft a message. When we are left with absolutely no choice, ask for the Star Glory Federation's help." After a brief silence, Cheng Xuansu softly said, "Understood, Speaker." The decision seemed to have drained all the blood inside Cui Lingfeng's body. He was like a totally different person from when Liao first met him. Collapsing to his seat helplessly, he stared at a non-existent fly in the air for a long time before he suddenly said, "Professor, you heard the whole conversation between me and Captain Tang just now. Tell me about it. Do you and the people around you believe that the Star Ocean Republic has been dead since a long time ago, like Captain Tang?" Liao was slightly dazed. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I don't know. The only things that I care about are technological issues. Such questions have never been my concern." Then, I will have to ask you to consider the issue carefully now. Cui Lingfeng gazed at Liao in a trance. Professor Luoda, the answer of an outsider who is not interested in politics such as you is perhaps very important for me and the entire Star Ocean Republic right now. Liao truly felt that he was caught in a dilemma. How would the real Professor Luoda react when he was asked such a question? After thinking for a long time, he replied, I am a refiner who doesn't know the first thing about politics. In the eyes of the technical staff such as me, what I think doesn't matter. What matters more is the facts. If what I think is enough to make magical equipment successful, then all kinds of divine artifacts will fly in the sky everywhere. It's true that I don't care about the affairs of the outside world much, but I do know the fundamental great events. Right now, the Star Glory Federation is faced with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings as much as we are. Everybody says that we only stand a slim chance of winning if we unite. Otherwise, the Star Ocean Republic will definitely soon be dead, even if it is not dead for now. Cui Lingfeng sighed. As if he had finally found a target that he could speak to about all the feelings in his heart, he smiled bitterly. I do not object to the unification with the Star Glory Federation, but the order and legitimacy issues are critical. Don't think that I'm greedy about the pitiful power in my hands. No, I only hope to preserve the great and proud name of the Star Ocean Republic. I am willing to do anything and abandon anything for the name. Well? Blinking hurriedly, Liao asked, do you mean that if the new country after the unification continues using the name of the Star Ocean Imperium, you will agree on the arrangement even if the Parliament on Firefly is disbanded immediately and you are forced to retire? Yes. Cui Lingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Thick veins were protruding out of the back of his fists that had been clenched tightly, too. He declared resolutely, it doesn't matter whether or not I am the speaker. What matters is the revival and renaissance of the Star Ocean Republic. From our ancestors to us, we have sailed for 1,000 years. The blood and lives of so many people have been frozen in the dark universe. Isn't the rise of the Star Ocean Republic what they died for? Liao was lost for words for a moment. If Speaker Cui Lingfeng was greedy about his power, Liao could have come up with 100 methods to deal with him. But as it turned out, the guy was a rather enthusiastic Star Ocean Republic fundamentalist. Then, Liao scratched his head and thought hard for a moment. Then, he realized something and reached into his pocket. The few bears around them immediately got anxious. However, what Liao picked out of his pocket was nothing but a green, rhombic crystal the size of a fingernail. The crystal rotated in Liao's hand slowly, emitting a bright green air, like a mini dancer. Smiling, Liao pushed the crystal to Cui Lingfeng. This material is named green soft crystal, Liao said. It is a very common crystal that can be burnt with spiritual energy. The ignition point of the material is 525 degrees. Because of the high stability it boasts, the material is often adopted in the defense rune arrays and the stabilization rune arrays. Because it is steady enough and highly compatible with many other materials, it is helpful during the craft of many kinds of magical equipment. Therefore, almost every refiner will carry 1 or 2 pieces of the material with them. Cui Lingfeng was slightly dazed, looking at Liao in confusion. However, the green soft crystal in my hands is not from the stock of Firefly but purchased in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, where it does not go by the name. The local term for the material is Emerald Brightness Crystal. Do you see what I'm getting at, Speaker? In the Star Ocean Republic, it is known as Green Soft Crystal, whereas it goes by the name of Emerald Brightness Crystal in the Star Glory Federation. But for me, I don't care about what it is called at all. What I care about is whether or not it is the material that I desire and whether or not it has the qualities and functions that I need. Whether it is named Green Soft Crystal or Emerald Brightness Crystal, the qualities of the material won't change in the slightest. The trafficability will still be around 79%, the ignition point will still be 525 degrees, and the hardness, crispness, compatibility, functions, everything will be the same. Therefore, when I am going to run an experiment that requires such a material, does it really matter what the material is called exactly? On the contrary, the Star Glory Federation in fact also has a material named green soft crystal. However, it is the very opposite of the green soft crystal that we know in terms of qualities and functions. Can I simply use the Star Glory Federation's green soft crystal in a highly dangerous experiment just because the names of the two materials are the same? Cui Lingfeng was slightly dazed and deep in thought. It's true that I have barely touched politics in my life, and I don't understand the topics that you were arguing about just now. They're too sophisticated for me. However, if I do have to make a choice, I think that what Captain Tang said is not entirely unreasonable. The Star Ocean Republic is certainly a great country. We boast a great history and tear-triggering heroes that are worth being proud of. Our struggle against the Imperium in the past 1,000 years is itself a twisting, soul-stirring legend and an out-and-out miracle. Therefore, if we inject the proud history, the tear-triggering heroes, and the miracles from the past 1,000 years into the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation will fully succeed the spirit and ideology of the Star Ocean Republic. The people of the Star Glory Federation will regard our history as their history, our heroes as their heroes, and our miracles as their miracles. Isn't that much more important than simply changing the name of the country? As long as their qualities are the same, it doesn't matter at all whether the material is called green soft crystal or emerald brightness crystal. If it doesn't matter at all, Cui Lingfeng frowned. Why can't we insist on our name and called it green soft crystal? Well, about that, it's because... Blinking quickly, Liao said, it's because there will be more practical benefits if the Star Glory Federation keeps its original name than if it is renamed into the Star Ocean Republic. Is that so? Cui Lingfeng had only considered Professor Luo De to be someone whom he could talk about his feelings with. He did not expect that the professor would really offer valuable input. What practical benefits? Speaker, look, all the media on Firefly is analyzing the Great War to come, Liao said. Even I often catch a thing or two about their comments, although I'm not always interested in national affairs. However, it has occurred to me that most of the discussions were limited to how we should deal with the expedition army of the Imperium, or to wit, the Black Wind Fleet. They are talking as if everything will be good after the Black Wind Fleet is defeated. But I don't think that is right. The Black Wind Fleet is just one of the expedition armies of the Imperium. After the Imperium of true human beings stole the hundreds of sectors of the Star Ocean Republic, they have more than 100,000 starships and countless high-level cultivators. Even if we do defeat the Black Wind Fleet eventually, as long as the Imperium of true human beings is determined to destroy us because they consider us a great enough threat, they can always send out a White Wind Fleet, Yellow Wind Fleet, Purple Wind Fleet, or a fleet of any color you want. After the expedition armies come at us in turn, we will only be crushed by the Imperium of true human beings, however powerful our spirit is, right? Yes. Cui Lingfeng thought carefully. Keep going. The only reason the Imperium of true human beings is not chasing us and sweeping the edge of the cosmos with full strength is because they are stopped by the alliance of the Holy Covenant at the center of the cosmos. In the eyes of the Imperium, it is the most important thing to fight for the hegemony against the Covenant alliance at the center of the cosmos, and it is just an insignificant issue to destroy the secondary forces at the edge of the cosmos. That's why we are able to catch our breath and develop in secret. If we defeat the Black Wind Fleet under the name of the Star Glory Federation, when the news reaches the Imperial Terminus sector, it is possible that the Imperium will consider us a relatively tough country of barbarians. When they are planning to deal with us, they will weigh the possible gains and losses. It is unlikely that they will spare the elite forces who are confronting the Covenant alliance to conquer us. Maybe, after they realize that the cost of conquest and occupation is too high, and the losses will possibly outweigh the gains, they will even consider negotiation or even acquirement, right? Throughout history, the Central Dynasty has ever been capable of demolishing all the barbaric kingdoms nearby. The Imperium of true human beings is no exception. However, if we crush the Black Wind Fleet under the name of the Star Ocean Republic, it will be a whole different issue. For the Imperium of true human beings, the Star Ocean Republic is its antecedent, and it was not a particularly honorable process when they stole the power of the antecedent. We will forever be a thorn in the throat of the Imperium. It may be tolerable for the Imperium if an unknown, desolate country is discovered at the edge of the cosmos, but it will certainly be an intolerable threat if the antecedent has been rekindled and even boasts the capabilities of defeating an elite fleet of the Imperium. That will shake the foundation of the Imperium of true human beings. At that time, the Imperium of true human beings will certainly not bother about the cost and send out, as I said just now, the expedition armies of all kinds of colors in order to annihilate the remnants of the former regime. In conclusion, what I'm trying to say is that the name Star Glory Federation is more low-key right now, and the Star Ocean Republic is too eye-catching. Now that we are in such a disadvantageous situation, it is truly unnecessary for us to care about the formalities. Survival is the more important issue. Chui Lingfeng stared at Liao for a long time without saying anything. There was no telling whether he was considering what Liao had said or thinking about something else. Suddenly, he said, "It never occurred to me that you are not only an excellent refiner but also boast such strategic insight, Professor Luoda. Well, during the spare time when I am not refining, I occasionally read political comments on some media as a way to relax myself and to train my mind." "Is that so?" Glancing at the indifferent, bear-like bodyguards sitting next to them, Liao was wondering what he should do when the vacuum shuttle shuddered slightly. It seemed to have reached the stop. "Speaker, we are here." Chang Xuansu got off first and opened the door of the shuttle for them from the outside. The 4 bodyguards then left the vehicle, too, while surrounding Chui Lingfeng and Liao in the middle. However, the outside did not appear to be anything like a one fortress. It was a rusted, empty, forsaken station with dim lights. The wind mixed with the smell of rust that was blowing from nobody knew where added to the creepy air of the place. Shua! 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 Behind Liao and Chui Lingfeng, the 4 bear-like bodyguards all summoned their crystal suits without a sound, turning into 4 hideous steel beasts. The 3 crystal cameras on Chang Xuansu's left face were so red that blood seemed to be dripping at any point. The head of the secret police picked up a mini storm bolter of a particularly large caliber from the holster hanging on her waist. She stared at Chui Lingfeng expressionlessly. Everything was already said in the silence. Glancing at the environment that he was in, Chui Lingfeng slightly shivered and understood everything. He asked, his face pale, "You are not Chang Xuansu? You're wrong." The head of the secret police adjusted the triggering frequency of the crystals in her storm bolter and casually said, "I am Chang Xuansu, not impersonated by anyone. That's impossible. Everybody on Firefly can be an immortal cultivator, but you absolutely can't be." As if he had been fired upon by the fleet of the Imperium, Chui Lingfeng was entirely consumed by invisible fire. "Your father was the greatest hero during Firefly's 1,000-year voyage. He led us to break out of the sieges of the army of the Imperium that were hundreds of times greater than us again and again. Had it not been for his valiant sacrifice in the end, it would have been impossible for us to make it to this day. You're his daughter. How can you be an immortal cultivator? How can you surrender to the Imperium?" Chang Xuansu laughed. Her smile was as cold as the shell of the starship, which was placed in the deep, dark vacuum of the universe. "That man was not my father but the sperm provider for me. You retrieved his sperm that was stored deep inside the starship 278 years after he died and fertilized me. He and I are not associated at all." "Why?" Chui Lingfeng asked, one word after another. "Why are you doing this?" "You forced us to," Chang Xuansu said. "We did not plan to kill you in the beginning. You were quite a good shield. You could also stabilize the situation on Firefly as much as possible before the Black Wind Fleet arrives. You were also the best person to deal with the Star Glory Federation for now. However, you were paranoid enough to come up with the solution of choosing a random refiner to examine the polygraph. Our dear Professor Luoda also happened to be professional enough to really see through the loopholes of the machine. Therefore, we were left with no other choice." Chui Lingfeng raised his voice. "I am asking why you betrayed your father and the glory of the Star Ocean Republic and gave in to the Imperium of true human beings. Why, you ask?" Holding the handle of the gun and touching it for a long time, Chang Xuansu chuckled. She stared at Chui Lingfeng's face carefully and said, "You should ask yourself that question, Sir Speaker. What kind of zealot could possibly support your sick belief and make you believe that the Star Ocean Republic still exists? That such a firefly jumbled up by hundreds of piles of garbage can sail for another 1,000 years and even march back to the center of the cosmos to defeat the invincible imperium of true human beings one day?" Tang Dingyuan was not wrong at all. The Star Ocean Republic is long dead. It died the moment Wu Yingqi barged into the Supreme Parliament and declared that he was the speaker. Firefly is nothing more than its dead body, and we are the insignificant worms living inside the body that is gradually decaying. Marching back to the center of the cosmos? Reviving the Star Ocean Republic? It's not going to happen. Just stop your fantasy already. Gazing at Cheng Xuansu, Chui Lingfeng seemed to be planning to open her skull with his eyes that were as sharp as hooks. His voice was quite low, but it was filled with desperate strength. "Xuansu, even you think so, too? Even if it is a fantasy, it is not my own dream but the dream of tens of thousands of people, including your father. Your father and so many other heroes who were exactly like him dedicated their lives to the dream without regrets. They sacrificed their everything just to leave a chance of hope for the great country 1,000 years ago. How could you? How could you possibly think in such a way?" There was nothing but indifference on Cheng Xuansu's face, but the brightness in her artificial eyes grew darker and darker, turning from red to purple and from purple to black. She said coldly, "Let me repeat myself. That man is not my father. The so-called hope of the Star Ocean Republic is just a delusion that obstinate guys such as yourself fool yourselves with. What does it have to do with me? Perhaps, for you, the Star Ocean Republic really stands for an episode of great history. It means a lot of things. It is even possibly who you are. Many of you were born at the center of the cosmos and grew up in the prime of the Star Ocean Republic. You witnessed and enjoyed the magnificence and prosperity of the country yourselves, like my sperm provider did. Then, you were packed into the hibernation capsules like zombies and slept to this today for the entire voyage. It is only natural that you reminisce about the country of old that has been gone for a long time. But what about me? I was born in the cold, dark, narrow, and damp boat. Throughout my life, I have been faced with incessant disasters. Today, this cabin had a leakage. Tomorrow, that tube exploded. The day after that, a famine was caused because of a fault in the artificial greenhouse. Behind us are countless pursuers from the Imperium, and in front of us is the dark universe that no human beings have ever set foot in before. Our ragged starship is rusting and decaying day by day, too. There is absolutely no hope at all. If that was all, it might have passed. But you also have the habit of fooling yourselves with the glory of the Star Ocean Republic in the past, and telling jokes such as marching back to the center of the cosmos. Just because I am that man's daughter, just because his blood flows in my veins, and just because of your continuous bullshit, I volunteered to receive the harshest training from the age of 5. Stimulated by the lies, I kept breaking limits, trying to change myself into a hero, just like that man, only to find that I turned myself into such a wretched appearance with injuries all over my body. Then, after realizing that I'd been tricked the whole time, that what I fought for in my entire life was nothing more than a joke that could never be fulfilled, isn't betrayal the most normal reaction that I should have? You asked me why I chose the Imperium of true human beings? The reason is simple. I've had enough of the days on Firefly, the suffocating air, the narrow cabins, the tasteless food, the fears day and night, the hopeless voyage in the darkness in which everybody looks like a headless fly. I've had enough of everything. I have devoted half of my life to the carrion named the Star Ocean Republic. For the rest of my life, I am going to switch to a different way of living. I'm going to live like a real human being. Chui Lingfeng himself looked quite like a zombie that had been dead for a long time. He hissed, "Even so, even if you truly hate living on Firefly, you can also choose the Star Glory Federation. What's the difference between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Ocean Republic?" Cheng Xuansu snorted. "Both of you are destined to fall under the conquest of the Imperium of true human beings. I have escaped once, and I do not intend to be a stray dog twice. Not even if I must be killed. The Imperium can offer me everything that I want. Everything. So, Chui Lingfeng said poignantly, you have betrayed your compatriots and degenerated into an immortal cultivator? Cheng Xuansu looked at him scornfully. What's the difference between a cultivator and an immortal cultivator? Everybody can say the nice words. Cultivators are the sabers of humanity, or cultivators are born to protect the ordinary people. But is it the truth? If the cultivators of the Star Ocean Republic such as yourself are truly so great and so supported by the general public, how on earth did Wu Yingqi have the chance to usurp the power of the Supreme Parliament and crown himself Black Star the Great? Let's shift to the examples that are closer. Even on the tiny Firefly, doesn't a higher cultivation mean better privileges and greater powers? The ordinary people and the ground floor sailors live in the dark, damp, narrow cabins. Many of them do not even have their independent sleep capsules. They have to share a room with their family and go to sleep in turns. The high and mighty cultivators, both the MPs and the commanders in the bridge such as Tang Dingyuan in comparison, enjoy privileges hundreds of times better than the ordinary people, don't you? At the very least, you don't need to cram into the same sleep capsule in turns, right? There are more than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators on Firefly, but I have never seen any nascent soul stage cultivator whose cabin is smaller than the cabin of a ground floor sailor. And these are just the legal differences. As for the illegal businesses that the MPs under your lead have been doing, how they gather assets with their power and trade them on the black market and so on, I don't even want to waste my time talking about them. So, what's the difference between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators? What's essentially different between the Star Ocean Republic and the Imperium of true human beings? Chui Lingfeng's face was flushing. It was just a means to an end in the troubled times. Of course, the troubled times. Cheng Xuansu chuckled. I still recall that during the last troubled time, because of a serious shortage of food, the parliament at that time even made the decision that natural conception and birth were strictly forbidden. All the sperms and eggs were frozen in order to precisely control the number of newborn babies according to the resource circulation status and the change of population. I was born through such precise control under the policy. Does it look like something that the cultivators should do? Chui Lingfeng's eyes were twitching violently, as if his heart was being savaged hard. He breathed heavily and said, it was a tough decision, but we didn't have a choice. We had limited space and resources on the starship. If the population grew exponentially beyond control, there would certainly be a grave food crisis later. Everybody would have been caught in a terrible dog-eat-dog hell. The policy has proved to be effective. After 100 years of difficulties, we finally overcame the problem of food shortage. Our society returned to normal and was back to life again. Speaker, Cheng Xuansu said, do you think that I'm criticizing the policy from that time? No. On the contrary, I couldn't agree with the policy more. Under the circumstances at that time, it was the only possible plan if our civilization was to be continued. After realizing that, I suddenly thought everything through. In many cases, right and wrong are meaningless, and being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator are also meaningless, because we don't have a choice. There are limited resources and space on Firefly, but the population can grow to infinity at any point. For the continuity of our civilization, we have made a lot of decisions that couldn't be helped. Then, from a broader point of view, isn't the entire civilization of mankind, piloted by the Imperium of true human beings, nothing more than a slightly larger Firefly in the boundless dark universe? Perhaps, for the continuity of the entire civilization of mankind, the Imperium has to make a lot of decisions that can't be helped, too. Chui Lingfeng was truly dazed. Pondering for a moment, he trembled hard and said, Where did you learn such heterodoxy? Cheng Xuansu chuckled. Do not underestimate the desolate land at the edge of the cosmos. Aren't such places where the great hermits in the legends live? President Lu Qingchen of the Sci-Fi is really a scholar who has done profound studies on the truth path of immortality. Many of his ideas are truly enlightening and mind-blowing. All right, if you don't have any further questions, let's call it a day today. I am sorry, Speaker. No, Uncle Chui. Despite the bullshit with which you deceived me for decades, Let me call you Uncle Chui one last time. Nobody wanted things to end up like this. Really, it's nothing personal. It can even be barely counted as a conflict of beliefs. I just want to live a life of a real human being that I should have been granted a long time ago. Cheng Xuansu raised her pistol and aimed at the center of Chui Lingfeng's eyebrows. I remember that years back, when I was too exhausted to stand up because of training, you always encouraged me by saying that I could definitely make a miracle if I persisted to the end. However, it is a pity that the days when I believed in miracles are long gone. Chui Lingfeng's face was as gray as that of a dead person. He seemed to be so aggrieved that he could not say anything anymore. Well? Scratching his hair, Liao raised his hand, hinting that he wanted to say something. Huh? Cheng Xuansu raised her eyebrow. The redness released from her artificial eyes locked on Liao precisely before she said, Professor Luoda, I'm very sorry that you are involved in this incident. You can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Any last words? I don't have any last words, but there is truly something that I would like to say. Looking at Chui Lingfeng and then at Cheng Xuansu, Liao blinked and said, Firstly, in my humble opinion, since the universe is such a vast place, there must be miracles occasionally. Secondly, for the two of us, one indeed does not have much good luck today, but sadly, it is probably not me. When Liao said out not me, bellows that sounded like primeval beasts that were waking up echoed inside Liao's body. A surging tide seemed to have broken the dam and raged on the land. The air around him changed drastically in only half a second. The 3 crystal cameras on Cheng Xuansu's left face were so red that they were almost exploding. Without any hesitation, she aimed the mini storm bolter at Liao and opened fire 6 times in a row. The mini storm bolter had been crazily modified by the refiners of the Internal Affairs Division. Together with Cheng Xuansu's marvelous technique, 6 explosive bullets that had been embedded with the pieces of marrow crystals almost rushed out simultaneously. 5 of them darted toward Liao's forehead, heart, abdomen, and knees, and the last one took a turn and sprinted toward Chui Lingfeng like lightning. The moment the bullets blew out of the barrel, Cheng Xuansu threw away the gun and retreated. She crossed her hands and then opened them like a blossoming lotus flower. Streaks of brightness flowed out of her fingers and turned into a crystal suit, covering her body layer by layer. Take them down! Cheng Xuansu shrieked. Like a most precise killing machine, she made every right decision. However, it did not help at all. Liao's body suddenly blurred, as if invisible gels had been unleashed from every pore on his body and formed a soft shield right in front of him, stagnating the 5 explosive bullets that were attacking himself. As for the last bullet that was launched toward Chui Lingfeng, he simply grabbed it with his hands. Boom! The explosive bullet was highly sensitive. It exploded brutally into dark red fireballs the moment it met a hindrance, but Liao was still holding it inside his hands as if his hands were on fire. The 4 heavily armed officers of the secret police lunged at Liao, shouting from every direction. But before they stretched out their arms, Liao's right hand that as clenching the fireball already pressed into the breastplate of the first officer hard. All the damage entailed in the explosive bullet turned into beam of particles that were like drizzles and tore apart the super high-intensity breastplate more than easily. The chest of the officer was blown into pieces. Pa! 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 Liao waved his left hand. The other 5 bullets that had been frozen in midair were suddenly reversed and hit the second officer. The 5 bullets were not imposed with powerful pressure by Liao. Also, the officer had enough time to open up his spiritual shield. Therefore, he was not greatly hurt. However, his eyesight and the sensation rune arrays of his crystal suit were disrupted by the sparks raised by the explosion. During the moment of dazzling brilliance, a super tensile crystal thread that was 90% thinner than a hair crawled into the crystal suit through the gap between his helmet and his breastplate. It breached his jaw and nostrils, penetrated into his brain, and churned brutally in a helical form after it was filled with spiritual energy. The brain of the second officer was immediately wrecked. The crystal thread was exactly the localization antenna that the real Professor Luoda crafted in order to trace Tang Xiaoxing. But for a monster of Liao's level, A tiny antenna could also be an unparalleled dead weapon that could kill an expert easily. It was not until this moment that Liao began summoning the mystic skeleton battlesuit. His back was still utterly undefended. The third officer crashed at him like an angry rhino. The dagger in his hand that was cracking with electric arcs also looked like the horn of a rhino. But he still did not have the opportunity to reach within half a meter from Liao. When the guy was still 1 meter away, Liao halted the iron-armed rhino that weighed more than 5 tons together with his crystal suit in midair through a remote manipulation technique. Then he opened his fingers, and the crystal suit on the secret police exploded into tiny and broken pieces that were flying randomly in the air. In the end, he moved his hand back and pushed it forward. The officer of the secret police was immediately blown hundreds of meters away, as if he had been hit brutally by a super high-speed crystal train that happened to be invisible. After a deafening explosion, he crashed into a meat pie on the rusted wall of the cabin. From the moment Chang Xuansu pulled the trigger, to the 3 super experts of the secret police were killed miserably, it took less than 5 seconds. Chang Xuansu's crystal suit had been donned, but she did not put on the helmet and the facial cover. Her pale face that was barely recognizable was displayed to Liao and Cui Lingfeng clearly. Liao's crystal suit was donned, too. Although it was just a regular mystic skeleton battlesuit, in such a dark and creepy environment, it was as dreadful as if it had been possessed by 100,000 ghosts living in the deepest depths of hell. The fourth officer did not move at all to this moment. It could clearly be heard that cracking noises were echoing from inside his crystal suit, as if countless components inside had collapsed all of a sudden, stopping the crystal suit from moving or being dismantled. It seemed to have turned into an iron coffin in which the officer was tightly confined. It took only 0.1 seconds for Chang Xuansu to realize that she was absolutely no match for Liao. No, she did not need to think at all. The moment she smelt the dominating aura leaking out of the gaps of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, she could already make the conclusion with her natural instincts for survival, like when a grazer was faced with a predator. Her heart, stomach, and abdomen were all constricting violently. Her every shivering cell was shouting the same thing: run! Thus, Chang Xuansu ran without any hesitation. When Liao killed the first officer in the most casual way, she had already made the right conclusion. When Liao stabbed the crystal thread into the second officer, she had activated the power rune arrays of her crystal suit to the maximum, although she had not entirely put it on yet. When Liao dismantled the crystal suit of the third officer and blew him away, she had traveled 100 meters away instantly. But when Liao controlled the fourth officer as mysteriously as a phantom, Chang Xuansu took out a translucent round ball from a pocket on her waist and smashed it on the ground hard. In cracking noises, Chang Xuansu was covered by electric arcs, which condensed into a bluish ball more than 2 meters in diameter and enshrouded her tightly. Under the cover of the electric arcs, Chang Xuansu gazed at Cui Lingfeng in a trance and laughed miserably. So this is the truth. Everything has been under Uncle Chui's arrangement. You were suspicious of me and set up a trap in order to trick me into taking the bite and confessing everything on my own. Shivering, she extended her hand and covered her left face, taking off the bionic materials that accommodated the 3 crimson crystal cameras and revealing the heavily wounded skin as well as the empty left eye. Bloody tears slowly flowed out of the depths of the eye socket that was devoid of an eyeball. Cui Lingfeng's face blanched as he shouted, "Xuansu, no!" Liao realized what Chang Xuansu was doing, too. However, his attack was blocked by the electric arcs around Chang Xuansu, which were a defense rune array of a very high level. Even Liao could not break it in only 1 second. But 1 second was more than enough for Chang Xuansu to draw another storm bolter and aim it at her temple. Uncle Cui, as I said, I've had enough of such days. I'm not going to run again. Never. Before Liao ripped the defense of the electric arcs apart, she had already pulled the trigger and blown up all the organs above her neck. Her every brain cell was burnt into ashes in the middle of the electric arcs and fire. With such a fierce death, it was absolutely impossible for her to turn into a spectral cultivator. The Forsaken Station regained its dead silence. Except for the intense stink of blood that had been added to the blowing wind of rust, it was almost exactly the same as 10 minutes ago. In silence, Liao and Cui Lingfeng stared at the 4 dead bodies lying on the ground and the officer of the secret police who was kneeling nearby. Then, they looked at each other with complicated feelings. Cui Lingfeng grunted and fell to the ground. Pressing his chest hard, he did not have the ecstasy of surviving a disaster at all. Instead, he was filled with fatigue and lethargy. Even his previous deep and thoughtful eyes had become dirty. Judging from his conversation with Cheng Xuansu, Liao speculated that he must have been in a close relation with Cheng Xuansu. Cheng Xuansu had addressed him as Uncle Cui. He must have raised her and treated her like his own daughter since her childhood. It did make sense. If they were not so intimate with each other, how would he have been at ease when appointing her as the head of the secret police and his most trusted subordinate? Cheng Xuansu's betrayal and suicide were a heavy blow for Cui Lingfeng. At this moment, he did not look like the revered speaker of the Star Ocean Republic, just a random, dying old man who had lost all hope. Well, Liao would not bother to change his face if he were faced with a whole legion of muscular, bloodthirsty soldiers. However, he found it quite awkward to deal with an old man who was so sorrowful that his heart might be dead. Glancing at him, Cui Lingfeng smiled miserably like a ghost, as if he had seen through everything and lost the momentum to fight on. Hee hee. When the mantis is hunting the cicada, the sparrow is waiting behind to get them both. Xuansu, Xianxia, and their lot made such thorough plans, but they did not know that they were being played by you the whole time. You're from the Federation, aren't you? Do you work in the Dim Moon Squad for Xianxia? About that, Liao would rather admit that not only was he from the Federation, he was also the legendary dominator the 3 sectors. However, intermittent voices were echoing in the communication channel. Long Yongjun and her companions had marched, pouring fuel on the fire of the situation that was already chaotic enough. Pondering for a long moment, Liao removed his mystic skeleton battlesuit and said, "Make no mistake, Speaker Cui. Of course, I am not the real Professor Luoda, but I am not a citizen of the new Federation either, and I do not work for Xianxia. It's more like Xianxia works for me," Liao thought to himself. Not from the Federation? Liao's words were like a supercardiotonic for Cui Lingfeng that turned him from monochrome into multicolored. Rolling his eyes quickly, he seemed to be calculating crazily in his head. A moment later, he mumbled, "Of course, you can't be from the Federation, and you are even less likely to be Xianxia's subordinate. For the Star Glory Federation, I am too annoying an old man who clings to the name of the Star Ocean Republic. Taking me down through the immortal cultivators, cleaning all the immortal cultivators on Firefly as saviors, and then taking over Firefly, that is the best approach for them." Even Cui Lingfeng could not figure out the chaotic situation despite his computational ability of the nascent soul stage. The speaker of the Star Ocean Republic eyed Liao up and down for a long time and asked in disbelief, "You're not from the Federation, and you're certainly not on the Imperium's side. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stopped the immortal cultivators. Who are you exactly?" Before Liao could reply, Cui Lingfeng came up with yet another possibility. "Are you from the Covenant Alliance? I'm told that the latest generation of demi-humans in the Covenant Alliance can already simulate all the emotions of a normal human being. Even the Ring 2 test cannot distinguish them. So, you are here on behalf of the Covenant Alliance." Although the enemy's enemy was not necessarily a friend, Cui Lingfeng definitely found the alliance of the Holy Covenant slightly more affable than the Imperium of true human beings. Liao scratched his head. "I am neither from the new Federation, nor from the Imperium, much less the Covenant Alliance. Although I do not have conclusive proof, you can figure it out if you think about it more carefully, Speaker. It is purely a coincidence that I appeared here. You were the one who chose me randomly to examine the polygraph, and then you brought me to this place later. Regardless of whether I'm from the Federation, the Imperium, or the Covenant Alliance, it is impossible that I could be so prophetic that I could guess a random decision you made before you did so, right?" Cui Lingfeng was slightly dazed. "Fair enough. For confidentiality, it is true that I never decided which refiner exactly would be testing the polygraph in advance. Originally, I was thinking of picking a random name on the list of professors of the refining department of Star Ocean University at the last moment. But after I read Professor Luoda's analysis report, it suddenly occurred to me that it would be even more confidential and secure if I summoned Professor Luoda here. Nobody at that time knew my real purpose, and therefore, nobody would play any tricks on Professor Luoda. Even if you are from the Covenant Alliance, you couldn't have learnt of the decision in advance because even I didn't know back then. Besides, there is no reason for the representatives of the Covenant Alliance to visit the rear of the Imperium after covering such a long journey. This place is the most underdeveloped area at the remote edge of the cosmos. It is not a critical battlefield in any sense. Liao nodded quickly. Exactly. You do have a point, Speaker. Not from the Federation, not from the Imperium, and not from the Covenant Alliance. Then, who are you exactly? Cui Lingfeng stared at Liao deeply, especially his plain, unattractive hands that had resumed the previous appearance. You were quite skilled at dismantling and analyzing the magical equipment. You were even able to mimic Professor Luoda's style to some extent. You also boast such tough combat ability. Xuansu was a top-tier expert, even taking all the warriors on Firefly into account. But she did not even have the guts to escape in front of you. You should be a double-talented, nascent soul-stage cultivator who has climbed to the peak of both fighting and refining, right? It is my mistake that I did not learn the existence of such an expert at the edge of the cosmos in advance. Who are you exactly? Whose interests do you represent? For what purpose have you snuck into Firefly? Now that you've saved me, I believe that you want to make a deal with me, right? Blinking, Liao said, "You're overthinking it, Speaker Cui. As I said, this is purely a coincidence. I merely saved your life for the sake that we are both cultivators. Me and my partners are definitely going to make a deal with someone, but I'm afraid that you are not the one we're looking for." Cui Lingfeng was dazed. Liao coughed and said, "About our identity, there is no need to conceal it anymore. You'll know it soon enough anyway. However, you may find it hard to believe. Why don't you let me decide?" Liao hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, we're the local cultivators of the Red Lotus sector." Cui Lingfeng frowned deeply. The Red Lotus sector? Yes, an insignificant minor sector, Liao said. Because our star is highly unstable, and enormous sunstorms break out every now and then, the living environment in our place is terribly harsh. Even Red Lotus, the only barely habitable planet, is scourged by calamities caused by the fury of the sun. Therefore, even in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, the Red Lotus sector was never developed on a large scale. There were only a few residents who made their living by growing certain cash crops that could only grow in the high-heat environment and by raising spiritual animals of the fire class. Thankfully, for the same reason, the Armageddon Rebellion 10,000 years ago and the world-blighting battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon did not affect the Red Lotus sector much. In the 10,000 years that followed, the Star Ocean Imperium completely collapsed, and the Star Ocean Republic struggled to reconstruct everything. But it never had the time to explore our tiny world. In fact, wasn't it the very purpose of Firefly to search for the minor sectors that strayed from the center of the cosmos when the starship was built in the beginning? We developed independently in the extremely harsh environment for 10,000 years. The furious flames of the sun destroyed our civilization time and time, keeping the development level of our civilization to a shockingly low height where we could barely manage to survive. Everybody could only fight with the shabbiest magical equipment and their flesh and blood. Basically, well, we were no different from the ancient cultivators in the tales. We lived in ignorance just like that for 10,000 years. Although the legends of the Star Ocean Imperium spread in our world, and we looked forward to the advanced civilizations of mankind, hoping that they would bring us new hope, eventually, what we got was the conquerors of the Imperium of true human beings. The Imperium of true human beings swallowed the Red Lotus sector. The immortal cultivators destroyed our home and savaged our compatriots. The Imperium was too magnificent for us, who were still in the medieval age, to resist. Countless cultivators of the Red Lotus sector perished in the war against the Imperium. Most of the survivors were transformed into immortal cultivators and joined the army of the Imperium, establishing a new reign of terror. Only a few of us were lucky enough to have stolen a starship of the Imperium of true human beings and captured a lot of Marines on it. From them, we learned the tricks to pilot a starship. When the army of the Imperium was not alert, we fled from the Red Lotus sector and bid farewell to our hometown forever. I will never forget that day. It happened 443 years ago. Liao's eyes gradually turned red, but there were no tears in them, as if his tears had long been vaporized by his fury. His statement was almost flawless. The Red Lotus sector was a real existence. It was also true that the temperamental star of the Red Lotus sector and the catastrophes that it caused had led to the slow development of the civilization there, which was in the medieval age in many respects. The Imperium of true human beings' conquest over the Red Lotus sector had taken place 450 years ago for real, too. The Star Glory Federation had captured some members of the army of the Imperium from the Claw Fleet where Hylon was 10 years ago. After interrogating any random captive, they would prove that the Red Lotus sector was a real thing. Of course, as for whether or not a tiny number of cultivators stole a starship of the army of the Imperium and escaped from the Red Locust sector more than 400 years ago, it could never be proved true or false. Deep in thought, Cui Lingfeng asked without offering any remarks, "What then?" "We were essentially another Firefly, only many times smaller. We hid here and there in the sea of stars and evaded the pursuit of the Imperium," Liao said. "But we were too weak and too inexperienced at piloting the starship. Therefore, we were no match for Firefly at all. In just a couple of years, the cultivators who escaped perished one after another, until there were only a dozen of us left in the end. After the survivors discussed the issue, we agreed that we could not continue like that anymore. It was not because of the Imperium's hunting. Our starship was so insignificant that it was basically a grain of dust in the universe, and it would be very difficult for the Imperium to catch us. The biggest problem that we faced was the shortage of resources. The survivors all boasted a high cultivation, and the resources we consumed every day were astronomical. We took few assets with us in the first place. They were far from enough for us to consume at such a rate. If it went on like that, we would either end up attacking and eating each other or surrender to the Imperium when we were grasped by desperation. We were neither willing to kill each other nor to surrender to the Imperium. Therefore, we could only wager on setting the destination of the starship to the edge of the cosmos. Then we switched the starship to autopilot. After that, everybody entered the hibernation capsules, hoping to try our luck. Just like that, the starship drifted for more than 400 years while we were all in the hibernation state, until the starship detected very intense spiritual waves nearby, which we learned later to be the space ripples triggered by the melding of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. We were woken up by the mainframe crystal processor of the starship, and we blended into this place, the Dragon Snake Space Zone, in secret. As absolute strangers, we did not know what this place was at all and whether or not it was another territory of the Imperium. Therefore, we decided to change our appearance and conceal our name so that we could observe everything in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. After we discovered that there was a powerful country of cultivators in this place named the Star Glory Federation, which was preparing to resist the Imperium of true human beings, we were all overjoyed and thought about collaborating with the Star Glory Federation. Or rather, well, we were even thinking of joining the Federation to deal with the Imperium together, hoping that we could march back to the Red Lotus sector one day. However, we did not want to go to the federal government directly because you had your concerns, Cui Lingfeng said. On one hand, you were worried that the Federation would not trust you but suspect you to be spies from the Imperium, in which case you would be imprisoned and interrogated. Or maybe you brought tremendous secret treasures and techniques of the Red Lotus sector when you escaped, which you would rather tell nobody else. On the other hand, you were worried that you would be manipulated or even regarded as cannon fodder by the Federation because you were terribly outnumbered. Furthermore, you were worried about whether or not the Star Glory Federation was an ideal country of the real cultivators and whether or not it boasted the capabilities to resist the Imperium, right? Liao pretended to be shocked. How did you know? Because what worried you worries me, too. Cui Lingfeng smiled bitterly. All right, please continue. Liao licked his dry lips and said, You're quite right. We are the last hope of the Red Lotus sector. Naturally, we brought a lot of treasures of the Red Lotus civilization when we escaped. We do not want those treasures to fall into somebody else's hands. One can never be too cautious. At least, we do not want to lose all our secrets before we decide that the Star Glory Federation is really trustworthy. As it happened, we learned something about Firefly in Fish Dragon City. Then, I happened to run into Tang Xiaoxing, Captain Tang Dingyuan's daughter, in a magical equipment store. Liao opened his hands and said, "As you can see, I am a refiner." It was really a coincidence that I ran into Tang Xiaoxing in the magical equipment store. I did not know her identity back then and merely discussed the arts of refining with her for a while. Then, after learning that a batch of your rare materials was on sale, I went to your warehouse with her to check the goods, only to suffer an assault while we were on the way. As a cultivator, naturally, there was no way that I would allow her to be killed. Rescuing her was as coincidental as rescuing you. However, after I saved her life, she told me some more inside information about Firefly. She also said that her father is the captain of Firefly. Then, I immediately thought of something. Right now, what we are short of is a legal identity to enter the Federation, but if we can save the captain of Firefly from the bad guys and help the Bridge faction completely crush the Parliament faction, chances are that he will appoint us as the special envoys of Firefly, in which case, we will be able to swagger into the Federation on a red carpet. After all, what happened to us is similar to Firefly's experience. We have shared the same suffering. If we also save Captain Tang's life, we believe that he definitely won't hesitate to help us. Therefore, after thorough planning, I was asked to sneak in first. I infiltrated Professor Luoda's place and pretended to be Professor Luoda. My original purpose was merely to deliver the metal cylinder which stored the scarlet ball to the person behind the scheme. Naturally, devices were installed in the cylinder to help us scan the terrain, eavesdrop on secrets, and deduce where Captain Tang was caged. Then, my partners would be able to sneak in more precisely and rescue Captain Tang. According to the original plan, I should have been sitting comfortably in Professor Luoda's refining workshop. But as it happened, I was summoned you and saved you in the end before we saved Captain Tang. Chui Lingfeng stared at Liao. You didn't hurt Professor Luoda, did you? Liao was slightly dazed before shaking his head. Of course not. Professor Luoda was tricked and did not know the whole story. As a cultivator, why would I hurt him? All in all, this is about everything. Although it sounds like a tale, I guarantee that, well, 95% of what I said is true. Liao calculated solemnly. It was the latest identity that Long Yangjun and him had fabricated carefully after thorough consideration. 95% of their background was indeed true. Unless the listener was prophetic and omniscient, it would be practically impossible for them to locate any loopholes. Chui Lingfeng gradually recovered his original calmness and shrewdness. Instead of pursuing whether or not Liao was speaking the truth, he asked a different question. How many people do you have out there? How strong they are? Although he could refuse to answer, Liao still replied quickly. There are 12 other than me, all between the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. So strong. Chui Lingfeng was rather shocked despite his preparation. It can't be helped. We fought for too long against the army of the Imperium on our mother planet. Those who were not strong enough either died or surrendered. Liao said. Only those who were strong enough were able to run to this place across the sea of stars. However, although our cultivation is not low, our training resources are highly insufficient. We can barely make ends meet right now, which is also why we are in a hurry to look for Captain Tang's cooperation. Chui Lingfeng's eyes suddenly glittered. So, your companions are already on their way to rescue Captain Tang? I don't know. Liao tapped his ears and said, I deployed some one-way communication magical equipment on the Starship, but we traveled in the vacuum tubes for too long just now. This is an unknown area. The signal is intermittent, and I cannot reach out to them. Judging from the pieces of information that I received, they must have already snuck in. However, because of the chaos on the Starship, and since we do not want to hurt any innocent folk, we have to keep a low profile in our operation. I don't think that they can rescue Captain Tang so quickly. Chui Lingfeng nodded slowly and said, All right, Assuming that you have been speaking the truth, what should I call you? Fellow cultivator from the Red Lotus sector. Liao blinked and said, Lin Jiu. Chui Lingfeng did not care about whether it was a real name or a false one at all. He said solemnly, Thank you for saving my life, fellow cultivator Lin. You said that it was only a coincidence that you saved me. I wonder, what are you planning to do right now? Liao scratched the back of his head and said, Continue our original plan, of course. We will rescue Captain Tang, win his trust, help the Bridge faction, completely crush the Parliament faction, and drive the speaker away. Do excuse us, Speaker Chui, but this is nothing personal. After all, we are more inclined to join the Star Glory Federation, although we want to observe it first so that we will be able to defend our interests as best as possible. Captain Tang seems to be thinking exactly the same way. As for you, forget it. There's no need to talk about that now. Despite our different opinions based on the series of events just now, I believe that you are a true cultivator. Now that I've saved you, I'd better make sure that you are properly taken care of. Are you going to the one fortress? Or maybe, do you have other secret troops that are more loyal than Cheng Xuansu? I'll escort you to them. Liao looked at Chui Lingfeng very sincerely. Chui Lingfeng's face, however, grew dim again. He thought for a long time and finally said gloomily, Fellow cultivator Lin, the bodyguard sealed in his crystal suit cannot overhear the conversation between us. Can he? Of course not. Liao smiled. I am not a rookie. When I destroyed his crystal suit, I naturally turned off the crystal cameras and the soundwave sensors on the crystal suit. He can't see or hear a thing. All right, can you do me one more favor? Chui Lingfeng said. Open his facial cover and then give me 5 minutes. I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Liao's smile was even more brilliant. Sure. It's very smart of you. No wonder you are the speaker. The bodyguard who was confined to his crystal suit unable to move was the leader of Red Phoenix Group, which was responsible for the speaker's safety. It was also why Liao had kept him alive. Based on the positions of the 4 bodyguards and their body language before they lunged forward, Liao had already concluded that he was the leader of the 4 of them. When the guy's facial cover was lifted, his face was completely pale after being soaked in darkness for so long. He was almost drowned by his own sweat. Chang Bin, Chui Lingfeng said expressionlessly. Do you see it now? Everything was within my expectations. I knew that something was wrong with you, and I intentionally set up such a trap to fish you up. Everything is under my control. Cheng Xuansu has committed suicide for fear of her punishment. Ding Zhengyang is also surrounded by my men in the bridge and about to be captured. Are you going to follow their example, or are you going to grasp the last chance to do the right thing? The spine of the bodyguard, Chang Bin, was unlocked by Liao. Hardly had he turned his head when he noticed Cheng Xuansu's headless body on the ground. His face was even paler than before, and his sweat was as red as blood. He cried, Speaker, right. Cut the nonsense. Now that you are willing to repent, I'll give you an opportunity to correct your mistakes, Chui Lingfeng said calmly. How many people do you have? Other than Cheng Xuansu and Ding Zhengyang, who else among the leadership of the Starship are with you? Speak now. One more name means one less charge for you. I don't know. Chang Bing shook his face hard, his face pale. We always maintained one-way communication. Leader Cheng was the commander for the few of us. I only met some other fellow cultivators during the immortality orientation. Immortality orientation? Chui Lingfeng frowned. Tell me about it. It is a secret seminar where we explore the true path of immortality, Chang Bin said quickly. At first, Leader Cheng gave us some leaflets on the truth path of immortality. She claimed that it was very popular on the Starship nowadays and asked us to find out who was behind all that, declaring that such evil, addictive thoughts must not disseminate and contaminate on our Starship. It was the job of the secret police of the Internal Affairs Division after all. At that time, we were not suspicious at all but simply read the leaflets critically. However, after I studied what the leaflets said, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that it did have a point and that it could not simply be summarized as evil. I was quite bothered by my new finding. During that time, Leader Chung often came to us to communicate with us. One day, I couldn't hold myself any longer and told her my trouble. After that, she often visited me and talked to me. After a few sessions, she brought me to one of the immortality orientations, introducing me to the true path of immortality interpreted by Master Lu in person. Then I was, "Wait, Master Lu?" Lu Qingchen. Chui Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. Lu Qingchen, president of the Sci-Fi, the most wanted criminal of the Federation, grandson of the leader of the Patriots Partnership in the past, and the leader of the local immortal cultivators of the Federation, has been hiding on our starship the whole time? Did you meet him? Not exactly. Changbin shook his head and said, "We only watched videos and communicated about the ideas remotely. Even so, Master Lu, no, Lu Qingchen was so persuasive that we were all bewildered without us knowing." Chui Lingfeng sniffed. "What exactly did he say that puzzled and perplexed all of you?" "Too much." Changbin sighed sorrowfully. "Speaker, I really did not want to betray the ideology of the cultivators and degenerate into an immortal cultivator, but Master Lu said, he said that the classification of cultivators and immortal cultivators is groundless. There are always two parts, namely cultivator and immortal cultivator, inside every individual, except that sometimes the cultivator part is greater, and sometimes the immortal cultivator part is greater. He also said that cultivators and immortal cultivators can be transformed into each other freely. Therefore, the issue must be viewed objectively according to actual circumstances. For example, the policies in troubled times on Firefly hundreds of years ago did not look like something that cultivators should do, but they helped us weather the difficulties in darkness. Then, were the leadership who made the decisions at that time cultivators or immortal cultivators? Master Lu also said that the entire civilization of mankind is in troubled times too, like Firefly hundreds of years ago. So, we have to resolve the problems with the immortal cultivator system. This is not about exploiting the ordinary people but about dealing with the troubles together. As soon as the alliance of the Holy Covenant is defeated and the universe is unified, there will be a technological leap, tremendous resources, and no more wars. Naturally, the ordinary people will gradually be given more rights. They're only part of Master Lu's views. Because our level was too low, we had no access to the truth path of immortality of a higher level. All in all, Leader Chung told us that Master Lu's ideology was different from the true path of immortality that we knew in the past. It was perfect, advanced, dialectical, and objective. In short, he is the immortal cultivator 2.0. Leader Chung said that it is a theory that originates from but also transcends the true path of immortality. She said that it was an effective supplement and improvement for the true path of immortality today. However, she did not go any further with us, and only told us that there would be deeper discussions after the job was done. "All right," Chui Lingfeng said solemnly. "Leave your ideology aside. Who else participated in the immortality orientations together with you?" Changbin shook his head. "I don't know. During the immortality orientations, everybody changed into different appearances, and it was strictly forbidden to inquire about each other. Also, the participants of the immortality orientations must be of a similar level to myself. We were also asked to keep one-way communication with Leader Chung. As for the members of higher levels, they had their own internal discussions and meetings. However, seeing that Chui Lingfeng was frowning in disappointment, he thought for a moment and said, "I took part in 3 immortality orientations, and one person left a deep impression on me. He should be Lieutenant Xiao Yunpeng of the Speaker's Guard Corps. I once received training together with him a long time ago. His left leg was heavily wounded, and 3 artificial components were implanted into his knee to smoothen the veins. That's why he walked in a slightly different way." Xiao Yunpeng of the Speaker's Guard Corps. Chui Lingfeng's eyes twitched abruptly. "Anyone else?" Changbin lowered his head and said, I'm not sure. I only have some random guesses. Anyway, when Leader Chang encouraged us to do this, she said that there were our men in every critical post on Firefly. She told us to simply do the job without any concerns. So, I think... Chui Lingfeng interrupted him quickly. "No evidence is needed right now. Just say the names of everyone that you are suspicious of. Quickly. Changbin swallowed hard and reported a series of names. Every name hit Chui Lingfeng like a burning bullet, making it difficult for him to breathe. After he confessed 18 names, he looked at Chui Lingfeng pitifully. Chui Lingfeng could not have looked more awful. Every wrinkle on his face turned into a deep canyon. He suddenly pressed Changbin's neck and inputted a stream of spiritual energy, putting him into a coma. After doing that, Chui Lingfeng was in a daze. His eyes mixed with the darkness of rust. We're not going to the No. 1 fortress, are we? As if nothing had happened, Li Yao spoke casually next to him. It appears that Speaker Chui's close subordinates have been greatly compromised. A lot of your trusted people have betrayed you. You don't know if the rest of them are trustworthy for the time being, either. That makes sense. If I were Cheng Xuansu and I was planning such a great thing, I would certainly start with those around the speaker. I might not need to kill the speaker at the very beginning, but I would have to find a way to make the speaker a figurehead so that the subsequent operations would be more convenient. So, Speaker Chui, your 5 minutes are up. Have you decided where to go? I'm going to have to rescue Captain Tang and follow his orders after I escort you over. Chui Lingfeng struggled to turn his neck. He stared at Li Yao and said one word after another. My intuition tells me that 95% of what you said is indeed true. Li Yao nodded. Of course. As I said, this is really just a coincidence. But my intuition also tells me that the key lies in the 5% of what you said that is not true. Li Yao raised his hands. It doesn't matter whether or not you trust me. As long as Captain Tang trusts us, it will do. If he trusts me and gives us an identity under which we can enter the Federation openly, we will serve him. Simple as that. Chui Lingfeng looked at Li Yao in the eyes. Simple as that? Li Yao looked back at him honestly, too. Yes, simple as that. Chui Lingfeng took a deep breath. He mumbled to himself, I am still reluctant to believe that you are nothing more than locals from the Red Locust sector. However, according to my calculations based on all the given information, the odds that you are from the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, or the Federation are hundreds of times lower than the odds that you are from the Red Lotus sector. This is all too uncanny and sophisticated. I need to think about it more carefully. By all means. Checking the time on the tactical crystal processor, Li Yao tapped his wrist and said, Why don't you take your time to consider? I'm going back to save Captain Tang. After saying that, Li Yao truly turned around and strode off without looking back. Wait! It was not until he had almost disappeared into the rusty darkness that every wrinkle on Chui Lingfeng's face stopped vibrating. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Tell me again. Who are you? Facing him with his back, Li Yao casually said, Lin Jiu, from the Red Lotus sector. No, Chui Lingfeng said quickly. Your name is Lin Jiu, but you are not from the Red Lotus sector. In fact, we have never heard of the Red Lotus sector before. You are among the first batch of volunteers of the Red Lotus Plan and the captain of Team Red Lotus. The Red Lotus Plan was a secret plan to train super warriors that was put into practice 233 years ago. The background of the plan was that, while Firefly moved further and further away from the home and the conditions of the starship got worse and worse, a lot of pessimists who lost all hope appeared among us. Those people could be swallowed by darkness and transformed into the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators lurked deep inside Firefly. In the perilous, ever-changing sea of stars, nobody was certain that those next to them would not suddenly have a mental breakdown and turn into immortal cultivators. Even the Internal Affairs Division, which is responsible for the internal security of Firefly, could also be compromised and sabotaged by the immortal cultivators. With that in mind, it was necessary to establish an elite squad that was above the secret police of the Internal Affairs Division and more confidential. The speaker would control the squad personally as the last line of defense in case the immortal cultivators initiated a riot and everything was in peril. The Red Lotus Plan was proposed and implemented by Shui Yan, the speaker 233 years ago. For absolute confidentiality, all the files concerning Team Red Lotus were erased, and the records of the crystal processor were tampered, too, after the first batch of elite warriors were refined. They were delivered to the hibernation capsules as the specialists of non-combat fields. After that, the Red Lotus plan became a top secret of top secrets that was told to the next speaker when the previous speaker relinquished their duty. Today, only the speaker is aware of the existence of the Red Lotus plan and the way to activate Team Red Lotus. Warriors of Team Red Lotus are all heroes. To be prepared for the blatant attacks of the immortal cultivators, they are willing to protect Firefly forever in prolonged hibernation. When they are woken up by the speaker, it means that Firefly has come to the most dangerous moment. Under such circumstances, Team Red Lotus will only listen to the speaker's command. They will be authorized with all the permissions on Firefly by the speaker. As long as the threat of the immortal cultivators can be extinguished, they are allowed to resort to all approaches available other than hurting the ordinary people and making use of all the resources on board. There were originally 97 members in Team Red Lotus. However, 84 of them unfortunately passed away during the last malfunction accident in the hibernation cabin. Today, when they were woken up, aside from Captain Linjiu, there are still 12 tough secret warriors. Captain Lin, am I right? Wow! Li Yao exclaimed in amazement. Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, he remarked, "It sounds like Team Red Lotus is just a group of simple soldiers." "Of course not," Chui Lingfeng said. "Team Red Lotus is an elite troop against the immortal cultivators. Other than direct assaults, they are certainly also capable of tracking, investigating, infiltrating, and even assassinating. That is, when Team Red Lotus still had all its members. Right now, since the number of Team Red Lotus has been greatly reduced, and we are also faced with the merger with the Federation and the confrontation with the Expedition Army of the Imperium, the mission for Team Red Lotus needs adjusting to better reflect the current situation that is different from 200 years ago. After taking care of the threat of the immortal cultivators on Firefly, Team Red Lotus, having been exposed, does not need to go into hibernation again. I'm planning to ask Team Red Lotus to escort a batch of trustworthy MPs to join the election observation delegation and go to the Federation with Captain Tang's men, partly to discuss the issues regarding the merger and partly to inform them of the threat of the local immortal cultivators of the Federation. What has happened on Firefly has a lot to do with the SIFA, the organization of the local immortal cultivators in the Federation. Therefore, the cooperation between the two parties is highly necessary in that regard. As for you, Captain Lin, you will visit the Federation as the special representative of the Speaker's office. Any problems? Crossing his fingers, Chui Lingfeng stared at Li Yao. Li Yao stared back at Chui Lingfeng for a long time, too. Amused, he shook his head and said, "Speaker Chui, did you know? When you said that you were acting for the Star Ocean Republic and you were not greedy about your power at all, I almost believed you. It never occurred to me that you could play such a move in order to keep your power?" Chui Lingfeng smiled, somewhat sadly. "You think that I'm proposing the terms because I'm greedy for the power of the speaker and I'm unwilling to see Tang Dingyuan surpass me and even kick me out of office?" Li Yao raised his eyebrow. "Are you not?" "No," Chui Lingfeng said. "If we are left with no choice except to join the Star Glory Federation, Tang Dingyuan is still not the best candidate to deal with the specific affairs." "I am." "Oh," Li Yao said. "I'd like to hear your reasons." Firstly, although many people mistake the MPs who cling to the name of the Star Ocean Republic in Parliament as shameless dogs who are waiting to sell themselves at a high price, it is not exactly the truth. Looking at his own hands, Chui Lingfeng said, "You don't understand Firefly. You don't understand what a rough journey we've had in the past 1,000 years. You cannot cruise for 1,000 years in the depressing darkness without a bit of powerful spirit. They may say that we are just fooling ourselves, that we are just weaving a dream that we cannot wake up from, or that we are fooling both us and other people. Regardless, 1,000 years is enough for some people to turn the words Star Ocean Republic into a scorching stamp and etch it into the deepest part of their soul. Is it extreme? Perhaps. But under such circumstances, they might have completely collapsed had they not been so extreme, and they would have slid to the other extremity, the abyss of the immortal cultivators. Tang Dingyuan does not understand those people at all. He does not understand their belief and pride. He mistakes their belief for stubbornness, their persistence for idiocy, and their passion for craziness. Tang Dingyuan thinks that we are either a bunch of obstinate lunatics or pretentious phonies. He couldn't be more wrong. He won't be able to convince those people. Only I can persuade them, my own kind. Wow! Liao exclaimed in amazement again and changed his form of address. Sir Speaker, you have changed my view of you time and time again. I didn't know that you were so sober regarding the issue. I don't want to be so sober either. Narrowing his eyes, Cui Lingfeng said gloomily. When you are placed in an endless hell, the more sober you are, the more painful it will be. However, the first reason alone does not seem to be persuasive enough, Liao said. What's the second reason? Secondly, Cui Lingfeng said coldly, like your fellows from the Red Lotus sector, even if we do join the Star Glory Federation, I must fight for the fundamental benefits of my compatriots and for the respect and historical influence of the name Star Ocean Republic that it deserves. But Captain Tang can't. The only thing he is capable of is piloting a starship and controlling the hundreds of units. You're asking such an operator to brazen himself to negotiate with other people and fight for benefits ruthlessly? He can't. He is too unsophisticated. The Federation and Xianxia will only play him like a toy. Well, you don't seem to be particularly fond of Xianxia, Sir Speaker. Just now, you appeared to be quite hostile when you thought that I worked for Xianxia. Cui Lingfeng sniffed and said, after you first rescued Tang Xiaoxing, you were engaged with a mysterious tactical squad who got her away from the hands of the Four Sectors Chamber of Commerce and the secret police. The tactical squad was likely the Dim Moon Squad, under Xianxia's lead. Let me ask you, Cheng Xuansu has been acting so surreptitiously. How exactly did Xianxia learn of the arrest in advance even before the Secret Sword Bureau of the Federation took action? And why did a fully armed Dim Moon Squad happen to be nearby? It was definitely not a coincidence. Xianxia must be greatly related to the issue. As for exactly how deep she is involved and what kind of role she plays in the whole event, I don't know it yet. But you can figure out the logic if you think about it more carefully. Who will earn the greatest benefits if there is major chaos on Firefly? The Star Glory Federation, of course. Firstly, they move away the smelly, stubborn diehard me by the hands of the immortal cultivators. Then, they will take over everything on Firefly. Chances are that Tang Dingyuan will even be grateful for this selfless help of the fellow cultivators. This seems exactly to be Xianxia's style. Scratching his head hard, Liao observed, well, according to what you said, Speaker, this Xianxia is not a good guy. Cui Lingfeng glanced at Liao, somewhat in confusion. I've noticed that your wisdom is roller coasting, Captain Lin. Did the 200-year hibernation wreck the thinking area inside your brain? Do you not know what Xianxia's job is? President of the Dim Moon Fund. There are two intelligence agencies in the Star Glory Federation. One of them is the Secret Sword Bureau, which is responsible for homeland security, and the other is the Dim Moon Fund, which is responsible for external strikes. To put it in a simpler manner, the former prevents the enemy from sabotaging their home, and the latter tries to sabotage the enemy's home. A good guy? Is a good guy even qualified to be the director of the External Intelligence Agency? Liao was rendered speechless. Pretending to be highly alert, he lowered his voice and said, we've heard a lot of rumors about Xianxia in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, too, and we are highly wary of the Venomous Witch. We are unwilling to publicize our real identity and enter the Federation openly mostly because of her, too. I'm told that she is truly brutal and ruthless. Sir Speaker, do you think that it is possible that she has also defected and degenerated into an immortal cultivator? I do not think that Xianxia is an immortal cultivator, Cui Lingfeng replied. But why do you think cultivators are doubtlessly good guys? Liao was slightly dazed. Can cultivators be bad guys? Of course, Cui Lingfeng replied. There are two types of cultivators. Good cultivators and bad cultivators. Liao frowned. I don't understand. What's the difference? The good cultivators do what cultivators should do, and the bad cultivators do the things that the good cultivators are unwilling to do but have to be done nevertheless, Cui Lingfeng said casually. It's Still a bit confusing for me. Is this important? Chui Lingfeng frowned. Do we have to waste our precious time with me explaining this to you? Liao nodded and solemnly said, It is very important. The locals of the Red Lotus sector are cultivators, too. We have our own beliefs and boundaries. Naturally, we cannot help any random guy. We can only make a deal if you do have a point. Fair enough. Pondering for a moment, Chui Lingfeng accelerated his speech and said, There's no time for thorough explanation. Let me put it this way. 2 candidates in the Federation are campaigning for the Speaker of the Federation, a post that has never been more important in the past 100 years. Of them, Ding Lingdang is the good cultivator, and Jiang Xiaoyang is the bad cultivator. This is not unique in the Federation but ubiquitous in every place. On Firefly, generally speaking, the captain is the good cultivator, and the speaker is the bad cultivator. Don't be hasty. You'll understand what I'm saying after I give you an example. Did you know that Firefly suffered quite a number of disasters that could have wiped us out in the past hundreds of years? The cabins in which we planted crops and raised livestock suffered destructive strikes of meteor showers. We were once seriously short of a critical material which led to the delay in the production of certain special drugs, and many patients died because of that. Severe plagues once flooded the Starship, but there was nothing we could do about it. Let me ask you, after the artificial ranches and greenhouses on the Starship are seriously wrecked by the cosmic storms, and it is calculated that there will be serious famines in the 100 years to come that will only grow worse if the population rises, under such circumstances, can the good cultivators make the decision that natural conception and birth are forbidden for everyone, that whoever wants to have children must freeze their sperm and egg and wait in line, in which case, many people will die with regrets because they failed to watch the birth of their children with their own eyes for their entire life? Can the good cultivators really make such an inhumane decision? Liao was lost for words, not knowing how he should answer. But Chui Lingfeng did not let him go. He simply went on. Let me ask you again. When we were seriously short of one material which disrupted the production of a special drug targeting a certain heart disease, and when our stock is running low after every bottle used, then, for the young people and all the future generations, is it possible for the good cultivators to make it a rule that the seniors above the age of 150 are forbidden from using such a drug after they contract heart disease, even if it is the only way that their life can be saved, so that the drugs can be spared for the young people? Can the good cultivators really make such a cruel decision? Can they watch the seniors above 150 die slowly while doing nothing? Liao swallowed and swallowed again. Staring at him, Chui Lingfeng's eyes felt like 2 cold torches. All right, the rule has been made that all the seniors above the age of 150 will be banned from the special drug for heart disease indiscriminately. However, as it happens, a specialist of power rune arrays, who is of paramount importance for Firefly, suddenly has a heart attack when he is 151 years old. He will certainly die if he is not given the special drug. His death will be a serious blow for Firefly. It may even mean the complete loss of a special extreme turbo boosting technology, which has been the key for us in getting rid of the army of the Imperium in the past. Under such circumstances, can the good cultivators tamper with his identity files and change his age to 149, making him qualified to enjoy the special drug? Later, a reporter accidentally finds out the issue and intends to expose the great scandal, which could lead to a great riot on Firefly. Can the good cultivators coerce the reporter with carrots and sticks and bury the scandal? Do you get it, Captain Lin? Good cultivators shouldn't do those things. Such things are dirty, nasty, smelly, and cruel. They should be despised by all real cultivators. The captain of Firefly must not do any of that. Oh, Captain, my Captain! The captain of Firefly, the greatest universal exploration starship in the Star Ocean Republic that explores the places none have ever set foot on. He should be a good cultivator of brightness, justice, and perfection without any dirt. He should lead everyone on board from one victory to another, and from brightness to greater brightness with a brilliant smile and with his confidence and fearlessness. The captain's hands can't be dirty. But as for the parliament that is as useless as the appendix and the speaker who is fat, selfish, merciless, unsympathetic, things are different. He is a bad cultivator. He is free to make all the decisions that the good cultivators cannot make. It is why Firefly still adopts a dual-head system after 1,000 years of voyaging. It is also why Firefly was able to persist in the voyage for 1,000 years. The captain and the speaker, the good cultivators and the bad cultivators. The former is responsible for the part of the work that is upright, blood-boiling, and passionate, whereas the latter is in charge of whatever is left. That's all. Tang Dingyuan is a very dutiful captain. He is also a standard good cultivator, just like Ding Lingdang, the other candidate in the Star Glory Federation, the god of war in the Federation. Yes, they are the most perfect warriors walking in daylight. However, warriors walking in daylight are only suitable for fighting during the day. Tang Dingyuan can shake hands, sign his name, hug Ding Lingdang, and put on the sunniest smile in front of the public and under the spotlight. But he cannot play the game with Xianxia like a wild dog in the places where people cannot see. He is absolutely no match for Xianxia. Only I can fight for more benefits for Firefly with the name of Star Ocean Republic, under Xianxia's sharp tusks. Because Xianxia and I are the same type of person. We are both bad cultivators who defend the path of the cultivators in darkness. Cui Lingfeng declared, one word after another. Therefore, I must have full control over the negotiation. As for my own outcome, when the negotiation is over, it doesn't matter. But right now, I have to work as the speaker. I must show the power and resolution of the supreme leader of the Star Ocean Republic. Cui Lingfeng was not just an admin-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage, but also the nominal supreme leader of the country that had been gone for a long time. However, when he made the declaration with a voice that was not very loud but particularly touching, the great tides that he raised in Liao's heart were as intimidating as the suffocating auras that Liao had felt when he confronted Lu Zue, Zhou Hengdao, Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, and Elder Nether Spring. Taking a deep breath, Liao stood at attention and solemnly said, Sir Speaker, Team Red Lotus has been activated and is ready for battle. What's our mission? Excellent. Every wrinkle on Cui Lingfeng's face seemed to have turned into a dagger. He quickly said, We have reached the most perilous moment. The Parliament is as badly compromised by the immortal cultivators as the bridge. Neither side looks promising. It is not difficult to figure out that Cheng Xuansu, as the commander of the secret police, could only control the Internal Affairs Division at best. She certainly couldn't have controlled the whole of Firefly or influenced the bridge. To play a greater role in the war between the Federation and the Imperium, the bridge is certainly the key. Therefore, Cheng Xuansu cannot be the leader of this rebellion. Chief Mate Ding Zhengyang, the former general commander of the deck floor, accused Captain Tang Dingyuan with detailed evidence. I studied the evidence carefully. A lot of information he provided could only have been known by insiders. It was also why I did not doubt him at all and arrested Captain Tang immediately. Right now, he has assumed Captain Tang's post according to the regulations and temporarily gained full control over Firefly. So, leaving Lu Qingchun of the Sifa's role in the rebellion aside, the number one person on the immortal cultivators inside Firefly is definitely Ding Zhengyang. While speaking, Cui Lingfeng turned on his mini crystal processor and triggered almost 100 light beams in a row. As the speaker, he had the highest clearance on the Starship, which allowed him to retrieve most of the surveillance pictures from most places. According to the immortal cultivator's plan, he should have been killed directly. Therefore, his clearances had not been cancelled. Also, it was difficult for Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu alone to remove the speaker's permissions to manage the Starship. Pictures of shouting, uneasy crowds, and rising fire and smoke, shot by mini crystal processors of the people, occupied every light beam. Every critical node of Firefly contained large-scale riots. Countless angry people had crammed into the narrow cabins and pathways, demanding that Captain Tang be released immediately. They were shoving the police officers who were maintaining order. The two parties were at loggerheads. At such a time, as soon as a few malicious people in the crowd or among the police opened fire at the other side, a great fight would definitely be caused. Although Ding Zhengyang is the acting captain, he couldn't have developed a lot of immortal cultivators in secret. Considering the issue for a moment, Cui Lingfeng said, The participants of the immortality orientation must be very few. Only those who passed the meticulous vetting arranged by Ding Zhengyang, Cheng Xuansu, and their lot would be brainwashed by them. It is impossible for them to kill everyone who joined the immortality orientations but was reluctant to turn into an immortal cultivator. There couldn't be many accidents, which would attract unnecessary attention. It means that the immortal cultivators only control some critical posts on the starship. For most people, even if they are involved in the insurgency, they are simply being fooled, and they do not know exactly what they are doing. Let me take a guess. Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu's arrangement is probably to have a troop that pretends to be the immortal cultivators break into the prison. On one hand, they can kill me along the way. On the other hand, it will be undeniable proof that Tang Dingyuan is an immortal cultivator. As a result, both the technical staff who are loyal to Tang Dingyuan and the MPs who are loyal to me will suffer a heavy blow. Then, if Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu join hands, it will be more than simple for them to suppress those on Firefly who disobey them. Cheng Xuansu is dead, but Ding Zhengyang still holds the bridge. If he is grasped by desperation, I don't think that there's anything he won't do. Therefore, we have two top priorities now. Firstly, we must let everyone know that the speaker is still alive. Secondly, we must get Ding Zhengyang under control before he goes crazy. Ding Zhengyang can't die. He must know a lot about the immortal cultivators, including the fact that the Black Wind is already here and is lurking in the darkness preparing to launch a fatal strike on the Star Glory Federation. It does not sound like a pure bluff. We have to exploit every piece of intelligence in his head. Liao nodded. What do we do now? Go rescue Captain Tang Dingyuan first. No! Chui Lingfeng shook his head. Rescuing Captain Tang alone will be useless. He has been smeared by Ding Zhengyang as an immortal cultivator. In such chaos, it is practically impossible for him to prove his innocence or control the bridge. Moreover, now that Ding Zhengyang has decided to wager everything on this, he must have transferred Captain Tang. It will be impossible for us to locate him for now. Rest assured, Captain Tang knows a lot of core secrets about Firefly. Ding Zhengyang cannot kill him immediately if he wants to completely control the starship. His life must be secure for now. Team Red Lotus only has 13 warriors. You are too few in number and must not be divided. Therefore, instead of rescuing Captain Tang, you might as well save the other prisoners who have been captured by Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu. Liao was slightly dazed. Then his eyes immediately glittered. Exactly. We can't tell the cultivators from the immortal cultivators. But Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu know it clearly. Those who are imprisoned by them must be innocent. Chui Lingfeng disconnected his mini crystal processor from the spiritual nexus. Retrieving a few maps that were stored on the chip, he explained, "We locked and interrogated Captain Tang and the rest of the prisoners separately. Up until this morning, besides Captain Tang, 122 people had been arrested in secret. Most of them are the leaders of the key posts on Firefly, influential scholars, and social activists. They are all locked here, in Black Stone Jail, which was modified from Black Stone, a heavy carrier designed to transport dangerous products. I am going to transmit a password of the highest permission right now. You will distribute the password to the other members of Team Red Lotus so that they will have some of the permissions on the starship and set the prisoners free in the Black Stone Jail. Any method is allowed. If the jail does not cooperate, they are permitted to take all measures necessary. Tell them that on Firefly right now, they have the greatest power only secondary to the speakers. After everyone is saved, they will escort the prisoners back to their previous posts and ask them to soothe the chaos on Firefly as fast as possible. Should your team encounter any troops on their way, Team Red Lotus will take over commander with the password as the order." "Captain Lin, are your men capable of such a mission?" Liao licked his lips and smiled. "No problem at all, but it never occurred to me that the speaker boasts such great power. You can essentially turn Firefly upside down any minute." "Exactly." Chui Lingfeng put on a creepy smile. "For 1,000 years, the good cultivators, led by the captain, have been trying to reduce the power of the speaker and the parliament. We conceded in many respects, but when it comes to the boundary, the bad cultivators certainly will not give in." Liao nodded. It shouldn't be difficult to break the Blackstone jail. After all, the guards of the jail can't all be immortal cultivators. Only some of their leaders might be. The decapitation strategy should resolve the problem perfectly. But my communication magical equipment hasn't been paved to this area yet. The signal is still intermittent right now. It is difficult for me to reach out to my teammates. It doesn't matter, Cui Lingfeng said resolutely. Just use the civil spiritual nexus. The public network? Liao was slightly dazed. Then, won't we be discovered by the enemy easily? Cui Lingfeng sneered and declared, firstly, with the riots on Firefly right now, the enemy won't have time to identify you from the messy signals on the spiritual nexus. Secondly, with everything coming to this point, are we scared of being discovered? Liao took a deep breath and thought the whole thing through. Yes, it was true. Team Red Lotus had been activated. It was Ding Zhengyang and the other immortal cultivators who should be scared. Glancing at him, Cui Lingfeng knew that those natives of the Red Lotus sector certainly had their own secrets that they needed to discuss. Therefore, he simply walked away considerately and collected the crystal processors of the 5 immortal cultivators, checking if there was any unexpected evidence. Liao walked to a corner and connected Long Yangjun and the rest of them through the public network. Noises and chaos were obvious in the background. What's the situation on your side? Liao asked. You're finally in contact, Long Yangjun replied. What happened to you? You were silent for such a long time. We have already snuck into Firefly. However, the plan has not gone so well. There seems to be some sort of change on the Starship. Infuriated people and highly alert policemen and soldiers are everywhere. The defense is 10 times higher than before. Also, we have been keeping a low file and concealing our capabilities. It is barely possible to move forward. Yes, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, we were worried about your safety. Ba Xiaoyu added. We were afraid that we would bring new trouble to you if we cause any fuss here. Also, we kept in mind your repeated reminders that we must be calm, restrained, and low-key. We did not dare act freely. We're almost suffocated now. Well, in fact, the outsider world is much more complicated than the world we were in, Liao said. It doesn't matter if we act according to the changes when carrying out a mission, and we don't necessarily need to keep a low profile. What do you mean? Cough, cough. As a matter of fact, I was with Speaker Cui Lingfeng of the Star Ocean Republic just now. He has proved to not be a bad man at all, nothing like what we mistook him to be. Get to the point, Long Yangjun exclaimed. The point is, I revealed the capabilities that are far beyond the beginning level of the nascent soul stage in front of Speaker Cui. At the most dangerous moment, I killed 4 immortal cultivators including Cheng Xuansu, the head of the secret police, and saved the speaker's life. Then, Speaker Cui, admiring my talents, appointed me as his new trusted subordinate, his special representative, and the captain of the speaker's secret armed force, Team Red Lotus. He also said that as soon as the riot of the immortal cultivators is settled, the identity of the natives of the Red Lotus sector will be taken care of by him. Well, that's about everything. So there's no need to worry now. Our greatest headache has been resolved by me. Long Yangjun, Wu Suiyun, Han Bailing, Qi Zhongdao, Yen Liren, and the rest. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, Ba Xiaoyu said. I have a lot of complicated feelings hearing what you said. Can I express my feelings with some local slang that I picked up on the spiritual nexus? Oh, you can say whatever you want, fellow cultivator Ba. Why did you go out in secret to show off when we agreed to keep a low profile together? Liao coughed and pretended that he did not hear what Ba Xiaoyu said. Explaining the whole event from beginning to end quickly, he finally concluded, our purpose is to get an appropriate identity. Then, it is obviously better to cooperate with Speaker Cui than with Captain Tang. First of all, he is the legitimate speaker of the Star Ocean Republic and the well-deserved #1 person on board. Theoretically speaking, even Captain Tang has to obey his commands. It is impossible for us to completely bypass him if he hamstrings us. But if he claims that such a secret Team Red Lotus exists, Captain Tang can barely prove that it is false. Secondly, Speaker Chui does not have any trusted subordinate right now, but Captain Tang has at least absolutely reliable subordinates who are still in prison. Therefore, even if Speaker Chui is somewhat suspicious about our identity, he will have to cooperate with us sincerely under such a situation until he establishes a new group of subordinates that are in balance with Captain Tang again. But it won't be easy. We mean no harm for him or Firefly. We only want to enter the Star Glory Federation with them as an intermediary. There is no fundamental conflict of interest. I believe that our cooperation will be pleasant. Thirdly, unlike Captain Tang, Speaker Chui is not as long as he is willing to concede in that regard, with the many precious techniques and facilities on Firefly as the leverage. I believe that the Star Glory Federation will certainly open the door and allow his special representatives, namely us, to enter the core departments of the Federation for observation, which is the whole purpose of our trip. Last but not least, I am truly not a snobbish man who likes showing off, but I was already forced to blow out the strength of at least the middle level of the nascent soul stage in front of Speaker Chui in the perilous moment just now. What else can we do if we don't cooperate with him? It's not like we can simply kill him and keep his mouth shut, right? Fellow cultivators, just think about it carefully. Does it make sense? There was a brief silence in the communication channel. Then Meng Qixin's low voice came over. Although we made the step by accident, based on fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture's analysis just now, it is indeed more beneficial to work for the speaker than to work for the captain. Fine. Team Red Lotus sounds good enough. It will do as long as we can enter the Federation openly with a special identity. Liao had only just taken a breath in relief when Ba Xiaoyu's voice came over again. Wait, I have a question. Why are you the captain of Team Red Lotus? Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture. Blinking quickly, Liao said, because I showed the cultivation of the middle level of the nascent soul stage in front of Speaker Chui, and told him that you were between the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage and at the peak of the core formation stage on average. Is a core formation stage cultivator more qualified to be the captain than a nascent soul stage cultivator is? The 12 cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage were already a huge shock for him. It's not like I could tell him that you are all at the high level and peak of the nascent soul stage, some even in the divinity transformation stage, right? He definitely would have passed out. How can the Red Lotus sector breed so many nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators with the harsh environment and the disordered spiritual energy? Wu Suiyun, the other divinity transformation stage cultivators, casually said, now that we have come to the unfamiliar world of modern cultivators, the 12 cultivators of the ancient sages sector should be united. We are all here for the survival and future of the ancient sages sector. Does vanity really matter? Since fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture rescued Speaker Chui by chance, he is certainly the best candidate for the captain of Team Red Lotus. Not just that, I also propose that fellow cultivator Wang Shi acts as the vice captain, because Team Red Lotus is founded for the same purpose as fellow cultivator Wang Shi's ghost character was. It is more appropriate for him to be in charge of the actual command than for me, fellow cultivator Meng, or any other people here who are more used to commanding a huge army. Long Yangjuan's previous life was probably a captain of the assault team or the special forces on the Nuwa warship, which was why she had founded the organization ghost character in the Great Qian dynasty. It was indeed an easy and familiar job for her to work as the vice captain of Team Red Lotus and take charge of the operation to attack the Blackstone jail. The experts of the ancient sages sector had no objection. Long Yangjun did not hesitate, either. They quickly discussed the plan. Liao took the opportunity to send the detailed map of Firefly, the new friend or foe identification code, and the special permissions to them via Speaker Chui's portable crystal processor. Next, I'll send a series of tokens to you. Liao operated quickly and said, through the tokens, you will be able to jump to a secret node on the spiritual nexus that solely belongs to the speaker. Then, log in with the 12 passwords that I'm about to send to you. After that, you will be able to download 12 certificates with the highest permissions. Input the certificates into your tactical crystal processors and your crystal suits. You will be identified as allies and superiors by the defense system, cabin doors, magical equipment, police officers, soldiers, and all the other armed forces. Whoever doesn't acknowledge your identity and disobeys your command, just show them the toughness of Team Red Lotus that has slept for 200 years. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing laughed in a weird tone. Such a prerogative will definitely make a lot of people jealous, right? Liao suddenly thought of something else. How do you plan to explain it to Hailan? It does not seem very suitable to simply tell her we are going to fight the immortal cultivators, right? Nothing is not suitable, Meng Qixin said unhurriedly. Just tell her the truth. There's no need to lie to her. This is a rebellion that was never going to succeed. Even if we hadn't interfered, the scheme of the immortal cultivators wouldn't have worked out either. Huh? Liao was confused. You can't see it clearly because you are in the game. After hearing your explanation just now, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, the truth is very obvious now, Meng Qixin said casually. Do you not feel that the immortal cultivators' riot this time is so hasty that everything is basically an unorganized mess? Neither Ding Zhengyang nor Cheng Xuansu are prepared to take over the whole of Firefly. Now that they have buckled up to activate their plan, even if it works out briefly, they will be faced with the tremendous pressure of the Star Glory Federation soon. Liao squinted. What do you mean, Senior Meng? It's very simple. Somebody secretly urged Ding Zhengyang, Cheng Xuansu, and the other immortal cultivators hiding in darkness to jump out. However, it is not necessarily Master Lu of the Sci-Fi who did that. It was most likely Jin Xinyue. Or maybe Lu Qingqin and Jin Xinyue are the same gang. And this is just a trick to lure the enemy out. After saying that, Meng Qixin turned around and said, Fellow cultivator Wang Shi, you are much more familiar with ploys and schemes than I am. Why don't you explain it to us? No problem. Long Yangjun chuckled. The Star Glory Federation and Firefly are both faced with tremendous military pressure from the expedition army of the Imperium. A war is about to break out, but the Black Wind Fleet is just an external threat. Faced with the seemingly invincible Imperium of true human beings and the tempting true path of immortality, a lot of immortal cultivators in the darkness are bound to have emerged in the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years and on Firefly in the past 1,000 years. Neither the Star Glory Federation nor Firefly can completely destroy the ideas of the immortal cultivators, because ideas cannot be killed, annihilated, or sealed. The more you block and discourage the ideas, the more alluring, valid, and strong they will be. In times of danger, when the enemy is far stronger, it is an inevitability for immortal cultivators to be born. So, they are a very serious internal threat that can possibly become a fatal, venomous sting in the war. Therefore, before the Great War begins, all the immortal cultivators lurking in the Federation and on Firefly must be dug out and eradicated. It is very important. Instead of going through the trouble of searching for the immortal cultivators, it is a better idea to prompt them to jump out on their own. See, under the motivation of Master Lu of the Sci-Fi, haven't all the immortal cultivators on Firefly jumped out actively? If my guess is correct, in a couple of days, a federal fleet will happen to arrive near Firefly, and the Dim Moon Fund or the Secret Sword Bureau will release a batch of critical evidence that proves that Ding Zhengyang, Cheng Xuansu, and the rest of them are the immortal cultivators, which will mark the complete collapse of their scheme. As a result, not only will all the immortal cultivators on Firefly be fished up, the government in exile will also lose their leverage in the negotiations with the federal government. The participation of Firefly and the combination of resources later will be smoother. This is definitely a stone that kills two birds. If Lu Qingchun is not Jin Xinyue's subordinate, it will be hard to explain why they launched such a hasty rebellion at such an idiotic moment, right? There's also Tang Xiaoxing. Why did the Dim Moon Squad take Tang Xiaoxing? The reason is simple. That's because she has part of the jump token that is critical. Without her, even if Ding Zhengyang, Cheng Xuansu, and the other immortal cultivators want to run away with Firefly in their desperation, they will only be able to cruise with the regular engines. But Firefly hasn't finished its maintenance yet. How fast can the regular engines be? It will only be a matter of time for the fleets of the Federation to catch up. This should be the Dim Moon Fund's plan. If it works out, it will be a great victory for Jin Xinyue's campaign. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, do you see it now? The immortal cultivators on Firefly are dead for sure anyway. Hylon is a smart person, not an emotional one. She naturally knows what to do now. After a long silence, Liao said, I didn't know that Jean Xinhue was so sordid. It seems that joining the Star Glory Federation is a rather dangerous option. One moment of carelessness, and she will swallow us from the skin to the bones without leaving any remains behind. Sordid. Long Yangjun laughed in amusement. Why did you say that, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? How can you expect to compete with the imperium of true human beings without sordidness? If the leadership of the Star Glory Federation was a bunch of naive and innocent sages, we would never entrust the future of the ancient sages sector to them. Don't you agree, fellow cultivators? Low laughter echoed in the communication channel. All right, let's hurry up. Long Yangjun turned solemn. Team Red Lotus, let's take action. This time, the higher profile, the better. Listening to the cracking noises of crystal suits being put on in the communication channel, Liao smiled. He knew that he did not need to worry about their operations. What do we do now, Sir Speaker? Liao turned around to look at Chui Lingfeng, who had gathered the crystal processors of the immortal cultivators and was studying the map of the area carefully. Cheng Xuansu hasn't contacted Ding Xingyang for a long time. Ding Xingyang must have realized that something is wrong and will definitely send someone over soon. Chui Lingfeng pointed at the map and said, We're in the middle of a forsaken starship, waiting to be dismantled. There's a long way from here to the parliament, the No. 1 fortress, or the cabins of any garrison. Once Ding Xingyang discovers that I'm not dead yet, he will certain try his best to block us. Therefore, we cannot go to the central area of Firefly. The closest place to us that is reliable enough is here, the 3rd Military Academy of the Republic Guard Corps. It is a military school for the potential developers of spiritual roots. It is designed to raise the bottom-level officers for the Republic Guard Corporation. It is impossible for the immortal cultivators to compromise the students of the military school of such a low level. Except for the few tutors and leadership of the academy, most of the students must be still loyal to Parliament, the Speaker, and the Star Ocean Republic. Also, the 3rd Military Academy boasts a fairly large arsenal, in which quite a lot of attack magical equipment is stored. We will be able to get the situation under control if the students are armed. So, that is our destination. Potential developers of spiritual roots? Liao was slightly dazed. Then he realized what it meant. You mean ordinary people? In the official context, there is no such term as ordinary people in the Star Ocean Republic, Chui Lingfeng said solemnly. Calling those without spiritual roots ordinary people implies that only the cultivators are not ordinary and can accomplish something great, which is not politically correct. Anyone, whether their spiritual root has developed or not, is able to accomplish something great and become extraordinary, as long as they work hard. Okay, understood. But the name potential developers of spiritual roots sounds rather clumsy. Why don't you simply call them the unawakened or people without spiritual roots? What do you mean by unawakened? Chui Lingfeng asked. Should anyone who has a spiritual root be considered awakened, whereas the people who do not have one will be ignorant people that you can never wake up? It is even more politically incorrect. As for people without spiritual roots, it is not a definitive name either because everybody has the chance to awaken their spiritual root. Just because they do not have a spiritual root right now does not mean that they won't have one in the future. Such a name denies the possible returns of hard work. All things considered, potential developers of spiritual roots is the most exact term to describe the relationship between cultivators and non-cultivators. It is best for 99% of the citizens of the Republic. So complicated? Do excuse me, Sir Speaker. We have only just come from the Red Lotus sector, no, a hibernation of hundreds of years, and we are not used to the latest way of speech. It doesn't matter, Chui Lingfeng said. However, when you do visit the Star Glory Federation as a representative of the Speaker, you must watch your language prudently. Right now, political correctness is worshipped in the Star Glory Federation. It might not matter if you say ordinary people in private, but the term will only introduce trouble when you give a public speech as a special representative of the speaker. You can only choose among potential developers of spiritual roots, current developers of spiritual roots, and future developers of spiritual roots. Do bear that in mind. Liao scratched his head hard. Fine. 100 years had passed, and a lot of things in the world of cultivators changed, too. Even Monster Li had to learn more to adapt to the brand new world. This is where the third military is located. Chui Lingfeng waved his hands, unfolding, paving, and connecting many translucent 3D maps in midair. He then retrieved the sophisticated secret tubes that were as tiny as hairs, which were much more detailed than the tubes that Liao had detected through the probe magical equipment. Captain Lin, take a look at it. How can we get there? Narrowing his eyes, Liao observed the zigzagging, complicated ventilation tubes, maintenance tubes, spiritual energy tubes, and tubes for toxic waste. 100 secret infiltration routes immediately popped up in his head. But a moment later, he shook his head hard and grinned. I've taken a look. Sir Speaker, we will simply walk to the place openly. Should we meet any hindrance on the way, you will reveal your identity as the speaker. If they are cultivators, they will certainly listen to your command and follow and protect you. If they refuse to obey and even accuse you of being a counterfeit, they will certainly be immortal cultivators, and I can take them down easily. Chui Lingfeng was slightly dazed. Simple as that? For Team Red Lotus, it is simple as that. Liao nodded. He now belonged to the secret armed force that the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic had hidden more than 200 years, and he had the highest clearance to open fire on the starship. Why would he crawl through any ventilation tubes? 5 minutes passed. After pulling the bodies of Cheng Xuansu and the other immortal cultivators into a corner with complicated feelings, Liao truly took Chui Lingfeng to march toward the 3rd Military Academy of the Republic Guard Corps through the central pathway of the Forsaken Starship. Shwa! 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 The previously locked gates were opened one after another under Chui Lingfeng's telepathic thoughts. He was the speaker, and it was impossible for either Ding Zhengyang or Cheng Xuansu to cancel his control permissions other than by destroying him physically. The only way to cancel his highest permissions, except for breaching the mainframe crystal processor of the starship by brute force, was to impeach him in Parliament and deprive him of his privileges. But obviously that was impossible. Only a handful of gates could not be opened with the speaker's permissions because they were cut off from the spiritual nexus or even completely sealed. But however thick and impregnable they were, it was impossible for them to withstand Liao's bombardment. Boom! Every unopenable gate was blown up by Liao with one punch or one kick. It was not until they came to a gate of super alloys more than 5 meters thick, made of the heavenly river mother copper, the gold steel colorful diamond, and more than 10 super hard materials, that Liao was delayed for a while. Sir Speaker, please stand back for a moment. Observing the gate that had only collapsed inward 2 meters without being blown up after taking 2 punches from him, Liao frowned. Then, he put on the mystic skeleton battlesuit and leaned to one side. He slightly widened his stance to support himself better. Keeping his left hand behind his back, he raised his right hand and opened his fingers. Bright green lames of spiritual energy surged out of the gaps on the shoulder like ghosts and swirled on his entire right arm, turning into a drill of spiritual energy condensed by the green ghostly fire. Z. Z Z Z Z Z Z. Liao suddenly shook his right arm. The drill of spiritual energy rushed toward the gate of super alloys, triggering sparks that were even more dazzling than a supernova outbreak and letting out world-shaking, deafening noises. The entire pathway was soaked in the explosion of his raging spiritual energy, and the gate was scorched, ripped apart, and burnt through brutally. 5 seconds later, a hole 2 meters in diameter, from which the melted metal was still dripping, appeared in the gate of super alloys that was 5 meters thick. All right, Sir Speaker, after you. Please mind the heat. Extending his index finger, Liao blew out the last bit of green fire on the tip of his finger. He then turned around and made a please gesture to Chui Lingfeng. However, he was slightly dazed after seeing what Chui Lingfeng looked like right now. Sir Speaker, why is your face so pale, and why are you so devastated? Even your spiritual shield is riddled with holes and seems to be collapsing. Didn't I ask you to retreat to 800 meters away and stay back for a moment, Sir Speaker? You didn't go there. Looking at the new channel that was 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, the melted metal that was flowing on the ground randomly like magma, and the mass-produced mystic skeleton battlesuit on Liao that could not be counted as an advanced crystal suit in any sense, Cui Lingfeng was rendered completely speechless. He finally understood why Cheng Xuansu would rather kill herself than confront the mysterious cultivator Lin Jiu from the Red Lotus sector. She did not run away, perhaps not because she hated running, but because Cheng Xuansu, as a battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage, knew that she could not get away from Lin Jiu at all. Cui Lingfeng was not the only one who was rendered speechless and utterly stunned. On the other side of the gate, a troop of 122 exos had arrived in a hurry. Hardly had they arrived there, and before they had time to open the gate, they saw that the toughest gate made of super alloys suddenly produced 2 huge dents as if it were made of rubber. Then, accompanied by a series of blood-freezing screeches of metal, the gate was burnt with a tiny hole, which expanded at a visible speed and grew to around 2 meters wide in only a couple of seconds. Many exos craned their necks as far away as their crystal suit allowed them to. Through the hole that was burnt and melted, they saw that an exo who was wearing a mass-produced mystic skeleton battlesuit blew off the last spark on the tip of his finger softly. Supported by their spiritual shields, Liao and Cui Lingfeng slowly floated through the terribly scorching hole and appeared in front of the 122 exos. The 122 exos, like 122 iron statues, stared at Liao and Cui Lingfeng in silence. Cui Lingfeng was not wearing a facial cover. Naturally, the general policemen and soldiers knew who he was. "Which legion do you belong to? Where is your commander?" Liao asked, although he had locked onto the commander since the beginning. The speaker was attacked just now. Firefly is in the most perilous situation. Whatever mission you are carrying out at present, abort it immediately and follow my command to protect the speaker. Liao made a step forward after each word he said until he had almost walked to the center of the fully armed exos in the end. His footsteps were quite light, and there was barely any sound. Yet, every exo felt that somebody was drumming heavily inside their heart. It's really the speaker. Who is he? He is coming so magnificently that he feels like a starship. The 100 of us will all be killed by him. Liao's slightly abrupt order, supported by the dominating aura of the nascent soul stage, appeared to be self-justified. Most of the exos swallowed hard and turned their eyes to the few commanders. The few commanders looked at Cui Lingfeng and then at Liao. In the end, they looked at each other in bewilderment, their bodies that were hidden inside the crystal suit sweating hard. The commander in the lead made up his mind and shouted, "Don't be fooled! He is not the speaker but impersonated by an immortal cultivator. The real speaker is already dead." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the commander raised his hand and shot his gun at Cui Lingfeng. However, the explosive spiritual energy bursting out of the barrel was frozen in midair again, exactly like the bullet that Cheng Xuansu had shot out previously. After half a second's impasse, it retreated, turned around, and moved inch by inch, as if it were controlled by an invisible force, before it slowly reached Liao's palm. The flames of spiritual energy that contained powerful damage jumped and danced obediently in Liao's palm like a docile cat. Brilliant fireworks were released unhurriedly. The fireworks, in the eyes of the few immortal cultivators among the exos, were as horrible as the laughter of ghosts. The moment their commander shot, they should have attacked Liao together. However, exactly at the moment, their foreheads, necks, hearts, and abdomens were all stuck to by invisible blades, and hundreds of holes would be left in their bodies if they moved recklessly. Including the commander, nobody dared move. They all saw an illusion where Liao seemed to be standing both in front of them and right behind them 1 inch away, and that he was staring deep into their brains both from the front and from behind. Playing with the flames of spiritual energy that had spurted out the barrel, Liao slowly walked to the commander who had shot it out just now. Looking down at him from the higher altitude, He then observed the 7 exos who had planned to attack just now with highly abnormal breathing, heartbeats, and blood flow, who were more frightened than shocked. "Come on out." Liao took the storm bolter from the commander who had turned into a statue made of mud. He then curled his finger toward the other 7 exos and casually said, "Fellow cultivators, in the name of Team Red Lotus, the speaker's private guards, you are under arrest for treason." The antecedent of the Black Stone Jail was a heavy cargo starship that had been designed to transport dangerous products. The thickness of the shell, the defense rune arrays deployed in the cabins, and all the other safety measures were of the highest level. As the strongest prison where the most dangerous criminals on Firefly were caged, Black Stone Jail had been strengthened and modified countless times in the past hundreds of years. It had long been built into an impregnable iron fortress where no water could flow in and no bug could fly out. When Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu planned to seize control of Firefly, they had infiltrated and strengthened the place in every way possible. After they secretly captured a lot of technical staff who were loyal to Captain Tang Dingyuan and many MPs who might prove to be hindrances in their crucial posts, they had moved and locked all the captives, too. Not only had the alert of the Black Stone Jail been improved to the war preparation state, 2 legions of exos of the Republic Guard Corps had also been mobilized there. The 2 elite troops of a tough combat ability were important targets of infiltration and transformation. Their commanders were all immortal cultivators who only listened to Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu's commands. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how appalled the commanders of the 2 exo-legions were when they saw 3 ordinary people approaching unhurriedly from the end of the pathway wearing not crystal suits but the clothes of ordinary people as if they were having an enjoyable hike on weekends. How is it possible? This is a military forbidden area. Haven't the areas up ahead been blocked and disconnected from the main area of Firefly? Where are those 3 guys from exactly? Black Arrow Squad, come in immediately. Why did 3 strangers pass your defense line? Who are they immediately? Black Arrow Squad? Black Arrow Squad. Not good. We're in serious trouble. Walla. Walla. Ear-splitting alarms echoed in the enormous cabin where Black Stone Jail was located. The entire cabin was soaked in panicking redness. Dazzling electric arcs burst out of the cracking defense rune arrays. Railguns, crystal cannons, missile launchers, countless protruding barrels were aimed down the pathway. Starry brilliance was taking shape inside the darkness. Flames of spiritual energy were interweaving among the magnetic rails, and all the damaging rune arrays were humming. They are immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators have just assassinated the speaker and are blatantly sabotaging Firefly right now. They are trying to attack Black Stone Jail and rescue their conspirators. The commanders of the exo-legions hurried to incite the general soldiers who did not know what was going on. However, their fancy words were hardly convincing as the 3 strangers slowly approached because the 3 of them simply looked too weird. The one on the left was sloppy and weaselly, with a patch on his forehead. He looked like a dirty, smelly beggar. The one on the right was even more unbelievable. He was a dwarf who did not have a hair on his head, which made his head look like a smooth melon. A dwarf. Only the woman in the middle appeared normal, but there was nothing attractive about her either. She did not boast the air of an expert at all. At first glance, all the weapons that the 3 ordinary people had were the sword that the dwarf was holding in his arms, which was no larger than a toothpick. Not a chainsword, not a magnetic blade, not a high-heat saber, and barely even a piece of magical equipment. It was just the most common short sword. Were the 3 of them immortal cultivators? Had they come to the Black Stone Jail, heavily defended by at least 1,000 exos, for a prison break? The immortal cultivators hiding among the guards of the jail had made 100 different battle plans to deal with any possible changes. But never could they have dreamt that such bizarre-looking fellows would pass through the defense line at the periphery uncannily and arrive right in front of them out of nowhere. Stop moving. This is a military forbidden area. Identify yourselves. The commander of the jail's guards screamed. It was not supposed to be his job to shout at the strangers, but he was too anxious to control himself not to. The whole situation seemed to be slipping to a bottomless abyss. A second later, his concerns became reality. One of the strangers raised his wrist and tapped on the tactical crystal processor softly. After a few beeps, the friend or foe identification rune arrays on the jail immediately recognized who they were. They were allies who belonged to a troop that had a much higher rank and was directly under the command of the speaker. Team Red Lotus is here to take over jail by the order of the speaker. The unarmed and seemingly harmless woman in the middle stepped forward and smiled. Commanders of the Black Stone Guards, please transfer your command and accept our dispatchment immediately. You, the commander of the jail faced with the woman's smile, like the commander who had been faced with Liao, was also sweating hard, turning into a drenched chicken caged in an iron box. In the secret communication channel, he spoke to his accomplices. Turn off the defense rune arrays and the identification arrays on all the magical equipment. Activate the manual control mode. Fire at will. The woman opposite should not have been able to hear what he said in the private channel. However, she seemed to have caught exactly what was on the commander's mind. She sighed gloomily, and her innocuous smile turned into one of surprise and confusion, as if she found it hard to understand why those people were resisting meaninglessly after hearing the name of Team Red Lotus. The woman, Long Yongjun, glanced casually at the cannons, railguns, and missile launchers behind the rune arrays, as well as the hundreds of fully armed exos who were shivering in fear. She then said to Yen Liren and Ba Xiaoyu, "Take them down!" At almost exactly the same time, world-shattering explosions burst out in the depths of Blackstone Jail. The intense black smoke consumed the entire heavy carrier of dangerous products. 931 years after the Starship was built, 12 of the most fatal, dangerous products had been activated. On the bridge of Firefly, in front of the mainframe crystal processor that was as enormous as a hill, thousands of ever-changing and flashing light beams congregated into a vague ocean of brightness that completely drowned Ding Zhengyang, the acting captain. Half an hour ago, the ocean of brightness had still appeared tranquil. The picture displayed on every light beam had been under his precise control and arrangement. Although Speaker Chui Lingfeng seemed to have found some loopholes and made up his mind to investigate, the backup plan that they had switched to promptly, without any hesitation, had filled in the loopholes. However, after only half an hour, the peaceful ocean of brightness had turned into surging tides as if a devastating tsunami was surging. The erratic, unpredictable light and shadow grabbed his heart hard and completely dragged him into the uncontrollable abyss. Ding Zhengyang was more than 2 meters tall. He was strong and had a resolute face. When he commanded on the deck floor, he was best known for his calmness even when he was faced with the most dangerous crisis. Many sailors and operators called him Pillar. Even the gravest fault on the Starship would not make his eyebrow twitch in the slightest. However, at this moment, as he read the subtle changes of the situation on the light beams, Ding Zhengyang's previously red and glowing face turned paler than that of a dead person. Cheng Xuansu. What exactly happened to the woman? She was only asked to kill a speaker who does not even have the strength to catch a chicken. How could she possibly have failed? Team Red Lotus? What's that? I've never heard such a troop of exos on Firefly. The speaker is alive. He really is alive. The Black Stone Jail has been compromised. Well, at a loss, Ding Zhengyang looked at the furious fire named Red Lotus burning, raving, and rushing on the light beams, his mind completely disturbed. The pictures displayed to the acting captain of Firefly were collected by the crystal cameras installed in various cabins and by the sensors on the crystal suits of the immortal cultivators. However, even if there were 10 times more crystal cameras and sensors under his control, it would still barely be possible for him to clearly see what Team Red Lotus was exactly, because Team Red Lotus was simply too fast. It was especially so during the assault that Blackstone Jail suffered. Except for the 3 warriors of Team Red Lotus who walked up to the defense line slowly at the beginning, other people never showed up in front of the crystal cameras or left their appearances clearly at all, as if they were well aware of the distribution of all the crystal cameras. Even the 3 of them also turned into unpredictable shadows after the explosions echoed and they took action for real. They were unstoppable flashes, they were white mist that was breaking the sonic barrier constantly, and they were residual images that lingered on the retina and the crystal cameras. However hard Ding Zhengyang bulged his eyes, to the point that surging spiritual energy almost blew out his eyeballs. The only thing that he could see was that the immortal cultivators who were loyal to him were screaming miserably and dancing like marionettes fighting the invisible devils. They were thrown high up and smashed into the ground, their bones broken. Some of them were cut in half before they could react. Their crystal suits, although known as the king of magical equipment, seemed to be made of tofu, and the fracture was even smoother than a mirror. The mind-boggling picture displayed on one of the light beams left a particularly deep impression on Ding Zhengyang. Inside the picture, the immortal cultivators loyal to him seemed to have captured the trace of one of the intruders. 3 crystal railguns that were 100 meters away from each other adjusted their angle at the same time and were all aimed at the warrior of the Team Red Lotus who appeared to be a dwarf. The long-prepared magnetic rails were spluttering, and the electric arcs were pressed down like springs. The cannonballs of spiritual energy at the end of the rails could hardly wait to dart out. Then the picture suddenly blinked. The bald dwarf waved his hands casually, as if he were just yawning or driving away several annoying flies, but the 3 crystal railguns 100 meters away from each other broke apart at the same time, not slashed at a slant, but cut right in the middle vertically into 2 parts as if they were nothing more than sugarcane. Boom, boom, boom. The furious spiritual energy, like a flood breaking out of the dam, immediately went out of control and surged out crazily. They tied up the batteries like rampant boas and instantly evolved into 3 ever-expanding lightning balls. The artillerists inside, whom Ding Zhengyang had gone through a lot of trouble to turn into immortal cultivators, were vaporized into ash before they had the chance to scream. The only things left behind were some faint remains. What was that sword art? How can there possibly be such a terrifying sword art in the universe? Ding Zhengyang would not have been so surprised even if the bald dwarf had blown up the 3 batteries with the invincible strength of the divinity transformation stage, because it was at least something that he could understand. But he was absolutely certain that, judging from the spiritual waves around the bald dwarf, the guy was only showing the cultivation of the peak of the core formation stage at best. He had achieved everything purely with his sword art, not his spiritual energy. Ding Zhengyang's experience and understanding of the arts of training collapsed all of a sudden. His ambitions fell apart at the moment, too. Where is the bald dwarf from exactly? This is too unbelievable. The explosions and riots deep inside Blackstone Jail gradually died down. However, based on the soldiers who gave up their weapons, kneeled on the ground, and surrendered outside of the jail, Ding Zhengyang, however optimistic, found it hard to believe that the peace was because the intruders had all been annihilated. In the meantime, on another light beam, Ding Zhengyang saw that Speaker Cui Lingfeng, who should have been dead, was striding toward the 3rd Military Academy, escorted by a seemingly unattractive man in a mass-produced mystic skeleton battlesuit. The man in the mystic skeleton battlesuit looked stranger and did not appear as tough as the bald dwarf in the Blackstone jail. Ding Zhengyang did not see him attack because the guy did not have to at all. Behind him and Speaker Cui, countless soldiers at the bottom level had gathered. There was no telling what kind of drugs the man had given to the disordered and disorganized soldiers, but they were 100 times braver under his lead. Like magma, like a red lotus, like iron torrents that were flowing forward unstoppably. They marched into the 3rd Military Academy, supporting Speaker Cui. When the mysterious man raised Speaker Cui to the flag tower and broke into the arsenal with the soldiers, retrieving enough attack magical equipment to arm the thousands of students in the school, Ding Zhengyang's last hope perished. For a moment, he even wished that everything was simply a foul trick. Was it possible that the enemy had hacked their mainframe crystal processor and played fake videos that had been recorded previously, and all the pictures were in fact virtual and synthesized and the actual situation was not that bad? However, the panic screams, the desperate roars, and the cries for help in the private communication channel soon dragged Ding Zhengyang back to the cruel reality. The air pressure was extremely low on the enormous bridge. Everyone was whispering to each other. It was the calm before the storm. Ding Zhengyang had plotted to send Tang Dingyuan, the previous captain, to prison and control the bridge. However, of the hundreds of operators, navigators, communication officers, and other works on the bridge to keep Firefly functioning, No matter how hard he tried to influence and persuade them, only 1/5 were his co-conspirators. The other 80% of them did not know the truth at all. Just now, he had sent a message to them under the name of Chang Xuansu, stating that the immortal cultivators had launched a rebellion that threatened the speaker's life and the safety of Firefly. Those people had bought it for now. However, the best that Ding Xingyang could do was block the pictures sent by the crystal cameras. It was impossible for him to stop all the messages between the bridge and the outside world. They would grow suspicious very soon. What do we do? Ding Xingyang noticed that a lot of his co-conspirators were dropping hints at him with pale faces. Pretending to be calm, he nodded at his subordinates, implying that everything was under control. He tried to control his nerves and muscles as he walked to the captain's office in the deepest part of the bridge. After he slammed the door, his hands began trembling beyond his control. He tried 4 times to complete the simple movement of retrieving a secret crystal processor from his Cosmos ring and activating a top-secret communication channel. An extremely twisted, lackluster light beam, full of streaks and snowflakes, gradually lit up. The ripples and snowflakes slowly condensed into a face, one whose eyes were unfocused and whose eyebrows were furrowed, as if the guy had been meditating the whole time. The owner of the face appeared to very young, but the hair that was dangling from his head was gray. Perhaps his brain was a greedy beast that continuously sucked his vitality. Did I not tell you that the secret route must not be activated unless it is absolutely necessary? The gray-haired man in the picture reproached expressionlessly. Master Lu. Ding Xingyang took a long breath in relief. It is absolutely necessary right now. We've been exposed. We're done and doomed. Oh, if Master Lu was surprised at all in his heart, he certainly did not show any of it on his face. He was as calm and peaceful as before as he said, "No need to be hasty. Take your time. Tell me what happened." How can I not be hasty? It was an absolutely perfect plan. But we did not expect that the speaker had been keeping Team Red Lotus, a secret armed force, to himself the whole time. Gnashing his teeth, Ding Xingyang quickly explained the key events with a twisted face. In the end, he begged, Master Lu, what do we do now? Can we only fall back to the Dragon Snake Space Zone now? Let's see. Master Lu had been listening attentively the whole time and was not anxious at all even to this moment. Pondering for a moment while holding his forehead, he raised his head and stared at Ding Xingyang. Ding Xingyang was impatient. Master Lu, do you have a solution? I do. Master Lu nodded and casually said, It's time to sacrifice. Huh. Ding Xingyang was slightly dazed, not knowing what he meant. I beg your pardon. It's time to sacrifice. Master Lu's head grew huger. He seemed to have moved his head close to the crystal camera. Breathtaking brilliance was glowing out his deeply hollowed eyes as he solemnly declared, The situation on Firefly is hopeless now. The key is to keep the fellow cultivators hiding in the Dragon Snake Space Zone and within the Federation unaffected. Therefore, we will have to sever the arm to save the body. Sacrifice now, fellow cultivator Ding. Summon all our fellow cultivators on board who are aware of the secrets and shed your blood for the true path of immortality. You must be kidding. Shocked, Ding Xingyang stuttered. This is not what we agreed upon in the beginning. The situation right now is different from what we anticipated, Master Lu said. The Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund have been keeping an eye on us closely. The few underground branches in the Dragon Snake Space Zone risk being exposed. I cannot add to their risk by getting you there. The true path of immortality is a path of thorns that is rife with snakes and wolves. Everybody who walks on it must be prepared to sacrifice themselves for the civilization. Fellow cultivator Ding, you are not scared of death, are you? Are you even an immortal cultivator at all if you do not have the courage to sacrifice yourself for your beliefs? Ding Xingyang was rendered speechless. His face was flushing before it turned pale. So you are truly scared of death? Master Lu frowned. A third eye seemed to be opening at the center of his eyebrows. I wasted so much time teaching you the true path of immortality and helping you develop fellow cultivators because I thought that you were a real immortal cultivator. It never occurred to me that you are just a cowardly, selfish, shameless guy who hopes to earn benefits for yourself through the true path of immortality. A scoundrel such as yourself is a shame to the true path of immortality. Are you even qualified to beg for my mercy and the protection of the true path of immortality? Men of different beliefs should go their separate ways. It's time we bid each other farewell. Please don't. Ding Xianxia completely panicked. He begged in a low voice, "Fellow cultivator Lu, I am a real immortal cultivator. Of course, I'm a real immortal cultivator. I am absolutely loyal to the true path of immortality. Trust me. You must trust me. All right, I'll trust you one more time." Eyeing him up and down, Master Lu put on a thin smile. "If you are a real immortal cultivator, prove yourself. It's time you sacrifice yourself for your belief." Pa! Master Lu cut off the communication, and the light beam fell into darkness. There was no reply at all, no matter how many times Ding Xianxia called. "Asshole." Every muscle on Ding Xianxia's face was twitching violently. His face flickered between enraged and fearful, like a beast whose thigh had been bitten by a trap, watching his companions abandon him without looking back. His Adam's apple was shivering rapidly, uttering what sounded like both bellows and moans. Voila! Ding Xianxia smashed the mini crystal processor against the wall, smashing it into pieces. He then stared at a loss at the glittering pieces on the ground. At last, he took a deep breath and rubbed his burning face hard, as if it were a pile of soft mud. After 10 seconds, he finally rubbed his face into the previous calm expression. Glancing around quickly, he took out tremendous confidential jade chips and secret tokens to control the central nerve of Firefly from the safes that were protected by barriers. After he stored them in his own Cosmos ring, he tapped for a while on the portable crystal processor that he had been using previously, issuing a command for another group of his accomplices. In the end, faking his calmness, Ding Xianxia held his head high and walked out of the captain's office. The whispers outside grew louder and louder. A lot of people were eyeing him cautiously. The looks of suspicion and confusion congregated into an ocean, where devastating tides that would rip him apart were about to be raised. Ding Xianxia coughed and unhurriedly walked to a teleportation array in a corner of the bridge. While walking, he summoned a few of his most trusted subordinates. On the surface, they were discussing the suppression of the immortal cultivators' insurgency, but in fact, he was speaking to them through the private communication technique. "Leave the place alone. Run." The two most advanced teleportation arrays had been deployed on the bridge. Only the captain was authorized to open one of them. After some adjustment, it could lead to any of the hundreds of starships that made up Firefly. The pictures of the outside world were still being blocked, and Ding Xianxia was still the acting captain who held the highest authority. Therefore, nobody was bold enough to ask where exactly he was going. When most of the staff on the bridge and the immortal cultivators whom Ding Xianxia did not bring away finally realized that something was not right, Ding Xianxia had already disappeared in the dazzling light after setting his destination. Shua! Ding Xianxia and his 4 trusted subordinates arrived at a dim cabin that was riddled with holes. Tremendous broken pieces, blown by the wind, occupied the entire room. Boom! Hardly had he stepped off the teleportation array when Ding Xianxia shot back without turning around, completely destroying the teleportation array. It would be impossible for the people on the bridge to be directly teleported there. In the meantime, he edited the mainframe crystal processor of the teleportation arrays on the bridge and disguised his destination. The destination displayed on the crystal processor in the bridge would be somewhere else. Therefore, absolutely nobody would know his whereabouts. Thankfully, I made preparations myself. Lu Qingchen, you asshole. Just wait for it. I'm not going to let go of you. Ding Xianxia ground his teeth hard and cursed silently. This was the last path of escape that he had carefully prepared for himself. The seemingly outdated starship, which was about to be separated from the main body and completely dismantled, had an intact escape room, although all the crew members and passengers had been evacuated. He had transferred the 2 most advanced escape capsules there in secret. Naturally, the 2 escape capsules were not capable of traveling across sectors, but they were enough for him to reach Fish Dragon City quietly. Lu Qingqian's Sifa had their secret bureaus in the city, but Ding Zhengyang had also prepared 2 nests for himself in secret without telling Lu Qingqian. It was a living example of a clever hare having 3 dens. "Are you here?" Ding Zhengyang was rather grave when he summoned another batch of his subordinates in the communication channel. They were the combat squad that had pretended to break into the prison but in fact transferred Captain Tang Dingyuan to somewhere else. It was the elite squad of the highest combat ability for the immortal cultivators on board other than Cheng Xuansu. Without their protection, Ding Zhengyang would not be able to achieve anything on his own. Besides, Captain Tang Dingyuan was the best hostage. If Ding Zhengyang planned to save his own life or even reverse the situation, he would have to count on the former captain. Therefore, Ding Zhengyang had asked the elite squad to transfer Tang Dingyuan to a cabin not too far away from there for imprisonment. After realizing that the situation was not good, he had even asked them to retreat in advance. "You have already reached the escape center? Good. I'll be there in a minute." Ding Zhengyang was relieved and finally put a vague smile. Then, he heard his subordinates talking in the communication channel as if they were asking for compliments. "What? You didn't forget to bring the scarlet ball?" "Yes, that's good. The item is truly quite uncanny. It will help us to track whoever is behind all this." "Wait." Ding Zhengyang somehow felt that something bad was happening. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His smile gradually froze, tore apart, and vanished, but his eyeballs were protruding inch by inch. The blood streaks that jumped out instantly almost exploded on the surface of the eyeballs. "Idiots!" he shouted desperately. "You idiots! Destroy the scarlet ball right now. Something's wrong with Professor Luoda. Something is definitely wrong with Professor Luoda. Destroy it. Destroy it now." There was no time. The moment he roared, the sound of gunfire echoed on the other side of the communication channel. Crystal suits were ripped apart easily. Bones were smashed into pieces, and the screams, cries, and exclamations of his subordinates all burst out like fireworks. But they fell into dead silence after only a couple of seconds. There was not the slightest sound on the other side of the communication channel, as if everyone in the escape center had been completely consumed by the darkness. Before Ding Zhengyang had the time to moan, he was caught in darkness, too. It was not the darkness in a rhetorical sense. The environment that he was in had truly turned pitch black. The feeble, shimmering light emanated by the illumination rune arrays in the cabin was absorbed by the darkness that was as thick and heavy as ink. Even if he put on his crystal suit as quickly as possible and activated all the scanning and probe magical equipment, he could not detect anything around him at all. It was a very sophisticated barrier, a smoke grenade that could block all the rays and waves. In the absolute darkness, Ding Zhengyang could not hear or see anything. He was mired in the dizzying turbulence of horror. "Ah!" A scream echoed behind him. It was one of his subordinates. The scream moved further and further away, as if the guy had been pulled away together with his crystal suit by a certain ferocious beast for hundreds of meters during the moment, before he was smashed into the wall of the cabin and broken into pieces. Crack, crack, before his cold sweat flowed out. It sounded like another one of his subordinates had been pressed into a metal ball together with his crystal suit. A metal ball mixed with flesh and blood. Ah! The remaining 2 of his subordinates' minds completely collapsed. They ran away crazily, one to the front and one to the rear. However, Ding Zhengyang could only hear their sound but not see the exhaust flames released by their crystal suits. Their insane cries came to an abrupt halt at the same time a moment later. The 2 subordinates uttered no more sound, as if they had run into space without looking back and completely vanished from this world. Then, there was a prolonged period of darkness and silence. It was not until Ding Zhengyang felt that his heart was about to stop beating that the most eccentric red lotus, which seemed to be irrigated by blood, slowly blossomed right in front of his eyes. The bouncing, unpredictable red lotus illuminated an unreal, shadowy face that was covered in black mist. It was the face that Ding Zhengyang had seen on the surveillance light beam just now, the mysterious person who was wearing a mass-produced mystic skeleton battlesuit. Ding Zhengyang had felt that the man was not the biggest threat in Team Red Lotus. At the very least, he was certainly not as big a threat as the bald dwarf who held the short sword. However, with the man staring at him casually in the darkness under the illumination of the red lotus, Ding Zhengyang discovered that his horror was immeasurable, and he was 100 times weirder than the weird bald dwarf. Who is he exactly? He is not a human. He is a devil. He is a fiend that is 100 times more terrifying than any demons. Ding Zhengyang saw an ocean of blood made of red lotuses in the mysterious eyes of the stranger. The ocean of blood seemed to be some sort of voracious beast that would lunge out of the man's face and devour his flesh, blood, and soul without leaving anything behind. Wu, savaged by the brutal, ruthless, and vicious aura of the stranger, Ding Zhengyang's every bone had completely melted. He did not even have the courage to think about running. Hey, that's enough. In the darkness, Liao frowned and spoke to the mental devil in his head. I told you to just release some killing intent to intimidate him. Don't act like a supervillain is showing up, alright? Do I need to cooperate with you by playing some creepy music from my abdomen? The mental devil felt that it had been wronged. Why are you blaming me? I did exactly what you told me to, and you still have so much to say. I won't help you at all next time. Fine. I was wrong. Anyway, this is enough. He might die of fear. While comforting the mental devil, Liao continued staring at Ding Zhengyang expressionlessly and demanded, Should I call you Captain Ding or Master Ding? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ding Zhengyang had collapsed because of the intimidating aura released by the mental devil. Covering his chest, he begged hard with a pale face. Don't kill you. Liao eyed Ding Zhengyang up and down for a long time. Illuminated by the fire of the red lotus, his lips curled into a cruel smile. It depends on whether you are the mastermind of the whole scheme or simply an accomplice who will help us find out the real schemer. Ding Zhengyang saw hope. Like someone being drowned who caught a life-saving straw, he shrieked, I am not the mastermind. I was manipulated by someone. I was manipulated by Lu Qingcheng of the Sci-Fi. I will confess everything. The roster of all the immortal cultivators on Firefly, the few secret dens that Lu Qingchen has in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, and the schemes of the Sci-Fi and the Black Wind Fleet. I will tell you everything. Please, have mercy on me and give me a chance to correct my mistakes. For Tang Dingyuan, the real captain of Firefly, the experience in the past 3 hours had been as twisting and soul-stirring as sprinting in a torrent on a ragged boat. He had been considering the whole event during the few days in prison. Although he had learned of Chief Mate Ding Zhengyang's betrayal at the very beginning, at that time, he had merely thought that Speaker Chui Lingfeng was behind everything and that the immortal cultivators were just lies that Chui Lingfeng and Ding Zhengyang had fabricated in order to frame him. If that was the case, Tang Dingyuan would not have been desperate at all. He only found Chui Lingfeng's stubbornness and Ding Zhengyang's greed too painful to bear. However, after the brief conversation with Chui Lingfeng in the prison cell, he had realized that there was another possibility that was much creepier. What if the whole event was not Chui Lingfeng's plan for the struggle of power and Ding Zhengyang was not Chui Lingfeng's puppet but had been fooling Chui Lingfeng instead all along? It meant that the immortal cultivators did exist and had been manipulating the two of them successfully. Tang Dingyuan's heart immediately fell into a black hole. The unexpected changes that had taken place later further proved his judgment. Soon after Speaker Chui Lingfeng left, deafening explosions echoed outside. A mysterious squad of exos broke into the secret prison. They claimed to be rescuing him, but they were in fact taking him away against his will. Those men were not his subordinates. They did not listen to his demand to see their real faces. His eyes and ears were covered on the way, making him unable to see or hear anything. He had no idea where he was transferred to. However, before his vision and hearing were sealed, he vaguely heard his capturers saying that the speaker had already been killed by them. Chui Lingfeng was dead. Tang Dingyuan felt as if he had been hit by lightning before falling into a cave of ice. As the captain of the starship, Tang Dingyuan did not find the cooperation with Chui Lingfeng, who was the speaker, very pleasant. Friction and contradiction were common between them regarding the policies that would decide the future of Firefly and the government in exile. It was especially so when it came to whether or not to join the Star Glory Federation. The two of them had been at loggerheads many times and were out-and-out political rivals to each other. Tang Dingyuan disagreed on many approaches that Cui Lingfeng adopted. He did not see eye to eye with the overstaffed, overly powerful, and condescending parliament. However, in his eyes, no matter how obstinate, arrogant, and cunning Cui Lingfeng was, he had never doubted the loyalty of Cui Lingfeng as a cultivator to the path of the cultivators and to the Star Ocean Republic. Cui Lingfeng could do anything, but it was impossible that he would surrender to the imperium of true human beings. The death of such a speaker would definitely add to the treacherousness of the situation on Firefly. Sorting through the whole series of events in the darkness, Tang Dingyuan basically deduced the causes and consequences of everything. Something was definitely wrong with Ding Zhengyang. Many people who were most intimate to Cui Lingfeng were suspects, too. However, reaching a conclusion right now could not help anything. After the speaker died, his trusted subordinates who had planned for a long time would take over his power. As for the captain's command, it had been seized by Ding Zhengyang a long time ago. In both the parliament and the bridge, the immortal cultivators had grasped the greatest power without alarming anyone, while most of the cultivators were fooled, unaware of what was going on. Even for such a man made of iron like Tang Dingyuan, who had cruised through the most violent cosmic storms on Firefly, while taking the burning shooting stars that were hitting the spiritual shield, if not the shell of the starship brutally to be nothing more than a spring sprinkle, he could not help but feel grasped by desperation. Just like that, he weathered through the darkest 3 hours of his life. Although he did not give up hope for 1 second but had been considering countermeasures with all his wisdom, he still failed to come up with any practical strategy when he was embraced by light again. However, what he saw in front of his eyes made his head dizzy. It was so hilarious that he almost burst into laughter. Ding Zhengyang, the previous chief mate and the acting captain of Firefly, whom he had deduced to be the guy behind the whole scheme, was now kneeling before him dutifully, so ashamed and miserable that the man seemed to be looking for a hole in the ground to hide in. Well? Looking at Ding Zhengyang and at the man who helped him loosen the barriers and stand to his feet, Tang Dingyuan noticed vague smell of blood and the aura of an expert from the stranger, although the guy looked rather unfamiliar. He had to be a real expert. How many years had passed since Firefly last had such an expert due to the serious shortage of training resources and because it had been constantly fleeing? There's no need to worry now, Captain Tang. Liao smiled. The Immortal Cultivators' rebellion has been taken care of. Team Red Lotus has successfully rescued everyone that was kept in prison in Blackstone Jail. They are returning to their posts to stabilize the current situation. Many of them marched into the bridge just now. The bridge is in our hands again. Team Red Lotus? Chewing on the strange name in silence, Tang Dingyuan was still completely confused, not having the vaguest clue what had happened. We're the highest secret armed force that is directly under the command of every speaker, Liao said carefully. Our team was founded by Speaker Shui Yan more than 200 years ago. All traces of us were wiped after we finished our training and preparations. We have been kept in the hibernation state as a precaution for emergencies, such as today's situation. In fact, everything is Speaker Chui's arrangement. Speaker Chui long ago sensed that a lot of immortal cultivators were lurking on Firefly. However, it was difficult to distinguish them when there was little evidence. Therefore, he intentionally played such a drama and awakened Team Red Lotus in order to fish up all the enemies after they jumped out. For confidentiality, the plan was not explained to you beforehand. You must have been suffered today, Captain Tang. On behalf of the speaker, I apologize for everything that's happened to you. Tang Dingyuan was still wearing an expression of disbelief. This was all Speaker Chui's plan? Well, this is very... Somehow he felt that something was wrong. The whole thing seemed more complicated than that. Thankfully, the results have proved generally satisfactory in the end. Liao put on a brilliant smile again. Instead of waiting for Tang Dingyuan to think, he continued quickly. Chang Xuansu, the immortal cultivator lurking near Speaker Chui, has been executed. This chief mate Ding, who has been lurking next to you, is willing to repent. 2. The immortal cultivators on the bridge, in Parliament, and among the other important posts barely have any chance to escape. After the breathtaking but in fact not dangerous incident, the combat ability of Firefly will be higher instead of weaker. The negotiations to join the Star Glory Federation can begin soon. 2. The negotiations to join the Star Glory Federation? Tang Dingyuan was shocked again. He felt that, after only a couple of hours, the world had been overturned. Isn't Speaker Chui the last person in favor of joining the Star Glory Federation? Speaker Chui is too visionary, wise, and considerate to really object to the merger with the Star Glory Federation now that a great enemy is upon us. Li Yao said solemnly. Everything has been under his control. However, in the past, a lot of immortal cultivators were hiding on Firefly. If we joined the Star Glory Federation recklessly before the virus was completely annihilated, the fatal virus would have only spread continuously and even broken out in a key battle to come. Do you understand Speaker Chui's thoughtfulness now, Captain Tang? Tang Dingyuan smiled bitterly. As the captain of Firefly, he had always been the most standard technical staff, and he was not fond of plots or schemes. He only felt that whatever Li Yao said was too complicated compared with piloting a starship. If that's true, of course it is true. Staring Tang Dingyuan in the eye, Li Yao slightly raised his voice. Captain Tang, after the setback on Firefly, we need the captain and the speaker to join hands in order to stabilize the situation and restore our combat ability as soon as possible. Speaker Chui would like to know one thing. On the premise that he agrees to join the Star Glory Federation in principle and the specific details are open to discussion, will you still pledge your loyalty to the Parliament and to the Supreme Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic? Tang Dingyuan stared at Li Yao's eyes carefully, trying to find some answers from the eyes that were devoid of any light, but he found absolutely nothing in the end. After thinking for a long time, he still nodded firmly. Of course. Half an hour later, when Tang Dingyuan returned to the bridge with Li Yao, he could not help imagining that it was his next life. Dad! It was not until his daughter Tang Xiaoxing jumped into his arms, crying and laughing, that he finally recovered the calmness and decisiveness of a father and a captain. Glancing around, he noticed that roughly 1/5 of the staff on the bridge were missing. They must have been the immortal cultivators on Ding Zhengyang's list and had been replaced by dozens of elite soldiers in crystal suits, who filled the bridge with an air of graveness. However, the leading officer of the soldiers was Tang Dingyuan's own man. He was an absolutely loyal cultivator who had just been freed from Blackstone jail. The surveillance light beam of the mainframe crystal processor displayed the picture of every corner on Firefly. As the students of the 3rd Military Academy continued dispersing, with the high clearance and authorization that the speaker had granted them, they snowballed and won the support of the soldiers of the bottom level. Even if there were a few commanders who were immortal cultivators, there was little those people could do. The chaotic crowds gradually went back to peace and order again. The cultivators who were rescued from Blackstone jail began to play a vital role, too. The immortal cultivators had initiated the action, which was essentially a scam, not an assault, in too much of a hurry in the first place. Now that Ding Zhengyang and Cheng Xuansu, their 2 leaders, had surrendered and died, and they were faced with the unstoppable Team Red Lotus, total collapse was their only outcome. An hour after Tang Dingyuan returned to the bridge, the rebellion of the immortal cultivators died down as quickly as it rose, like a thundershower in summer. The last sparks of resistance were completely extinguished. A report written by Speaker Shui Yan in person, who brought Firefly out of the troubled times more than 200 years ago, marked by his unique signature. When Tang Dingyuan received the highest command in the bridge again, he also received a series of reports sent by Chui Lingfeng, which stated the background, roles, duties, and permissions of Team Red Lotus. All the information was clearly explained. Not only was there the signature of Speaker Shui Yan, the creator of the team, every speaker that followed had also left their own unique stamp on the paperwork. The lineage was complete and undisrupted until it reached Speaker Chui Lingfeng's generation. The files proved the identity of Team Red Lotus and provided endorsement for their unstoppable operations inside Firefly to eliminate the immortal cultivators. At that moment, Team Red Lotus had the highest permissions on Firefly, only below Chui Lingfeng and Tang Dingyuan. Exactly like Qi Chongqing had jested earlier, they could not have been more powerful with the new prerogative. Regarding Team Red Lotus, which had marched out of nowhere from the darkness, Captain Tang Dingyuan and the other people in the bridge all had complicated feelings. Essentially speaking, the elite warriors were a private armed force that only belonged to the speaker, and it had secretly been established by Speaker Shui Yian more than 200 years after bypassing the bridge and even parliament. Founding a private troop that only obeyed the command of the speaker with the few resources that belonged to the entire Star Ocean Republic truly towed the line and did not fit the spirit of the Star Ocean Republic in any way. If it were any other time, the technical staff would have berated the very existence of Team Red Lotus and regarded it as a scandal. They would even have tried to deprive the speaker of command over the troop and merge the troop into other troops that were more controllable. But today, it was Team Red Lotus who had rescued the core members of the technical staff, including the captain's daughter, from Blackstone Jail. Even Captain Tang Dingyuan himself had been saved by Lin Jiu, the captain of Team Red Lotus. Not just that, Captain Lin had also killed Cheng Xuansu indirectly and captured Ding Xingyang alive after saving the speaker and the captain, thereby reversing the whole situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had set everything back on track. Such great contributions had doubtlessly justified and necessitated Speaker Shui Yian's decision to create the troop more than 200 years ago. Tang Dingyuan and the other core members of the technical staff were not shameless enough to be picky about their saviors. Besides, after reading the shocking names on the list that Ding Zhengyang had provided, even Tang Dingyuan had to admit that the immortal cultivator's infection of Firefly had already reached an extremely severe level. At this moment, perhaps only Team Red Lotus was trustworthy. Tang Dingyuan was not a man who was lustful for power. Otherwise, he would not have offered to join the Star Glory Federation. His contradiction with Speaker Chui was mainly in business. Now that Speaker Chui's stance had subtly changed, there was no need to be at loggerheads with the speaker during a critical period. Besides, if everything said on the files was true, then Lin Jiu and the other warriors of Team Red Lotus who were willing to be sealed for hundreds of years were out-and-out heroes, which was undeniable. However, Tang Dingyuan viewed Chui Lingfeng. After thinking that through, Tang Dingyuan also discovered during the conversation with Lin Jiu that the captain of Team Red Lotus was not interested in the conflict between the Parliament and the bridge whatsoever, but fully focused on the strike against the immortal cultivators. Tang Dingyuan could not help but grow respectful of his savior. He rectified his attitude toward Team Red Lotus quickly. Compared to Tang Dingyuan, Speaker Chui Lingfeng was caught in a greater predicament. It was impossible for Tang Dingyuan to see through the fabricated secret files that had allegedly been passed on in Parliament. Therefore, he could believe in Team Red Lotus comfortably while knowing nothing. However, for Chui Lingfeng, who had personally faked the secret files regarding Team Red Lotus, it was a wild gamble in which the entire Star Ocean Republic and even the Star Glory Federation would be doomed with one moment of carelessness. Should I trust the so-called natives of the Red Lotus sector whose background is unclear? The question had been tying Chui Lingfeng's heart like a viper from the beginning to the end. At first, he might have thought that he could only use the Red Lotus natives to weather through the difficulties. After everything was settled, he could get rid of them one way or another or separate them for investigation in order to figure out their backgrounds and their purpose. However, after the immortal cultivators lurking inside Firefly were uprooted one after another, the situation turned out to be much more serious than he had imagined. The bridge where Ding Zhengyang worked was naturally a disaster-stricken area, where the workers in many crucial posts had been transformed into immortal cultivators. But the situation in Parliament was no better. Quite a few influential MPs were involved in the scheme. There was no need to mention the subordinates around Chui Lingfeng himself. For years, he had absolute trust in Cheng Xuansu and regarded her as his foster daughter. He had entrusted all his personal affairs to her. Therefore, almost all his subordinates had been taken down. Chui Lingfeng discovered, to his embarrassment, that he had truly become a commander without soldiers, exactly like Liao had said. Also, he was in a much more terrible situation than Tang Dingyuan. Theoretically speaking, Tang Dingyuan was only the two-person in the government in exile, who had been arrested in secret at his command at the very beginning of the entire scheme. One might say that Tang Dingyuan was unrelated to anything that happened later. But his case was different. Despite the lies and tricks that Chang Xuansu, Ding Zhengyang, and the rest of them had played on him, the orders to arrest the leadership of the bridge and the 100 or so social activists had been issued by him. If he denied the existence of Team Red Lotus and clarified that everything had not been his plan to lure the enemy out, it would certainly be the greatest scandal ever. He would have to take full responsibility for the poor decisions and be kicked out of office. Parliament, which was already riddled with holes, after suffering such a blow, would be even weaker than before. It would not be able to compete with the technical staff on the bridge. Without the check and balance of Parliament, God only knew what kind of agreement the technical staff in the bridge would reach with the Star Glory Federation. Chui Lingfeng had never believed that cultivator was a synonym for honor and integrity. Such an identity mattered little in the negotiations. Even blood brothers had to keep the entries on the ledger clearly if they did business together. Therefore, he could only count on Team Red Lotus for now. Then, Speaker Chui discovered that Team Red Lotus was so useful. At first, Chui Lingfeng did not have high hopes for Team Red Lotus roles other than in combat. He had thought that the other Red Lotus natives except Liao were pure warriors. However, after those Red Lotus natives crushed all the immortal cultivators on board, pacified the infuriated crowds who were unaware of the truth, boosted the morale of the bottom-level soldiers, coerced the captives for more intelligence and benefits, they had demonstrated the most flawless and impeccable performance in almost every respect. As the commander of the Starship, Tang Dingyuan might not have been able to see through all the abilities of those people. However, as the speaker and a self-proclaimed bad cultivator, Chui Lingfeng was very certain that those Red Lotus natives were certainly not regular cultivators from a combat department. They gave him the feeling that some of them were seasoned generals from the battlefield, some were sovereigns who had dominated certain regions, and some had the most honorable titles and power. Even Zhu Zhongyo, who seemed to be the youngest, carried a certain majestic and inviolable air with him. At this time, Chui Lingfeng was pretty sure that those people could not be spies of the Imperium of true human beings. Neither the Imperium nor the Covenant Alliance were extravagant enough to raise more than 10 of such extraordinary spies and just throw them to the edge of the cosmos as if it did not cost anything. There was no need to mention the Star Glory Federation, which was just a landlord that had grown rich all of a sudden in the harsh land. How could it have raised so many excellent cultivators? The demeanor that those people showed was even more awesome than that of the authentic cultivators from the center of the cosmos. Chui Lingfeng made deductions in the end. Was it possible that they were truly the spies of the Imperium of true human beings, and this was some kind of trick in which they sacrificed Chang Xuansu, Ding Zhengyang, and the other victims in order to control Firefly and enter the Star Glory Federation? He soon rejected the speculation. With the situation at that time and their capabilities, such a trick was highly redundant. They could have simply killed him and Tang Dingyuan and cooperated with Ding Zhengyang and Chang Xuansu, in which case they would still have been able to achieve their purpose. The real spies would not have chosen to appear in such an abrupt way. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to have learnt in advance that he would summon Professor Luoda. As long as they were not spies of the Imperium, Chui Lingfeng was already determined to ignore who they actually were and gamble on them. He might as well consider them to really be from the Red Lotus sector. Getting to the bottom of it, what could somebody's backgrounds prove when Chang Xuansu, whom he had personally raised and knew very detail of, had betrayed him? For the government in exile, which had been in a rather passive situation during the communication with the Star Glory Federation because of the serious shortage of top-tier warriors, the arrival of Team Red Lotus would perhaps be huge leverage for the negotiations to come. Perhaps they could really be the last hope for the government in exile. Taking a deep breath, Chui Lingfeng thought through everything clearly. The magnificent computational ability of an admin-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage was boosted to the maximum. Both of his hands worked quickly as he fabricated the secret files of Team Red Lotus and drafted a speech named, "To all my compatriots on board," at the same time. Very soon, the speech turned into resolute, inspiring sound waves that danced and disseminated to every corner of Firefly. The crew members and the passengers who had just calmed down from the chaos stood next to each other and held each other's hands while they listened to the twisting story of a special force named Team Red Lotus in silence. They listened to the legend where a superhero named Lin Jiu saved the world at the most perilous moment. Although the insurgency of the immortal cultivators on Firefly had quickly been suppressed, it had simply been the beginning of everything. The Sifa and their leader Master Lu Qingqian, that were hiding behind the rebellion were the key to the situation. What kind of important role would the mysterious organization of local immortal cultivators play in the war between the Federation and the Imperium to come? The secret interrogation targeting Ding Zhengyang immediately began. He was the leader of the immortal cultivators on board and one of the few people who had ever been in touch with Lu Qingqian, the most wanted criminal in the Federation. The guy had obviously pushed the immature rebellion that broke out too hastily. Cui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan, and Liao himself all wanted to dig out Lu Qingqian, and even maybe the guys hiding behind him through Ding Zhengyang. Therefore, the secret interrogation was conducted by Speaker Cui Lingfeng, Captain Tang Dingyuan, and Liao. The prison cell where Ding Zhengyang was caged was the one that had confined Tang Dingyuan half a day ago. It was a living example of suffering from one's own scheme. The chief mate, who had been quite revered on the deck floor previously and respected as the pillar, crouched in a corner of the prison cell lethargically, like a viper whose tusks and bones had been extracted. He stared at the air with his eyes that had lost focus while mumbling something to himself. He switched between smiling bitterly, shaking his head, and cramping up. There was no telling whether he was moaning for the failure of his plan or begging for the mercy of his previous superior. Or maybe was he regretting taking that very first step? Zhang Yang. Seeing his depression and hopelessness, Captain Tang Dingyuan appeared to be even more broken-hearted than when he saw the guy betraying him. Having been a blood brother with Ding Zhengyang for decades, he knew exactly what the man whose eyebrows were thick and whose face was red had been in the past. Look at yourself. Why did you turn yourself into? You shouldn't have been scared of death. You have been promoted to the chief mate from a bottom-level sailor through nothing but hard work. You never frowned when you met any dangers in the past, and you simply led the charge to take care of them. Your nickname changed from Striver to Pillar. You're scared of death? You surrendered to the Imperium of true human beings just to keep yourself alive? I don't believe it. Tell me exactly what happened. Tang Dingyuan's every word was like a tiny lightning of ball that was flashing, rolling, and blasting Ding Zhengyang's almost decayed nerves in the prison cell. Ding Zhengyang's face resembled that of a drug addict who had experienced an overdose of heroin. He gazed at the crystal camera for a long time before he touched his stubbled cheeks and chuckled. While he was chuckling, he suddenly closed his eyes, and dirty tears flowed out. Yes, I shouldn't have been so scared of death. In the first 50 years of my life, people called me Striver. In the latter 50 years, they call me Pillar. I made my way to the post of chief mate from the dirtiest and most dangerous fuel areas and engine compartments at the bottom level of Firefly. What kind of dangers did I not experience? What kind of deformed bodies have I not seen? He opened his eyes again. The lackluster rainbow inside his eyes interweaved into memories of the past. 82 years ago, a great explosion took place in the engine compartment after it was pierced through by meteors. I was the first one who charged in for maintenance. Wearing the thinnest maintenance crystal suit, I filled the holes one after another while the meteors just screamed past me. One of them penetrated through my helmet directly. If it had been more to the left by 5 millimeters, my brains would have been entirely melted. 57 years ago, a leakage accident took place in the fuel area. The heavenly cicada divine blood sand, which should have been preserved at an extremely low temperature, was vaporized immediately in the room temperature and filled the entire fuel area, threatening to corrode the main fuel transmission tube. A chain reaction of dire consequences could have been triggered at any time. Again, I was the one who led my brothers in and repaired the freezing rune arrays in the fatal gas that was highly toxic and corrosive and had an irreversible corrosion on the spiritual root. We sprayed the ice-freezing liquids and collected the divine blood sand that was liquefied again bit by bit. That time, we lost 122 brothers. The protection work was already done as well as it could have been. But it couldn't be helped. Such accidents could only be resolved by human lives. Before we marched in, everybody was well aware of that. Even I knew it perfectly, too, that if I entered the room and shut the door, I might never get to see it open again. There are also the collision accident 42 years ago, the black hole tide accident 33 years ago, the super radiation accident 25 years ago. Captain, you're right. It seems that I never chickened out, I never had cold feet, and I was never scared of death. However, however, I am not a machine or a piece of magical equipment after all. I am just a human being. Who can say that they have never been a coward in their entire life? Nobody is not scared of death as long as they are a human being. The only reason I gritted my teeth to face death when I was so scared of death was that I had hope at that time. I believed that my death would be meaningful and valuable. My death would earn a longer and better life for my family, my offspring, and all the compatriots on the starship. But is it true? Do we really have hope? Look me in the eyes and tell me honestly with your conscience. My brother, my captain. Tell me. Ding Xianxia became mad all of a sudden and screamed at the surveillance cameras. Looking at Chui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan solemnly said, "Of course we have hope. The sacrifice of every hero is valuable." Nonsense. I will not believe you anymore, Captain. The scream just now seemed to have drained the last bit of strength in Ding Xianxia's body. Like a balloon whose air had all escaped. He crouched back in the corner and held a non-existent doll as if he were a kid who had lost his way. With a self-mocking smile, he said, "Once upon a time, I believed in the lies as much as you do. All your talk about why we are the last hope of humanity after inheriting the heritage of the Star Ocean Imperium, why we will march back to the center of the cosmos one day eventually to slay all evil, why the tyranny of the Imperium of true human beings is already collapsing and can end up in self-destruction at any second. There's even the stupid dark star that has been destroyed dozens of times. I did not just believe every word of that. It was almost my faith." Liao coughed slightly. Glancing at the two big shots of the government in exile next to him, he asked Chui Lingfeng secretly through the private talking technique, "Sir Speaker, what exactly is this dark star that has been destroyed dozens of times?" Chui Lingfeng was sitting solemnly and wearing a grave expression, as if he had not heard Liao's question at all. His lips did not shiver at all, yet Liao somehow received his reply. "It is a series of movies that we shot intermittently over the past hundreds of years to boost morale. They tell the stories of how we defeated the Imperium of true human beings. The official title is Universal War. In the movies, the evil Imperium of true human beings, in order to reign over the entire universe, built the strongest, evilest, and most horrible man-made planet, known as the Dark Star, with all the crucial resources in the sectors under their control. They then moved all the important government agencies, key technical personnel, and files about the valuable techniques onto the planet. Eventually, Firefly took the enemy unprepared by marching into the Dark Star. The brain and heart of the Imperium of true human beings was destroyed immediately, and the Imperium was defeated just like that. Fine. Although the Imperium of true human beings can't be that stupid, it is all understandable since it is just a movie. Then what does he mean by destroyed dozens of times? The movie was very popular after it was aired, Chui Lingfeng said. Soon, it was a hit on the entire Firefly and won countless enthusiastic supporters. Naturally, a sequel was shot. In the sequel, the Imperium of true human beings got even more ruthless and rose again. They came up with an even more evil approach to cope with the whole universe and the Star Ocean Republic. What's the approach? To build a bigger, stronger, and more terrifying Dark Star 2 by continuing to concentrate all the resources. Then what? The Dark Star 2 did not happen to be sabotaged by Firefly again after you crawled inside it, right? Yes, it was, Chui Lingfeng replied matter-of-factly. Then, Liao said, "You shot dozens of sequels of Universal War, and a greater Dark Star was built in each and every one of them, only to be crawled into and destroyed by Firefly in the end? You're wrong," Chui Lingfeng countered. Later, the Imperium of true human beings stopped constructing man-made planets but simply went to hollow out an existent planet and modify it into a more powerful Dark Star. After the audience grew tired of planets, we also tried white dwarfs, red giants, and suns in their prime years. Sir Speaker, I suddenly understand the anger and embarrassment that Chief Mate Ding must have had after he saw through the lies. What should I do? What choice did we have? Chui Lingfeng asked. If the Imperium had adopted a less stupid strategy, how could a tiny firefly have reversed the situation on its way and secured a glorious victory in the end? Inside the prison cell, the self-mocking smile on Ding Xingyang's face grew deeper and deeper, like a tide of bitterness that was drowning both himself and the three interrogators outside of the room. He went on wearily. I believed in everything you told us. I believed that we did have hope. I believed that the Star Ocean Republic would eventually march back to the center of the Sea of Stars one day. I believed that the Imperium of true human beings was in fact vulnerable despite its tough appearance, and that it would crash immediately after we launched our counterattack. It was with such a belief that I was fearless of death. It was such a belief that made the striver and the pillar. However, lies are lies, and they will fall apart the moment the truth is out. My faith completely broke when we engaged with the Claw fleet of the Imperium's expedition army 10 years ago. Liao thought of something and realized that Ding Xingyang was referring to the Claw fleet that Hailan had been in and the battle in which Ding Lingdang had led. A federal fleet to Firefly's rescue. Opening his fingers, Ding Xingyang held his head and said, his voice shivering, Before the battle, I had never seen the army of the Imperium for real. The only impression that I had of the army of the Imperium was from the memoirs and notes of the heroes before me or from the self-fooling movies. In both the memoirs and the movies, the army of the Imperium were always made of a bunch of weak, stupid guys who only tried to drown us with their sheer advantage in numbers. Therefore, in the decades previously, I had always longed to encounter a real troop from the Imperium and to participate in a breathtaking, brilliant battle so that they would witness the toughness of the last defenders of the Star Ocean Republic. I thought more than once that, if I must sacrifice myself for my country, the best death would certainly be to strike the army of the Imperium with my magnificent death and to bring about the greatest triumph for Firefly in the fiercest battle of all time, like the great hero Chang Chiji did in the past. However, when the Claw fleet of the Imperium was truly unfolded into battle formation in front of me, when the overwhelming crystal suits, space shuttles, and assault warships lunged at us unstoppably, I knew that I was wrong. I was fooled and tricked the whole time. We were no match at all from head to toe, and in every respect. The Imperium of true human beings is too invincible for a tiny firefly to resist. Our struggle and escape over the past 1,000 years, the so-called heroes and their epic resistance, were nothing more than moths darting toward the fire and a mantis trying to stop a car with their forearms. We were hilarious clowns asking to be killed. When a group of ants intend to shake a tree, they can cause nothing except a round of laughter. We were exactly such ants or perhaps bugs that were even less worthy than the ants. It's useless. Any resistance is useless. The valiant heroes, the boiling blood, courage, and sacrifice. Nothing can raise so much as a ripple when suppressed by overwhelming strength. Dead. All dead. In the battle, so many comrades and brothers, so many compatriots and families were killed. Those who were scared of death died, as did those who weren't. Those who were willing to sacrifice died. Those who trembled in fear died. Those who marched forward bravely died. Those who escaped and defected died. Everybody died. Everybody. Even my. Holding his head with both hands, Ding Xingyang lowered his head to his chest, sobbing hard and unable to go on. Xingyang. Tang Dingyuan sighed and said, I know that both of your sons were killed in the battle. The neighborhood of the high-level officers unfortunately suffered the fierce bombardment from the enemy. A lot of officers lost their family during the battle. Some of them even lost everything like you. But shouldn't we hate the Imperium of true human beings all the more for that and swear to avenge them? Our family and compatriots were killed by the Imperium. No, they were not killed by the Imperium. They were killed by you, by us, by this damn government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. Dazzling brilliance spurted out of the gaps between Ding Zhengyang's fingers that were covering his swollen, bloodshot eyes. Had it not been for your lies and tricks, had you recognized the situation sooner and surrendered to the Imperium sooner, They wouldn't have died at all. My 2 sons wouldn't have died. My 5 lovely grandsons and granddaughters wouldn't have died. They would have survived and lived the rest of their lives in happiness. Hee. It was me who murdered them. Me. It was me who inculcated the idea that the Star Ocean Republic shall never perish into the 2 brats. It was me who watched universal war with them, holding their hands, again and again. It was me who told them that being a soldier was the most honorable job in the universe, and the soldiers of the Star Ocean Republic were the most honorable of them all. It was me who told them lies like cultivators are the sabers of humanity. Had it not been for me, the 2 of them probably wouldn't have joined the army. Even if they did, they wouldn't have volunteered to go to the most dangerous front line. If they hadn't joined the army, my grandsons and granddaughters wouldn't have lived in the neighborhood of the high-level officers at least. Some of them would have lived in some other cabins. They would have survived. 1 or 2 of them would have survived. Right? So it was me who murdered them. It was the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic that murdered them. It was us. It was you who murdered them. Xianxia, Tang Dingyuan reprimanded. How could you have such hysterical thoughts? What happened to you was certainly a tragedy, but even if you surrender to the Imperium of true human beings, are your offspring guaranteed a happy life? Don't forget how the Imperium treats ordinary people. Of course, I know the Imperium's policies. The muscles on Ding Xingyang's face was twitching, and his previously red face turned pale. He sneered and said, "But how will my offspring be ordinary people? The achievements of my sons and myself have proved the excellence of our bloodline and our genes. The odds of my offspring awakening their spiritual roots will be multiple times higher than the odds of ordinary people. Also, I'll leave them training resources 100 times greater than ordinary people have. How can ordinary people expect to compete with them? They will certainly distinguish themselves in the cruel competition. My offspring would have lived a much better life in the Imperium than on this ragged, broken starship." Tang Dingyuan looked at Chui Lingfeng and then glanced at Li Yao's reaction. He then calmly said, "But we're not fighting alone. With the help of our allies, we were still able to annihilate the fleet of the Imperium. Right now, we have much more than a ragged, broken starship. We boast 7 entire sectors, a planet with relics from the primeval civilizations, and 100 billion warriors who will fight side by side with us and never give in to the tyranny of the Imperium. So what?" Ding Zhengyang laughed peculiarly. "What we destroyed was an insignificant claw fleet that belonged to an expedition army of the Imperium. I believe that the Imperium can send out 10 expedition armies of such a scale from the homeland anytime, right? The Star Glory Federation appears to be exactly like us, still living in delusions. When the Black Wind Fleet begins their assault, they will soon follow our path and flee toward the deeper darkness in the Sea of Stars." "I understand it now," Tang Dingyuan remarked. "You were completely overawed by the skirmish 10 years ago. You have turned into a pessimist." Taking a deep breath, Ding Zhengyang gradually calmed himself down until he was almost as tranquil as a dead person. "I am not any kind of ist. Our failure is objective, inevitable, and undergoing, not to be changed by what you or me think. My 2 sons were the firmest optimists who had the greatest hope for our victory. So what? Did it help him? The crystal railguns were not delayed by what they believed in at all when they ripped their bodies apart. So, in the 10 years that followed, you gradually degenerated from a pessimist into an immortal cultivator. You slowly disseminated pessimism and theories of the immortal cultivators in secret, corrupting and transforming even more people." Tang Dingyuan asked. Ding Zhengyang laughed and shook his head. "Captain, to this moment, after such an enormous rebellion took place on Firefly, do you still not understand what's going on? I was just an illiterate, uncivilized sailor, who was capable of managing the affairs on the deck floor at best. How could I have bewildered so many people and transformed them into immortal cultivators? No, I didn't do anything. They did it on their own." Tang Dingyuan frowned. "On their own?" "Exactly," Ding Zhengyang said. "You don't think that I was the only one who was deeply stimulated by the skirmish that almost destroyed us 10 years ago, do you? No. A lot more people came to the realization that they had been living in a hilarious dream just like me. Not just me and not just Cheng Xuansu. The number of those people is much bigger than you imagined. I did not corrupt them. I only discovered them. In the darkness, it was always easy for us to smell each other's scent. All the people who woke up from the dream shared the same air. We found each other very quickly. What then? Tang Dingyuan asked unemotionally. What did you do? Nothing much. At first, everyone just gathered cautiously. We shared the pain of losing our family in the battle and discussed our future path, Ding Zhangyang said. The skirmish was the first head-on clash between us and the army of the Imperium in hundreds of years. Other than the serious damage to the starship, a lot of people had severe mental problems and PTSD. Therefore, during that period, all kinds of discussions, meetings, and therapy groups popped up. We were not very eye-catching among them. After prolonged discussions, heated arguments, and painful self-diagnoses, we came to the same conclusion, that it was high time the dream of 1,000 years ended. Was it Lu Qingchen? Tang Dingyuan asked. Was it the so-called Master Lu of the Sci-Fi who guided you to that conclusion? Not entirely. Lu Qingchen showed up much later. It was a long time after the Fraternity of Immortal Cultivators on Firefly was established, Ding Zhangyang said. Ever since we were stationed at the edge of the Dragon Snake Space Zone, we had learned a lot of information about the Star Glory Federation. Naturally, we also learned of the Sci-Fi's existence. Of course, we thought about getting in touch with the Sci-Fi, partly to discuss the latest theories on the true path of immortality, and partly to see if there was any chance that we could cooperate. We were even hoping to get the news about the expedition army of the Imperium from them. However, the Sci-Fi acted very clandestinely, and we did not dare be too blatant because we were extremely weak at that time. Therefore, we failed to reach out to them for the time being. We never got a chance to meet them until I sent a trusted subordinate to Fish Dragon City to carry out a secret mission for the Fraternity of the Immortal Cultivators. Tang Dingyuan interrupted him. What secret mission? Relax. It was just a personal issue. Ding Zhangyang smiled miserably. There was a very large underground warehouse for sperm and eggs in Fish Dragon City. Not only could they help you preserve your life seed there for a long time for an appropriate price, they could also be responsible for finding a surrogate mother and taking care of the identity, education, and other problems after your child was born. Most of the immortal cultivators on Firefly had lost many if not all of our family in the battle years ago. Naturally, we wanted to leave new offspring. My trusted subordinate was asked to preserve our life seeds in the underground warehouse. Why did you do that? Tang Dingyuan frowned. Firefly has its own sperm warehouse. For the heroes of the battle and their families, you would be prioritized to have blood descendants. Why did you go to the black market in Fish Dragon City? Ding Zhangyang sniffed and said, Exactly because we did not want our descendants to have anything to do with Firefly or the government in exile, so that the tragedy of 10 years ago would not happen again, and our new offspring would not die with the government in exile one day in the future. Tang Dingyuan was lost for words for a moment. He then said, Go on. There were quite a number of concerns during the attempt. We also had to consider the way out for the offspring if our identity was exposed and we were completely defamed, which was a matter of the utmost importance for the immortal cultivators. My trusted subordinate stayed in Fish Dragon City for quite a long time to handle all the details. It was during this period that he witnessed an assault and pursuit. The pursuers were the secret sword agents and the Dim Moon Squad from the Star Glory Federation, and the pursued were the members of the CFIA. It seemed that a fairly large underground branch that the CFIA had in Fish Dragon City had been discovered, and the two intelligence agencies of the Federation had both sent out their elite soldiers, hoping to catch all of them. Since fellow immortal cultivators were in trouble, how could my trusted subordinate stand by and do nothing? He took the chance to rescue two members of the CFIA and established a secret channel of communication with them. As we got to know each other better, we finally made contact with Lu Qingchen, the president of the CFIA. At that time, although we had all turned into immortal cultivators, our understanding of the true path of immortality was rather juvenile and shallow. Our ancestors had fled from the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago, when Black Star the Great Wu Yingqi had only just claimed the throne. The theories of the immortal cultivators were only just born at that time, and they were still quite immature. For 1,000 years we had been hiding here and there. We were unaware of the latest developments of the immortal cultivators' theories in other sectors. Therefore, our minds were quite anguished, and we strongly desired new knowledge. We all knew that Lu Qingqian was the true disciple of Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator from the Imperium 100 years ago. Then, the true path of immortality that he had brought was at least the latest theories from 100 years ago, which would definitely much more advanced than the primitive prototype of the true path of immortality from 1,000 years ago that we were familiar with. Naturally, it was necessary that we learned more from him. For such a purpose, we attempted to invite Lu Qingqian to preach on Firefly and convene immortality orientations in secret. At first, we thought that he might have concerns. After all, as the most wanted criminal of the Federation, he was in a rather dangerous situation himself, and it was certainly inappropriate for him to show up in public. But out of our expectations, he agreed to our request quickly. Initially, he preached via remote video meetings through our secret communication channel. Later, he even visited Firefly in person. Such determination to disseminate the truth without caring about his own safety appeared quite admirable to many fellow cultivators back then. Tang Dingyuan and Cui Lingfeng looked at each other, both greatly surprised. They did not know that the most dangerous criminal of the Federation had once snuck onto Firefly without alarming anyone and then left utterly unharmed. Liao, on the other hand, frowned and thought hard. Lu Qingqian showed us the brand new true path of immortality, Ding Zhangyang said, which has developed in the Imperium of true human beings for 1,000 years and crashed, challenged, and integrated with the local ideology of the Star Glory Federation for 100 years. It was indeed enlightening and mind-boggling. My fellow cultivators and I felt that our eyes were opened, and we finally saw the universe and ourselves clearly. What are Lu Qingqian's theories? Tang Dingyuan asked. Are they really so delusive? Ding Zhangyang smiled and said, the true path of immortality is the ultimate truth in the universe that entails everything. It is ever-changing and developing. My understanding of it is not profound enough, either. How can I explain its essence to you in only a few words? Let's put it simply. Lu Qingqian believes that the true path of immortality and the path of the cultivators are not contradictory. They are the two sides of the same coin, two extreme forms of one transhuman that can be transformed into each other incessantly. Just as there are no absolute saints or fiends in the world, there are also two parts, immortal cultivator and cultivator, inside the body of every individual. It is all a matter of their ratio. Transhuman. Tang Dingyuan chewed on the new terms thoughtfully. Yes, Lu Qingqian does not like to call those whose spiritual roots are awakened cultivators or immortal cultivators. The most commonly used term in his meetings was transhuman, Ding Zhangyang explained. The so-called transhuman means people who originate from mortals, transcend mortals, but are ultimately bound by the properties of mortals. Cultivator and immortal cultivator are two terms with obvious moral biases, but transhuman itself is entirely neutral and can be either good or bad. In the Imperium of true human beings, anyone whose spiritual root is awakened is qualified as a true human being. However, Lu Qingqian believes that they can only be called transhuman at best, and there is still a long way to go before they grow from transhumans into true human beings who completely recognize themselves, the civilization of mankind, and the entire universe. Sophistry. Cui Lingfeng could not help but remark coldly. Of course, there are probably no flawless saints or pernicious, utterly inhumane fiends in the world, but you still can generally distinguish the good guys from the bad guys. Of course, good guys and bad guys, cultivators and immortal cultivators, can be separated. However, Lu Qingqian maintains that the critical factor that decides whether a transhuman turns into a cultivator or an immortal cultivator has barely anything to do with their will, beliefs, morals, or anything about themselves. It is purely decided by the environment, like the chameleonic fish. Tang Dingyuan was slightly dazed. The chameleonic fish? The chameleonic fish is a type of tiny fish living in the forest ocean sector of the Star Glory Federation. The fish are only the size of a palm, but they are best known for their sense of community. They often cruise and hunt in a shoal of thousands. They are not scared even when face off against a prey hundreds of times larger. They simply lunge at the prey without any hesitation, like a well-organized army. The chameleonic fish has a remarkable feature. However harsh the living environment is, they will not abandon any compatriots easily. When other beasts in the ocean come to swallow them, they sometimes even interweave into webs and swirl like underground tornadoes, making it impossible for the enemy to bite. They sound like a bunch of encouraging little animals. Because of their neat teamwork, they were quite liked by the people of the Federation for a while. However, after the ocean biologists of the Federation carefully examined the features of the fish, they discovered that everything was just an illusion. It is true that the harsher the environment is, the more united the fish appear to be, but there is a limit. When the shortage of resources surpasses a certain tipping point, the fish that were friendly and united a moment ago will immediately launch the most bloody massacre against their compatriots and devour the old, the weak, the sick, and even their own children whom they were still protecting yesterday, thereby significantly reducing the size of the clan. In the end, the strongest, agilest, and most bloodthirsty ones will live. It is exactly because of this feature that they are known as chameleonic fish, but some also called them devilfish after realizing the truth. Devilfish. They're probably the immortal cultivators among the fish, right? However, what makes them turn from fish cultivators, who helped and watched each other's backs yesterday, into fish immortal cultivators, who are too cruel and ruthless to spare their own kind. Environment. Only because of the environment. All living creatures are the products of an environment. Even if human beings claim to be the wisest of all things, we cannot get rid of the biological features that originate from nature. Even if so-called morals do exist, they are not decided by our worldview, belief, will, emotions, or any other factors, but solely depend on the environment. This is exactly what Lu Qingchen told us. One word after another, Tang Dingyuan declared, "I am a human being, not a fish. They're the same. In the universe of infinite darkness, are human beings any better than fish?" Ding Zhengyang smiled miserably. In the past 1,000 years, Firefly has fled in the darkness. It was the best laboratory of humanity. In retrospect, our ancestors did quite a lot of things that they were not proud of simply for survival. Interposing reproduction, abandoning the old above 150, forbidding the free choice of occupation, forced labor, the secret police system that was too powerful but unsupervised. Many of the policies did not seem to have been made by cultivators. They were unusual approaches in unusual times, Cui Lingfeng said coldly. In any case, we kept our last boundary and did not make Firefly turn into a paradise of animals where the strong preyed on the weak. It was with the iron-fisted conduct and the devotion of all the crew members that we made it to this day as cultivators. Wrong. Greatly wrong. Ding Zhengyang raised his voice again. Yet he was not crazy this time but calmer than ever. The deepest grief was hidden in his eyes, as if he had seen through the whole truth. You kept the last boundaries and your identity as cultivators, not because of your firm belief, not because of those iron-fisted conduct, much less because of the devotion and sacrifice of everyone, but only because of the environment. It was because the environment was not harsh enough, and you were not pushed to that point. Do you still remember the chameleonic fish that I mentioned? You were only lucky enough, and you did not show your face of the devilfish, because your environment did not reach the tipping point. Cui Lingfeng sighed. Ding Zhengyang. How could you have fallen for such lousy deceptions? It's simple. Ding Zhengyang smiled, like a cobra bearing the tusks. Because I learned of the rebirth plan. Any cultivator who learns of the rebirth plan cannot guarantee that their belief will not be shaken. Speaker Cui, would you care to explain the top-secret rebirth plan to Captain Tang? Or do you want me to do it instead? Cui Lingfeng's face suddenly turned extremely pale. The rebirth plan? Tang Dingyuan glanced at Cui Lingfeng sternly. What is it exactly? Cui Lingfeng was silent. His lips were as hard as the gate of a starship that was directly faced with the vacuum of space. Glancing at Liao, Tang Dingyuan appeared even more severe than before. Anger was accumulating on his face as he demanded, first the Red Lotus plan, and now the Rebirth plan. How many things are happening on this starship that I don't know about? A lot, Cui Lingfeng said gloomily. You are Firefly's captain. A captain must be fearless and sail through the tides unstoppably. The less one knows, the braver he will be. There's no need for you to learn everything. I want to know. Staring at Cui Lingfeng in the eyes, Tang Dingyuan said, calmly but firmly, if you would rather not tell me, I'll see what Ding Xingyang has to say. Cui Lingfeng's lips, a gate that sealed countless secrets, shivered for a long time. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, in the past 1,000 years, we have come across too many dangers and crises, and we have drafted emergency countermeasures targeting all possible situations. The Rebirth Plan is an emergency countermeasure to deal with a level ultra crisis, the most serious, dangerous, and fatal one of all the situations. Tang Dingyuan was slightly dazed. He observed, I've never heard about the level ultra crisis before. The level I crisis is already the worst emergency. Cui Lingfeng smiled and said, no, level I is not the worst. Level ultra is. A level ultra crisis refers to a situation where the resources for life-sustaining and escape are at less than 20%. The circulation system and the artificial greenhouses have been so seriously wrecked that the resources will not return to above 50% standard in 50 years, and the continuously diminishing resources will possibly make our civilization collapse in 50 years and go extinct in 100 years. Right? It is only the ideal expectation. In fact, because of the natural instincts for survival and the crazy near-death actions, once everybody knows that we will perish in 50 to 100 years, it will not take that long at all. In 5 years at most, the social order will completely collapse. In 10 years, the fire of civilization that is flickering like a firefly will die out. Once the speaker realizes that such a situation is happening, he is authorized and obliged to activate the Rebirth Plan, in order to reduce the population on the starship rapidly, effectively, and stably, until the population and the sustainable resources reach a new balance. Tang Dingyuan's voice was shivering. How do you reduce the population? Do you still remember the meteor storm that Firefly suffered 728 years ago? Cui Lingfeng asked. The meteor storm was not serious per se, and it only penetrated through the shell of the starships at the outermost layer. However, the weird virus carried by the meteors caused a huge plague inside Firefly, which reduced our population by 20%. Of course I do. It was almost the most difficult and dark time for Firefly. Tang Dingyuan was puzzled. But didn't we completely extinguish the plague in the end? Yes, the plague was extinguished, but the virus was not entirely demolished. Cui Lingfeng put on a weird smile. It was truly a perfect virus with a lot of variations. It spread via the air at a fairly high speed. The symptoms were not obvious, and the latency period was not fixed. The virus attack was also quite fatal. Meanwhile, it would automatically look for the strongest hosts to infect them first. The more powerful the spiritual energy of the host, the faster the mutation and corrosion of the virus, which would offset the endeavor where the host tried to cure themselves with their spiritual energy. In other words, it was an indiscriminate virus. Neither ordinary people nor cultivators could get away with it. Their death rate was almost the same. Our virologists studied it profoundly in their labs. At first, they planned to build a biological weapon to strike the Imperium, but they found out later that the virus had a fatal weakness, which was that it could easily be prevented and cured by a synthesized drug. The materials to make the drug could be found in almost every sector, and the synthesization method was not very complicated. It meant that even if they did build a biological weapon, it would not deal a heavy blow to the Imperium and could only savage 1 or 2 of their starships. Therefore, the virus was not of much military significance. However, it was very hard to manufacture the special drug on our starship. Therefore, the specialists began to build the biological weapon for a new purpose. The final result was quite satisfactory. The virus would spread fast and be quite inconspicuous and lethal. It targeted cultivators and ordinary people at the same time. Once it spread in a fully enclosed starship through the air circulation system, a chunk of the population would be reduced instantly without a sound. Most critically of all, the virus boasted a distinctive feature that we called the half-life period. After a few generations, the virus would perish automatically and stop spreading. Also, the half-life period of the virus was controllable. Could be either long or short. In other words, this was a biological weapon designed for a precise attack. As long as the half-life period was controlled and the total population to be infected was learned, it would be possible to calculate in advance how many victims the virus would kill. After the number of the deceased met the requirement, the virus would decay and vanish, without leaving any more aftereffects. Such a virus was named the rebirth virus, which was the key to the rebirth plan. Perhaps it would bring rebirth to Firefly when it was on the verge of destruction. Tang Dingyuan found it hard to believe his ears. Looking at Cui Lingfeng in a daze for a long time, he exclaimed, You developed a biological weapon in secret, not to deal with the enemy, but to kill your own people, your compatriots, everyone that you swore to protect. Was what you tried to do any different from the immortal cultivator's doings? Yes, it is, Cui Lingfeng said calmly. Assume that you are an immortal cultivator who is in charge of the rebirth plan. Think about it. What exactly will you do? Of course, you will separate the cabins of the ordinary people, the humble hominoids, from the cabins of the immortal cultivators, the true human beings. Then, you will project the virus only into the cabins of the hominoids. Or maybe you will ask all the immortal cultivators to take the special drug beforehand. You can even try to weaken the virus aggressiveness to those whose spiritual root has awakened when the biological weapon is still being developed, so that the virus will only infect the ordinary people but not the immortal cultivators, right? After all, in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, ordinary people are all garbage, useless redundancies. Because of the shortage of resources, it's only necessary to reduce the amount of garbage. But we were not going to do it in such a way. I can disclose the whole implemental procedures of the rebirth plan to you right now. We did not intend to separate anyone or ask anyone to take the special drug in advance. Moreover, for safety reasons, our ancestors had long destroyed all the special drugs and the materials to make the drug. Once I decide to project the virus will instantly spread throughout Firefly and kill the random prey that it has got its eyes on. Nobody will survive, be they cultivators or ordinary people, including myself. I may be infected and eventually die too. Do you understand now? The ancestors who made the decision did not consider themselves to be transhuman, who could decide the fate of mortals. Whether you are a cultivator or an ordinary person, everybody will be equal when they listen to the ruling of their destiny. Many people will die, but still more people will take over their responsibilities and continue walking further deep into the deep, dark universe. You may be thinking that those who drafted the rebirth plan were merely fooling themselves, but I believe that this is the biggest difference between them, between us and the immortal cultivators. It was extremely difficult for Tang Dingyuan to breathe. He gritted his teeth so hard that one would think that even a starship would have been bitten into pieces if it had been put into his mouth. However you defend yourself, I still find it unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Then, tell me about it, Brother Dingyuan. What would you do? Cui Lingfeng sighed and said, Assuming that, as the captain, you know very clearly that the resources on board are only enough to make 100 people survive. But we have 200 people on the starship, 200 mouths and bellies that are waiting to be fed but can never be filled. What would you do? Tang Dingyuan was deep in thought and lost for words. His voice was much lower than before. Cultivators shouldn't? If you think that cultivators shouldn't be so dark, Cui Lingfeng said casually, that's because somebody else is standing before you, helping you do the dark, dirty, and cruel work first, my captain. Inside the prison cell, Ding Zhengyang cackled like a crow. Captain, you know the truth of the rebirth plan now, don't you? Is your belief still all right? Tell me about it. Were the guys who proposed such a plan still real cultivators? No. I am not the first immortal cultivator on Firefly. This starship has long been inhabited by immortal cultivators. It has long been occupied by the immortal cultivators. Ding Zhengyang, Cui Lingfeng said coldly. We never implemented the rebirth plan from the beginning to the end. Firefly survived all the disasters. Yes, it did. But that's only because you were fortunate enough to never run into any level ultra crisis. Ding Zhengyang laughed. But your luck will not stay with you forever. If you hadn't encountered the Claw fleet of the Imperium and the Star Glory Federation, Firefly would have continued drifting to the unknown land that had never been visited by human beings before in the deeper part of the universe. As the starship aged slowly, in another few hundred years, a level ultra crisis was bound to happen. Don't you argue with me on that. As the chief mate, I know the whirl of every screw on the starship as clearly as I know the back of my hand. What I'm saying is that, even if the Imperium never caught Firefly in the hundreds of years to come, Firefly would still have been consumed by darkness on its own and turned into a minor civilization of immortal cultivators. Do you get it now? One day we would all have become immortal cultivators. I only went one step ahead of the rest. This is Lu Qingxian's theory. Cultivators are just a special mutation form in a stable environment where there are sufficient resources. However, in the dark universe, a shortage of resources and drastic changes in the environment are a regularity. Therefore, immortal cultivators are the general form of the transhumans. Glancing at Tang Dingyuan, who was already slightly stunned, Cui Lingfeng interrupted Ding Zhengyang's speech. Enough! Is this the so-called Immortal Cultivator 2.0, proposed by Lu Qingxian? This is only part of it, Ding Zhengyang said. There is more, concerning the relationship between the immortal cultivators and ordinary people. Relationship, Cui Lingfeng said coldly. What relationship can there possibly be other than slavery and exploitation? Then you are wrong, Speaker Cui, Ding Zhengyang said. The ultimate purpose of the true path of immortality is to facilitate the continuous evolution and development of mankind, not to bring pain to ordinary people. For the true human beings, the hominoids are more like kitties and puppies. Other than perverts, who would intentionally torture kitties and puppies every day. No. Enslaving and exploiting ordinary people is not the original purpose of the immortal cultivators. It is just a measure that has to be taken because of the shortage of resources and the invincibility of the enemy. Didn't we say that unusual times require unusual approaches a lot on Firefly, too? In fact, a lot of slavery and exploitation targeting the ordinary people is for the purpose of obtaining more resources. However, as the technological boom takes place, the civilization of mankind has been rising exponentially. The clumsy labor work such as mining can be replaced by machinery and automatic systems. It means that if the Imperium of true human beings completely crushes the alliance of the Holy Covenant one day and unifies the entire universe, after the very advanced system of automatic machines driven by spiritual energy is developed, the ordinary people will no longer be enslaved or exploited. Their quality of life will be greatly increased. It will be much better than the lives of the citizens of the Star Glory Federation, not to mention the hominoids in the past. However, for the day to arrive sooner, the ordinary people living within the Imperium must work hard and devote themselves for the future of the civilization of mankind. They should try to collect more resources so that the Imperium can win this war. Firefly and the Star Glory Federation should stop competing with the Imperium, too. Our ill-considered resistance will only diminish the Imperium's strength and delay the day when the Imperium unifies the entire universe. The later the day comes, the more tantalizing the good days of the ordinary people will be. If the cultivators on Firefly and from the Star Glory Federation really consider protecting ordinary people to be their responsibility as they claim, they should surrender to the Imperium, join the Imperium, help the Imperium unify the universe, and try to improve the ordinary people's treatment in the Imperium from the inside. That is the real solution. Cui Lingfeng had been listening quietly the whole time. While he listened, he carefully observed Ding Zhengyang's face. At this moment, he suddenly said, Ding Zhengyang, tell me about it. Do you really believe everything that you said just now? Do you have absolute faith in the true path of immortality? Ding Zhengyang was talking excitedly and enthusiastically, but Cui Lingfeng's question that was mixed with feeble spiritual energy halted him, as if he were a toy whose spring had broken. He was dazed for a long time, and he resumed his half-dead appearance in the beginning. He mumbled, I don't know. In the past, I had absolute faith in the true path of immortality, but I found that I've been fooled. Lu Qingchen talked about his true path of immortality as if it were a real thing. But who cares? I believe everything now, and I believe in nothing. I only want to survive. I only want to live to see my offspring to live on. It is a miracle that your belief has still not collapsed even with such controversial thoughts, Cui Lingfeng remarked. Ding Zhengyang smiled miserably. Perhaps my belief collapsed 10 years ago when I was told that my entire family had been killed in the battle. Right now, my belief is simply to survive. As long as I can live on, as long as my bloodline can be passed on, I can confess anything. As for exactly whether the cultivators or the immortal cultivators are right, and which of them will win eventually, I don't give a fuck about that right now. Cui Lingfeng nodded. All right, if it is proved that you are not lying, we will allow you to live on and may even consider allowing you keep your bloodline. Now, talk about the rebellion. Tell me your specific plan. What did you plan to do exactly? Our original purpose was simply to get rid of Captain Tang, so that I could control the bridge, Ding Zhengyang said. Then, with me in the bridge and Cheng Xuansu on your side, we would be able to completely control Firefly and play a vital role in the war between the Imperium and the Federation to come. But later, you grew suspicious about the whole event and noticed the tricks we played on the polygraph. We were left with no choice but to get rid of you, too. Although a lot of trouble would be raised when you were killed, it would better help us gain control over Firefly. What kind of vital role did you want to play in the war between the Imperium and the Federation? Cui Lingfeng continued asking expressionlessly. To lead the way for the Black Wind Fleet and help them jump over smoothly as their lighthouse, of course, Ding Zhengyang said. Cui Lingfeng glanced at Tang Dingyuan and Liao again. Hearing such a piece of astounding news, even Tang Dingyuan had to put down the sophisticated upgraded version of the true path of immortality. He pricked his ears and listened carefully. Is the Black Wind Fleet truly here? Cui Lingfeng asked. Yes, it is already here, Ding Zhengyang replied. It is lurking in a mysterious space zone not far away from the Star Glory Federation, waiting for the best opportunity to launch a critical strike. However, due to the lack of a space gate, made of an enormous number of star beacons to provide navigation, they can't directly jump over, right? Cui Lingfeng asked. Exactly, Ding Zhengyang said. Without the navigation of a super-large space gate, the best they can do is project some minor infiltration fleets, spies, and special agents into the country. The main body of the fleet cannot be teleported as a whole. If they jump recklessly without considering everything, it will take at least 1 day for the fleet to recover from the weakness and disorder after the jump and to unfold into the battle formation. The capabilities of the Star Glory Federation are slightly higher than the Black Wind Fleet's expectation. 1 day's time will be more than enough for the federal fleets to assault the Black Wind Fleet, which has yet to stand on their feet. They can even prevent the jump of the subsequent starships by projecting the bombs that will release space ripples. That way, the Black Wind Fleet will be divided and devoured one piece after another. If the battle goes on, it will most likely become a protracted attrition war. For the Black Wind Fleet, which does not have a base in the rear, even if it secures the final victory, victory will certainly come with a great price, which is not the future that they are looking forward to. What the Black Wind Fleet wants is a quick, neat victory, a battle that is finished instantly. They hope to crush and annihilate the main force of the Star Glory Federation all at once. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet is still waiting for the special agents that they sent into the Federation earlier to collect intelligence and guide the way together with the CFIA, the Organization of Local Immortal Cultivators, so that they can find an opportunity to strike a telling blow. Are you implying that not just Firefly and the Dragon Snake Space Zone, even the 7 sectors in the homeland of the Star Glory Federation, have probably been infiltrated by a lot of agents of the Imperium of true human beings, who are looking for the Federation's weaknesses and trying to establish secret space gates? Cui Lingfeng asked. How did you believe such important intelligence without valid proof? Ding Zhengyang hesitated for a moment before saying, At first, I did not want to raise a rebellion on Firefly at such risk. So, Lu Qingchen told me the information to convince me that the Imperium was a sure winner and the Federation was doomed to failure. Although he did not show me any concrete evidence, I carefully studied every piece of information that he told me, and there did not seem to be apparent loopholes. If you don't believe me, I can repeat exactly what he told me. Sure. Cui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan, and Liao looked at each other in bewilderment, all aware of the importance of the new intelligence. They were about to urge Ding Zhangyang to continue, when Tang Dingyuan's mini-crystal processor suddenly buzzed. He raised his wrist to check it, only to put on an even weirder expression. Cui Lingfeng frowned. Something's wrong. Yes, the bridge just sent me a message about the Federation, Tang Dingyuan said. A federal fleet is currently having a regular drill of secret submerging near the Dragon Snake space zone. However, they were unfortunately caught in a space storm. It is said that they have suffered grave losses. Most of their fuel and supplies are lost, and a lot of the soldiers are seriously wounded. Not allowed to enter the Dragon Snake space zone for medical treatment and maintenance, they are requesting to stop by our docks to run simple maintenance and to refill the supplies so that they can return to the Federation. The Star Glory Federation and the government in exile were allies now. Since they had been caught in an expected cosmic storm, it sounded like a reasonable request. But Cui Lingfeng sneered. Is it a coincidence that a federal fleet happened to arrive the moment after a large rebellion of the immortal cultivators took place on our starship? Let me guess. This is what the screenplay should be next. After the federal fleet really enters our docks, it is only necessary for the commander of the fleet to talk to the highest commander of Firefly to express his gratitude. Then, the commander of the fleet will discover, to his surprise, that the highest commander of Firefly is neither Tang Dingyuan nor Cui Lingfeng, but either Ding Zhangyang or Cheng Xuansu. After that, he will certainly investigate what happened on Firefly. Through a series of fortuitous incidents, he will see through the immortal cultivator's scheme. Since the federal fleet is now out on a drill, it must have brought a lot of weapons and ammunition with them, and it is ready to go into battle anytime. In the end, the brave cultivators of the federal fleet will march into Firefly and take care of all the immortal cultivators on our side, turning into great heroes who have saved Firefly. As a result, not only will they figure out the internal conditions of Firefly, the new administration of Firefly will also be grateful to them, just like we are grateful to Team Red Lotus right now. If such a thing does happen, Firefly will definitely join the Star Glory Federation without any suspense, and it will have absolutely no leverage during the negotiation. Speaker Cui, what are you suggesting? Tang Dingyuan frowned deeply. We are allies with the Star Glory Federation. I think you should have more trust in them. More trust in them? Cui Lingfeng smiled and said unhurriedly, let me guess. The federal fleet that has appeared out of nowhere must have a lot to do with Xianxia, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development and president of the Dim Moon Fund, right? Tang Dingyuan was dazed. How did you know? It is the Big Bai fleet, commanded by Xingjian, a notable general on Xianxia's side. A notable general on Xianxia's side? Liao was slightly dazed. Then his curiosity was aroused. Who is this Bai Xingjian and his Big Bai fleet? Do they pose a threat to us? Tang Dingyuan shook his head and said, the official title of the Big Bai fleet is the 16th Deep Sky Fleet of the Federal Army, because the highest commander who created and leads it is surnamed Bai, and he has a weird habit of decorating all the starships with the overly exaggerated white one camouflage. The fleet has always been known as the Big Bai Fleet in the Federal Army. However, it is in fact a slightly sarcastic name because the fleet is actually just a miscellaneous troop with a not particularly high combat ability. At the very least, it is no match for the Burning Prairie Fleet, the main force of the Federal Army, at all. Liao nodded and asked, then, why did you say that he is on Xianxia's side? The Star Glory Federation is a parliamentary country after all. I don't believe that Xianxia can have a whole fleet as her private troop before she is elected as the Supreme Speaker successfully. Can she? No, of course not. Tang Dingyuan was the leader of the military in the government in exile. Naturally, he knew the complicated backgrounds and developments of the various troops of the Federal Army. It is understandable that Captain Lin is not familiar with the current status of the Star Glory Federation's military after a hibernation of 200 years. The army of the Federation can mainly be divided into two parts. The first part comprises the ground troops that are stationed on the ground of the mother planets of the 7 sectors and the various resource planets. They are responsible for the defenses within the atmosphere. The second part consists of the space fleets that are responsible for the protection of the space. The deep sky fleets boast high collection, maintenance, and production abilities, which allow them to perform dozens of space jumps without requiring any supplies from the outside world, so they can travel among the 7 sectors and march toward the deeper universe. Of the troops of the two different kinds, the deep sky fleets are the absolute main force. I'm sure that you can understand it, Captain Lin. Liao nodded. Ground troops were not necessarily weaker than the space fleets. 100 years ago in the Flying Star sector, the space pirates had occupied Spider Den and resisted the fleets of the Cultivators for hundreds of years. However, generally speaking, space fleets were much more important than ground troops because space fleets represented the initiative in a war. If the whole surrounding space had been occupied by hostile starships, and all the transportation and supply lines had been cut off, the enemy would be able to come and go freely. They would also be able to launch bombardments from the near-planet orbits. The ground troops would be caught in an awkward situation. Therefore, the most excellent talents and the most precious resources should be focused on the space fleets. It was a common understanding in the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and the Federation. The essence of the Federal Army lies in the deep sky fleets, and the essence of the deep sky fleets is focused on the Burning Prairie Fleet, Tang Dingyuan said, which was a fleet established by the main forces of the Flying Star sector, one of the 3 core worlds of the Federation, 100 years ago for the sole purpose of resisting the Imperium of true human beings. In the past 100 years, the best prodigies, the most valuable resources, and the most advanced starships and magical equipment have been allocated to the Burning Prairie Fleet, turning it into the ace troop of ace troops in the Federal Army. In the war against the Uranian Ring sector 30 years ago, the Burning Prairie Fleet offered a remarkable performance. After analyzing the battle cases at that time, we've reached the conclusion that the fleet is as good as the regular fleets of the Imperium of true human beings in certain areas. The Burning Prairie Fleet was founded by the Flying Star Sector natives in the beginning. The Flying Star Sector natives are people who excel at piloting starships and fighting in the Sea of Stars. They were a civilization of starships in the first place. For thousands of years, the brilliance of the stars has been flowing inside their veins. To this day, more than half of the officers in the Burning Prairie Fleet are still from the Flying Star sector. Can't be helped. The habit of cruising in space that runs in their blood cannot be developed by the planet residents in the other worlds after only 100 or 200 years. Bai Xingjian is also from the Flying Star sector. He was one of the earliest members of the Burning Prairie Fleet, too. It was quite a shame. Tang Dingyuan sighed and slowly shook his head. Oh, Liao grew even more interested. What do you mean? He had witnessed the establishment of the Burning Prairie Fleet more than 100 years ago in person. Even the name Burning Prairie had been proposed by him and the many big shots of the Flying Star sector after much discussion. Now that he heard the name again, he could not help but feel as if the seed that he had thrown out randomly had grown into a magnificent tree after he woke up. A talent from the Burning Prairie Fleet had turned into a notable general on Jin Xinyue's side. He was immediately interested in the guy, Bai Xingjian. Bai Xingjian is an underprivileged orphan who worked as a maintainer at the bottom level of the Burning Prairie Fleet in the beginning, Tang Dingyuan said. Despite the lack of connections, he revealed shocking gifts in his childhood. And it took him only 30 years to rise from a minor maintainer into the youngest captain of a main force warship in the Federation. It is worth nothing that he was in the middle of a peaceful period without any wars. Such a terrifying rise seemed to suggest that he was definitely going to be a superstar. According to the policies of the Burning Prairie Fleet, which stressed the importance of raising young officers for preparation of the resistance against the Imperium 100 years ago, his future was nothing but promising. However, perhaps because he rose in age too young, Bai Xingjian had the greatest shortcoming. He was dismissive and disobedient. He often did not listen to his superior's commands but simply did things his own way. Sometimes, He even berated his superiors' orders ruthlessly right to their face, which made him quite a headache for all his superiors who couldn't talk sense into him at all. As he was promoted to higher and higher posts, the situation only got worse. Finally, after a new superior was named to supervise him, the contradiction between him and his superior went to the most heated phase. Right? His superior at that time was Bai Kaisen, the chief of general staff in the Burning Prairie Fleet right now. Cough, cough. Liao coughed hard and said emotionlessly, "Okay, Bai Kaisen is decades older than Bai Xingjian," Tang Dingyuan said. "He is also from the Flying Star sector. However, he had already distinguished himself in the battles of space pirates and the riot of the immortal cultivators. He's accumulated a lot of military credits and is an excellent advisor. Also, he was also one of Liao's best friends, the legendary dominator of 3 sectors in the Federation. He once worked in the leadership of the Glorious Sunlight Group founded under Liao's name. The carriers and guardian starships that belonged to the Glorious Sunlight Group were all planned and organized by him, which gave him abundant experience in commanding large fleets. When such a young talent who had military credits, experience, reputation, and connections, and who happened to be also from the Flying Star sector, decided to join the Burning Prairie Fleet as an advisor of a secondary fleet, it was not just reasonable but almost wasteful. Almost all the captains and leadership of the Burning Prairie Fleet extended their warm welcomes to him. However, for some reason, Bai Xingjian disliked the new boss very much and did not see eye to eye with him in any way. Liao frowned. Had they been in conflict before? That's not something we can learn, but I doubt it, Tang Dingyuan said. When Bai Kaisen distinguished himself in the Flying Star sector, Bai Xingjian was only a kid 7 to 8 years old. One of them is dozens of years older than the other. What conflict could they possibly have had? Also, Bai Kaisen is an informal and approachable man. He does not appear to be someone who would hold a grudge against any person for no good reason. In terms of professional skills, Bai Kaisen was an experienced, excellent advisor who couldn't have been worse than Bai Xingjian's previous boss. So, there was no way that he did not know what he was doing and simply giving bad orders to Bai Xingjian. But all in all, Bai Xingjian was greatly dissatisfied with the boss. He intentionally offended Bai Kaisen in public many times. He even accused his boss, who was decades older than himself, of being an ignorant kid who should go back to the Glorious Sunlight Group to command the useless carriers. TSK. A lot of eccentrics have emerged since the Burning Prairie Fleet was founded 100 years ago. But someone who is as arrogant as that can only be called cocky. Even an outsider such as myself had a very deep impression on Bai Xingjian. What happened later? Liao found the young man Bai Xingjian very interesting. He asked curiously, "Did Bai Kaisen burst into fury and shove him away?" "Not exactly," Tang Dingyuan said. Bai Xingjian's commanding abilities are proportionate to his temper. Such an excellent commander is not easy to find in the vast universe. Also, Bai Kaisen was quite a lenient man who simply tolerated and even covered for Bai Xingjian's unreasonable hostility. Finally, he continued on the rise like a shining star in the Burning Prairie Fleet. It is a pity that the future is always uncertain. Bai Xingjian could have been the youngest commander of a starship in the nascent soul stage in the Federation, but he was in too much of a hurry when he entered the nascent soul stage, and he was seriously wounded. His level also plummeted. Liao was hooked. Hearing that such an interesting man was mentally deranged, he could not help but recall his past. What? It is said that Bai Kaisen was there when Bai Xingjian was mentally deranged. Some even say that Bai Kaisen had been holding back his anger all that time until the most critical moment during Bai Xingjian's training in order to remove the Sting, who had been against him all the time. However, only the two of them know what happened. All in all, the public intelligence we collected also states that Bai Xingjian was nearly crippled after the accident. His computational and commanding abilities were lost. With his unfriendliness, few people liked him in the Burning Prairie Fleet. Naturally, it was impossible for him to stay there. After 3 years, he managed to return to the core formation stage, but there was no place for him in the Burning Prairie Fleet. He was finally a commander of a fleet again, but this time it was for a fleet of plane carriers. As it happened, the war against the Uranian Ring sector broke out. The Federal Army armed all the miscellaneous troops and fleets of carriers. Finally, Bai Xingjian became the commander of one of the miscellaneous troops, with 30 or so ragged, outdated armed carriers and antique warships. It was a beggar-like fleet. Many officers scorned him, calling his troop the garbage fleet. Liao secretly frowned. That's rather a strong word. Are the officers of the Burning Prairie Fleet all so petty and vengeful? Not exactly. It is rather complicated, Tang Dingyuan said. The Burning Prairie Fleet was the best troop of the best troops. The commanders of the fleet always thought highly of themselves and did not bother to laugh at the miscellaneous troops that had just been jumbled together. At that time, there were too many of such troops that were founded with the old, forsaken starships. But the Burning Prairie Fleet never called any of them a garbage fleet. They called Bai Xingjian's fleet garbage, not just because of their outdated equipment and their ragged starships that were no better than wasted iron. It was more because of the officers and sailors under Bai Xingjian's command. Oh! Liao blinked and asked, what's special about Bai Xingjian's officers and sailors? Space fleets are developed from the Navy in the era of the planetary civilization. It is a unit that is highly technical and values bloodline and lineage very much. Producing a new starship is easy, but it is much more difficult to establish an excellent team to fight on the starship, including the members of the bridge and the sailors and maintainers in the engine compartment. As captain of Firefly, Tang Dingyuan could not have understood the feeling better. It takes 100 years to build a ground troop and 1,000 years to build a fleet. That is definitely not an exaggeration. In either the Federation or the Imperium, once they enter the highest warring state, it is easy for them to found dozens of crystal suit legions anytime. Ordinary people, armed with skill cards and ancillary systems based on crystal processors, can pick up the usage of beginner-level crystal suits after quick training and become qualified infantries. However, for space fleets, especially the deep sky fleets that can cross sectors and cruise for decades in the universe self-sufficiently, it is a whole different matter. Building the starships is only the first step. The key is those who control the starships, the sailors, navigators, fire control officers, and so on. Thousands of well-trained, experienced workers in critical posts are needed. What Bai Xingjian had before was a fleet of carriers. His previous subordinates did not have any experience in combat and could not be raised into warriors after only a couple years of training. Even if he used every trick possible to get numerous powerful starships, he would not have had enough men to control them. Therefore, Bai Xingjian walked on an evil path that the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet despised. He began recruiting new members on a large scale. The first candidates were the space pirates of the Flying Star sector. Liao was slightly dazed. Were there still space pirates in the Flying Star sector? There were, but they had just gotten out of prison. Tang Dingyuan was rather amused. Shaking his head, he actually did not quite approve of it. You may not know this, Captain Lin, but an enormous, gory war of space pirates once took place in the Flying Star sector 100 years ago, supported by the Temple of Immortals, an organization of immortal cultivators. The space pirates enjoyed their heyday and savaged the entire Flying Star sector. They were almost able to compete with the regular army of the main sects of the Flying Star sector. Of course, under the lead of Vulture Liao, the cultivators of the Flying Star sector won the war eventually and occupied Spider Den, the nest of the space pirates. Countless space pirates, after realizing that they had been tricked by the immortal cultivators, gave up their resistance and surrendered. Naturally, the leaders of the bandits who had committed too many crimes were executed, but not all the space pirates were sentenced to death. According to the severity of their crimes, they were sentenced to life imprisonment or 30 to 50 years in prison. A lot of space pirates spent decades, during which time the old Federation was transformed into the new Federation, in penal servitude while they were locked in the prisons on harsh resource planets with terrible environments. After the new Federation launched an expedition against the Uranian Ring sector, and the first large-scale universal war since the new Federation was founded finally began, almost 80 years had passed since the War of the Space Pirates and the riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. Even those space pirates who were sentenced to lifelong imprisonment had basically served enough of their term and were released from prison. Of course, even the youngest sailors 80 years ago were now more than 100 years old, and the technical backbones on the warships of the space pirates, if their cultivation wasn't too high, were all weary, dying old men. Because of their dark past as space pirates, they did not have a pension. They were discriminated against by society. Also, due to the decades of penal servitude, they had been disconnected from the rest of the world for too long. What kind of good job could they expect to find? Most of them worked as waiters in restaurants or salespersons in the supermarkets, prepared to live the rest of their lives in poverty. Before, nobody took the space pirates of the past seriously. They were considered to be aged, hairless tigers whose teeth had been removed decades ago. Neither protecting the Federation nor jeopardizing it seemed to have anything to do with them. However, Bai Xingjian suddenly had the queer thought of recruiting the space pirates of the old days now that he was short of hands. Liao was quite amazed. Wasn't it against the military law of the Federation? If it were the Burning Prairie Fleet, the vetting of the applicants was truly very rigorous. Those with criminal records would all be rejected, Tang Dingyuan said. However, as for the local miscellaneous troops, the recruitments were less strict. You should know that the Star Glory Federation is made of 7 sectors. In the past 100 years, it is inevitable that the 7 sectors had some friction among each other. Even for the 3 core sectors, the Flying Star sector had space pirates, the Blood Demon sector was exclusively made of demons, and the most foundational Heaven's Origin sector had the Patriots Partnership. Everybody had a part of their history that they were not proud of. If those with criminal records were all forbidden from the army, there would be few qualified applicants. Besides, most of them were distinguished cultivators with high computational abilities. If they intended to join the army to serve their country only to be shunned, they might cause trouble to society later, which would be equally unfavorable. One more thing. The Star Glory Federation had more than doubled in size from the old Federation, whose sole territory was the Heaven's Origin sector, to the new Federation, which had 3 sectors at first and then expanded to 6. The speed of its growth was too high, and the systems failed to keep up with it. Therefore, for the miscellaneous troops regrouped from the civil fleets of carriers, which could barely be called third-rate troops, their commander often had the say in everything. The general staff of the Federal Army in the Heaven's Origin sector only wanted to see the results and would not meddle with the commander's decision. Besides, they did not have enough hands, energy, and resources to meddle even if they wanted to. As a result, Bai Xingjian successfully recruited a lot of former space pirates, who had just been released from prison after decades and were living new lives by washing dishes or working on supermarket checkouts. It is said that the recruitment was quite dramatic. For the few talents that he thought most highly of, Bai Xingjian observed them in their workplaces in secret and showed up personally to convince them. Several captains of the Big Bai fleet right now were even kidnapped by him from the restaurants and supermarkets because the former space pirates did not believe that they were qualified to pilot a starship again after decades of prison life despite their previous correspondence with Bai Xingjian. Liao could not help but smile. It really sounds like a joke, right? Tang Dingyuan held back his laugh and said, Bai Xingjian was previously one of the best-known fellows in the Federal Army. Despite his recent setbacks in his career, news of him soon spread across the entire Federal Army. At that time, everybody thought that he was a joke and even speculated that he was mentally deranged again. However short of hands he was, there was no reason to look for the former space pirates who had been taught a hard lesson by life, right? Leaving their personality aside, they had spent decades in prisons smashing rocks in the dark, cold mines on resource planets. Many of them were so old that their teeth had mostly dropped out. Could they still see the pouring streams on the mainframe crystal processor of a starship? Were their hands that were used to blasting drills and pickaxes still capable of maneuvering a cannon? They were nothing but a bunch of space pirates even 80 years ago, mobs who could only harass and ambush. What could they do in a great war where the fleets of regular armies competed? An unlucky, egoistical, and disobedient commander, a bunch of soldiers who were previously sailors on carriers, and a group of former space pirates in their hundreds who could barely stand straight and were doing odd jobs even a year ago. Such a combination did not seem promising from any perspective. Most critically of all, Bai Xingjian was from the Burning Prairie Fleet. Whenever his ridiculous madness was mentioned, people would always bring up the Burning Prairie Fleet. They always described the event as a Mr. Bai, previously an officer of the Burning Prairie Fleet, did this and that. Sometimes they even omitted a Mr. Bai and simply said that a high-level officer from the Burning Prairie Fleet is hanging around with a bunch of filthy space pirates. How could the Burning Prairie Fleet, which considered itself to be a savior of the Federation and had risen first by the accomplishment of suppressing the space pirates, bear such comments? The Burning Prairie Fleet was opposed to the space pirates. Was it strange at all that they would call Bai Xingjian's troop a garbage fleet? That explains a lot. Liao took a deep breath. Nobody understood the irreconcilable conflicts between the coalition army of the major sects of the Flying Star sector, which was the Burning Prairie Fleet's antecedent, and the space pirates of Spider Denver. By doing that, Bai Xingjian was truly poking the taboo of the Burning Prairie Fleet. Liao was more and more curious about who exactly the bodacious Bai Xingjian was. What then? Although it was called a garbage fleet, it had its own usage even if it was really a piece of garbage, because the war against the Uranian Ring sector was the Star Glory Federation's first expedition across sectors, and there was quite a shortage of hands. Bai Xingjian's garbage fleet was also given some simple escort missions. Both appreciation and regret beamed out of Tang Dingyuan's eyes, as he said, to the shock of everybody, especially the Burning Prairie Fleet, the showtime of the garbage fleet began. Along with Tang Dingyuan's description, an unbelievable picture of war slowly unfolded in front of Liao. Bai Xingjian's garbage fleet was projected into the battlefield in the middle phase of the war against the Uranian Ring sector, naturally, not as a main force in head-on clashes but as a guardian fleet to protect the supply lines. The protection mission for the first 6 months was done with neither flaws nor accomplishments. There was no telling how much commanding ability Bai Xingjian had left after the mental derangement and the plummet of cultivation. However, in a mission to transport strategic assets of an enormous scale, one carried out by 4 guardian fleets together, they suffered an unexpected assault by the main force of the fleets of the Uranian Ring sector. It was an assault that the Uranian Ring sector natives carefully planned for half a year. All the spies and staff of the Federation were fooled. The 4 weak guardian fleets that had temporarily been thrown together were no match for the main force fleet of the Uranian Ring sector at all. After a few days of fierce battles, they were entirely wiped out. At least, the headquarters of the expedition army of the Federation believed so at that time. However, weird messages began to come over from the rear of the Uranian Ring sector half a year later. It was said that a ghost fleet, made of the souls of the deceased soldiers of the Federal Army, had popped up at the rear of the Uranian Ring sector's defense line. The fleet was entirely made of ghost starships that were ragged and riddled with holes without the least sign of power. The ghost fleet was utterly unpredictable. It would run away immediately after a battle, and when it ran away it would simply vanish into thin air. The style of the fleet was both like real ghosts and the fleets of the space pirates that had plagued the Flying Star sector more than 100 years ago. The ghost fleet was not large in scale, and its firepower was not high. It could not deal a fatal blow to the army of the Uranian Ring sector. But like a humming mosquito, it flew randomly around the head of the Uranian Ring sector, making the enemy dizzy and upset. The Uranian Ring sector was determined to annihilate the mosquito, but nobody was ever able to catch it no matter how many troops were mobilized. However, if the ghost fleet was left alone, it would always bite those places with the weakest defense in the Uranian Ring sector and suck a belly of delicious blood. It was not until the ghost fleet was active in the depths of the Uranian Ring sector for half a year that the expedition army of the Federation finally realized that it was actually Bai Xingjian's garbage fleet. During the assault half a year ago, the 4 guardian fleets of the Federal Army had almost been crushed entirely. The 6 flagships of the other 3 fleets had been blown up one after another. The fleets had been caught in chaos without leadership. At the critical moment, it was Bai Xingjian who had stepped up to lead the defeated soldiers to fall back. Before they retreated, they had also detonated the ammunition and crystals that were supposed to be shipped to the front line, creating a glamorous blockage to stop the enemy from chasing. Then, instead of retreating toward the base of the expedition army, He led the defeated soldiers directly toward the heartland of the Uranian Ring sector, out of everyone's expectations. Neither the army of the Uranian Ring sector nor the Federal Army expected that he would be bold enough to march into the heartland of the Uranian Ring sector with a bunch of mobs who had the lowest morale after the crushing defeat without any support. In fact, according to the investigation after the war was over on the officers who belonged to the other few Guardian fleets, even they were unaware of Bai Xingjian's insane plan. They had all been fooled by Xingjian. According to our intelligence, our escape is entirely blocked by the people of the Uranian Ring sector. Another fleet is waiting for us exactly on the path of our retreat. We have no choice but to move forward for now. We will find a different way home after we get rid of the Uranian Ring sector's fleets. At the fiercest period of the battle, that was what Bai Xingjian told the officers. At that time, the commanders and chiefs of staff of the other 3 Guardian starships had all been killed. The officers who had taken over their duties were also overwhelmed by the unexpected assault. They were entirely at a loss. Bai Xingjian was the commander with the highest military rank and position among the survivors. Naturally, he took over the command of the 4 broken troops and issued the order of go home in a different way. Nobody knew that when he issued the order, there was no go home in Bai Xingjian's crazy head at all. It was not until 2 years later when the order go home in a different way was really carried out. At that time, the regular space fleet, which absolutely should not have been able to cruise and fight independently for more than a year, had already performed all kinds of harassment, ambush, plunder, and sabotage missions in the heartland of the Uranian Ring sector, like an excellent deep sky fleet. According to the statistics afterward, in only 2 years, they had knocked down and hijacked 1,925 carriers and commercial starships of the Uranian Ring sector, whose registered tonnage was shockingly 38,550,000 tons. That was not counting the assaults that they had launched on the resource planets, the star fortresses, the floating space docks, and star beacons that were under the control of the Uranian Ring sector. In the end, when they finally decided to go home, Bai Xingjian precisely grasped the timing in the final battle between the main force of the Uranian Ring sector and the main force of the Expedition Army of the Federation, namely the Burning Prairie Fleet. In a camouflaged assault, they successfully carried out the decapitation strategy and captured Flawless Light, the flagship of the 5th Fleet of the Uranian Ring sector, as well as the Chief of Staff of the fleet whose rank was Vice Admiral. Bai Xingjian's vehicles were immediately updated. He announced his grand return on Flawless Light. It was the officer of the highest military rank that the Federal Army had captured alive during the entire war. Of course, according to the theory of the Burning Prairie Fleet, Bai Xingjian shamelessly stole the starships and captives that should have belonged to them while they were fighting hard against the enemy in the front line. Bai Xingjian could not have cared less about the Burning Prairie Fleet's dissatisfaction. He even declared in a press conference to welcome their return. In fact, we had a chance to capture a fleet commander alive, but on second thought, we decided it would be more fun to capture a chief of staff. He was obviously hinting at Bai Kaisin, who had just been promoted to the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet because of his remarkable performance during the war against the Uranian Ring sector. It appeared that there was indeed certain an unresolvable grudge between Bai Xingjian and Bai Kaisin that outsiders would never know. After the battle, the main force of the Uranian Ring sector suffered great losses, and the war gradually came to an end. Eventually, the Uranian Ring sector was merged into the Star Glory Federation. However, Bai Xingjian, who had been a respected war hero a moment ago, was sent to a military court. He was faced with 2 charges. Firstly, after inquiring a lot of officers of the other fleets who were not under his command in the beginning, and after carefully examining the battle in which the 4 Guardian fleets were attacked, investigators found that there was no fleet waiting to ambush them on the route of their retreat at all. In other words, they could have retreated to the Expedition Army's base safely and securely. There was no need for them to march to the enemy's rear alone at great risk. Bai Xingjian did not receive any command, nor was he qualified to lead the defeated soldiers on such a crazy attempt. In 99% of cases, such a decision would not only be a suicidal action but would also raise the suspicion that he was trying to surrender to the enemy with the remnants of the troops. Bai Xingjian responded to the charge as such. "You don't know a damn thing. If it were anybody else, say a rookie such as Bai Kaisin, it would have been a suicidal mission. But since I was the commander of the fleet, we were definitely able to turn the world upside down in the Uranian Ring sector. At that time, the elite fleets of the Uranian Ring sector had been fully mobilized, and they were cleaning the battlefield enjoyably while looting our tremendous assets. The defense line at their rear was terribly weak. The opportunity was too good to be missed. Was there a better timing to crawl to the enemy's rear? The second charge was even more appalling. The military court found that Bai Xingjian had released a lot of officers of the Uranian Ring sector and appointed them in his own team after plundering and capturing the hostile starships without informing the expedition army of the Federation. He did not care about what unpardonable crimes those people might have committed, and he even tried up cover for those people after the war by fabricating their identities, hoping to fool everyone. Bai Xingjian pleaded guilty to the charge. "This is how a war goes," Bai Xingjian said. "Do swine like you know how to fight a war?" Despite his halo of war hero, once he was found guilty of the two charges, the best outcome that he could expect was probably forced retirement, and the garbage fleet that he had established would fall apart too. It was at this time that Jin Xinyue intervened. Jin Xinyue was an ambitious woman who had infinite desire for power. After decades, as she gained more and more support, she did not hide her goal of becoming the Speaker of the Federation and leading the entire Star Glory Federation. To be the Speaker of the Federation, the support of the major sects in the core worlds alone was not sufficient. She had to find a powerful ally or subordinate in the military. The military was Jin Xinyue's disadvantageous field. She was a demon after all. Because the Blood Demon sector had initially surrendered on the condition that most of the armed forces be disbanded, her influence in the Federal Army had been weak for the past 100 years. Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue's rival, was different. The Grand Desolate War institution where Ding Lingdang came from was deeply associated with the army of the old Federation in the first place. Her Patriots Front had a lot of members who were soldiers or their family, too. The Federal Army was almost Ding Lingdang's home stadium. As for the Burning Prairie Fleet, the best army of the Federation had been founded for the sole purpose of striking the Imperium. In the 100 years, the Burning Prairie had stayed neutral in all political conflicts and stuck to the principle of non-meddling. Jin Xinyue was neither able to spread her influence in the ground troops of the new Federation nor in the Burning Prairie Fleet. Right when she was upset about the military, the freak Bai Xingjian jumped out. Were they not most suitable for each other? Jin Xinyue helped Bai Xingjian secure his garbage fleet and his command with Skyfire, the Ministry of Equality and Development, and the big shots of the core worlds. Bai Xingjian's troop was even upgraded to an independent deep sky fleet, theoretically equal to the Burning Prairie Fleet. Just like that, in the past 30 years, Jin Xinyue had invested countless resources into Bai Xingjian, getting him advanced starships, armed shuttles, and crystal suits. The garbage fleet had been developed into the Big Bai Fleet, one of the best troops other than the Burning Prairie Fleet. Bai Xingjian and the Big Bai Fleet story made Liao have a lot of mixed feelings. He did not know that such an interesting person was creating such captivating legends in the Federation while he was sleeping in the hibernation capsule. He looked forward to meeting him. Thinking for a moment, Liao asked, "What's the capability of the Big Bai Fleet? How far away is it from the Burning Prairie Fleet?" Tang Dingyuan smiled and said, "The gap is too huge. After all, one of them is an ace troop founded over 100 years, and the other is just a miscellaneous troop founded recently. We're talking about the deep sky fleets that highlight bloodline, lineage, and resources most. A ground troop can be called a seasoned elite troop after 20 to 30 years of bloody battles. However, a deep sky fleet is not even considered to have taken shape until after 100 years of development. First of all, the Burning Prairie Fleet is the Central Army in the armed forces of the Federation. A large proportion of the military budget, as well as the most advanced starships and the experimental magical equipment, is dedicated to the Burning Prairie Fleet every year. The Big Bai Fleet, on the hand other, is only backed by Jin Xinyue. However wealthy Jin Xinyue and Skyfire are, their money is definitely not enough when it comes to the construction of a fleet that is essentially a bottomless hole. Besides, a lot of state-of-the-art technologies and magical equipment cannot be bought with money. They're all highly classified. Therefore, while the scale and equipment of the Big Bai Fleet are much better than other miscellaneous troops, It is absolutely no match for the Burning Prairie Fleet. Secondly, the officers and sailors. The Burning Prairie Fleet has its own talents base, Burning Prairie Military School, which educates the most distinguished students in the 7 sectors. All of them are the elites of the elites and the most rarely seen prodigies. The tradition has lasted 100 years. It means that the best talents of the Federation have all been harvested by the Burning Prairie Fleet. The best talents all join the Burning Prairie Fleet, and none of them are willing to go to the not-so-reputable Big Bai Fleet, whose commander happens to be a weirdo. What can he do then? Bai Xingjian has resorted to his old tricks. He works harder to search for the former space pirates who have just been released from prison. Meanwhile, by Jin Xinyue's mediation, he tries to free some of the captives of the Uranian Ring sector whose performance was relatively distinguished in the war before. The more terribly they beat the Burning Prairie Fleet in the war, the more Bai Xingjian likes them, right? Other than the Uranian Ring sector, although the Netherworld sector, the Water Crystal sector, and the Forest Ocean sector joined the new Federation in peace, there was a lot of opposition in those worlds, too. Those opposing factions are reluctant to work for the federal government, or at least not for the Burning Prairie Fleet. There's no telling how Bai Xingjian persuaded them, but he has got a whole bunch of them into the Big Bai Fleet, all in contrast to their pure white camouflage, which seems to imply their brightness and gravitas. The personnel of the Big Bai Fleet are, in short, crazy fiends. The equipment is lesser, and the crew is just a mob that was thrown together. How can the Big Bai Fleet's combat ability reach 1/10 the Burning Prairie Fleet's? However, it is perfectly normal. The Burning Prairie Fleet is an ace troop of the Federation. No other troop is qualified to challenge the Burning Prairie Fleet in the first place. It is already a miracle that Bai Xingjian led the Big Bai Fleet from a ragged garbage fleet to what it is today. We can only say that he does not have enough luck. It is quite a shame. Liao's interest was aroused. How so? Hasn't his performance been always good? If he weren't so arrogant and extreme and had stayed in the Burning Prairie Fleet to follow Bai Kaisen's command, his achievements would have been much greater with Bai Kaisen on his side. It must be noted that Bai Kaisen is already the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet, only secondary to the general commander. He also has a lot of shares in the Glorious Sunlight Group, and he is a close friend to the big shots who were with Liao before. Yes, it's true that Bai Xingjian's performance in the war against the Uranian Ring sector can be summarized as creative and unpredictable. However, tricks and schemes do not always get their way in the military. You cannot expect to win every battle with unexpected tricks. Perhaps because he's hung around with the former space pirates for too long, Bai Xingjian's command has gradually mixed with the distinctive features of the space pirates. He sells feints and moves agilely after every battle. Such a tactic is truly very effective in guerrilla warfare and harassment battles when leading a small-scale fleet, but that is the best it can do. In a strategic battle between the real main force fleets that will decide the destiny of 2 superpowers in the Sea of Stars, such a tactic, which is similar to the bite of a bug, matters little. It can only serve as a complementary ancillary approach. The antecedent of the Burning Prairie Fleet is the coalition army of the main sects of the Flying Star Sector. As a civilization of starships, the Flying Star Sector's legacy includes profound arts on commanding large fleets. The most distinguished person in that regard is doubtlessly Yan Xinjian, who is known as the best fleet commander in the 1,000 years of history of the Flying Star Sector. Although he was an ancient person who perished hundreds of years ago, and his entire life is not a good example for other people, his commanding arts were truly terrifying. I have read many books that he left on the command of starships and analyzed a lot of his battle cases. Both the battles in which he annihilated the space pirates as the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of the Heavenly Saint City, and the battles where he resisted the coalition fleet of the Cultivators as the commander of the space pirates after he defected to Spider Den amazed me. I did not know that such an extraordinary person would have been born at the edge of the cosmos. It is a pity that Yan Xinjian was born at the wrong time and perished too young. He failed to witness the great era where Kunlun was developed, the 7 sectors were fully integrated, and super starships are cruising in the Sea of Stars like dumplings. The Burning Prairie Fleet has inherited the arts of command of the Flying Star School, represented by Yan Xinjian. That is the rightful military strategies to win a war in the universe. Even I felt greatly enlightened after reading a lot of textbooks of the Burning Prairie Military School. Instead of learning such marvelous military strategies, Bai Xingjian walks on the wrong path and learns from the space pirate's tactics with his petty cleverness. Isn't it penny wise and pound foolish? The space pirate's tactics might work for a while in a lone world such as the Uranian Ring sector, but the Black Wind Fleet is definitely not something that the fleets of the Uranian Ring sector can be compared to. This is what I feel most sorry for. Bai Xinghe has already demonstrated such a brilliant performance in the war against the Uranian Ring sector, leading a garbage fleet after his mental derangement and the plummet of his level. I couldn't help but wonder, if he had contained himself more and listened to Bai Kaisen's command obediently years ago, after he advanced into the nascent soul stage smoothly and fully absorbed the military strategies epitomized by Yan Xinjian, how tough would he have been? What a great shame! Bai Xingjian could have become a notable general that raged in the universe during the counterattack against the Imperium. However, he chose the wrong path and walked deeper into it. His great gifts and potential were wasted just like that. Leading a random mob that is temporarily gathered to play tricks as the commander of the mediocre Big Bai fleet. That's probably where Bai Xingjian's future ends. Firefly was a super amalgamation of hundreds of starships. Therefore, Tang Dingyuan was both the captain of Firefly and the commander of the Firefly fleet. He earnestly felt pity for Bai Xingjian. Shaking his head in regret, he could not have been sadder. Scratching his chin, Liao somewhat felt sorry for the young man Bai Xingjian, too, but had it not been for the guy's misfortune, his little disciple Xianxia would not have been able to recruit such a weirdo in the first place. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "What level is this Bai Xingjian at right now?" Bai Xingjian's cultivation plunged once because of mental derangement, Tang Dingyuan replied. It is terribly difficult to come back. In the past 30 years, Xianxia has provided tremendous resources to help him train himself because he is one of the few generals on her side that is familiar with the arts of commanding starships. With all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he finally managed to break into the nascent soul stage. Right now, he should be at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Oh, a pure admin type 1. Liao knew that the commander of a troop was often an admin type cultivator. If they were from a ground troop or an exo-society, they might also have talents in combat, but the commander of a fleet might be different. How is his personal combat ability? Can he fight? He should be a pure admin-type cultivator, Tang Dingyuan said. Bai Xingjian was an apprentice maintainer in the Burning Prairie fleet, but he was soon transferred to the management in the bridge and has been working there since. He is the purest admin-type cultivator. As for exactly whether or not he can fight, he does not seem to have fought in person before. Besides, it is unreasonable to ask a captain of a starship or a commander of a fleet to fight in person. I think that his combat ability should be unattractive, shouldn't it? All right. Cui Lingfeng had listened to the two of them communicating with each other at a speed 10 times higher than normal. After Tang Dingyuan basically explained Bai Xingjian's background to them, he finally concluded, "Captain Tang, let's pause the interrogation and deal with our ally first. Tell the Big Bai fleet that they are allowed to stop at the outermost docks of Firefly for maintenance, but they have to wait for 1 day, because we have some trouble to take care of after just dealing with a rebellion of the immortal cultivators that wasn't serious. If they are short of anything, we can send a batch of supplies to their starships first. Captain Lin, you will take 2 members of Team Red Lotus to Bai Xingjian and inform him of the latest updates on Firefly. Make it clear that the riot has been perfectly resolved under the timely reaction of Team Red Lotus. We do not need the help of an ally who is best at sneaking and smuggling. They'd better stay outside in case of any misunderstandings. Any problems?" Liao smiled. "None at all." He rubbed his fists and almost could not wait to meet the great general under his little disciple's command. Tang Dingyuan, however, was still sighing. "Why can't allies never trust each other?" "Captain Tang," Cui Lingfeng said casually, "ever since human beings invented war, allies have always been more troublesome than enemies. Are you still not used to that? In the underground fortress on Spider Den, the deep, dim palace looked like a palace immersed in darkness. The starry brilliance on the dome was the bloodshot eyes of the silent, ferocious beasts that had been opened. They stared at the two people who were burning furiously and confronting each other in the darkness without blinking. Liao was wearing a mystic skeleton battlesuit. The crystal cannons on his shoulders and every piece of aggressive magical equipment had been triggered to the maximum. Countless lightning balls were circling around him. What he was faced with was Bai Xinghe in the Dragon King battlesuit, the dominator of Spider Den and the overwhelming, unchallenged pirate potentate. Stop insisting on your folly, Bai Xinghe. You have been greatly fooled by the immortal cultivators. They've been deceiving you since the very beginning. Just open your eyes already, Liao declared solemnly and righteously. This is Spider Denver. This is Boss Bai's world. Nobody can dominate Spider Den except for me. Not the immortal cultivators, and certainly not a Mr. Nobody like you. Bai Xinghe cackled loudly. The scales on every rising dragon head on the back of the Dragon King battlesuit were standing up, triggering the most dazzling sound and visual effects. Die now, boy! You leave me no choice. Liao gritted his teeth. The balls of lightning on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit were continuously expanding and spreading out, enshrouding almost half of the dark palace in thunderstorm. He shouted, I'll show you the invincibility of the superlative height of the core formation stage. The two of them turned into two streaks of brightness almost at the same time. After an ear-splitting collision that was even more violent and exciting than a supernova outbreak, more than half of the dark palace collapsed. Bai Xinghe screamed in excruciating pain. Dragging his bloody, broken body that was riddled with holes, he struggled painfully in the middle of the debris, uttering the last moan before his death. Superlative height of the core formation stage? What level is that? Why is it so tough? Who are you? Who is this Mr. Nobody? Why has everything come to this? Why? You won. You killed me. You killed Boss Bai, the pirate potentate of Spider Den. But it is useless. Absolutely useless. You don't know that the real master of Spider Den is not me but the legendary, supreme pirate, Xianxia. Even I have been controlled by him. He is the one manipulating everything behind the curtain. As Bai Xinghe's voice grew more and more feeble, another aura that was even more powerful flowed out of the fractures of the dark palace and gradually condensed into a black fog that looked like an abyss. Then, it crawled into Bai Xinghe's broken body bit by bit, causing him to have unbelievable mutations in the middle of screams. An extremely gloomy, creepy, and weird voice echoed from Bai Xinghe's incessantly expanding body, but it was no longer Bai Xinghe's tone and accent. Who is it that is bold enough to disrupt my training in seclusion while I'm trying to break into the divinity transformation stage? In front of the behemothic creature, with no knowing whether it was Xianxia or Bai Xinghe, shrouded in the hazy fog, Liao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth on the verge of collapse. He slightly squatted and made preparations for the last battle. The crystal dome was still cracking and falling non-stop, adding to the mess and anxiety of the atmosphere for the final battle about to come. Suddenly, the picture froze. Liao in the mystic skeleton battlesuit, the terrifying existence who could be Bai Xinghe or Xianxia, and the broken pieces of crystals that were collapsing from the ceiling of the Star Prior's house all came to a stop. Tiny, glittering words jumped out from the two of them, who were all prepared to attack each other. Xianxia, the most dreadful supreme pirate, 500 years ago, has finally shown up. Before the Federation entered its training boom, he had been the well-deserved strongest expert of the three sectors who far exceeded everybody else in his generation. He also found out the ways to break into the divinity transformation stage after studying on his own. Is Liao capable of defeating such a formidable enemy? Let's give Liao a hand. During the promotion, all of the items and equipment below will enjoy a 30% discount, with double complimentary points. For 50,000 points, you will be able to redeem the most magnificent, ship-cutting saber. Grand Recovery Pill, originally 500 star coins, 350 star coins during promotion. Help Liao return to full health. Ultimate version of the Blood Moon Dragon Chasing Saber, originally 1,000 star coins, 700 star coins during the promotion. The most extraordinary artifact that boasts infinite blood-sucking ability. Space fight form of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, originally 10,000 star coins, 5,600 star coins during the promotion. This is the best Mystic Skeleton in the universe. Pa! Before the myriad of other pills and magical equipment were introduced, the light beam was shut off cruelly. The black virtual mirror reflected an ugly face that apparently could not tolerate it any longer. Damn! What kind of trash game is this? Grimacing, Bai Xingjian mumbled to himself. The cinematics are an utter mess. Didn't Liao only break into the superlative height of the core formation stage after a few years of hard training, when he absorbed the essence of Yan Xingjian's legacy inside Yan Xingjian's ultimate residence? How on earth was he in the superlative height of the core formation stage when he was confronting Boss Bai? Also, why is the old fart Yan Xingjian popping up here? The battle with the immortal cultivators on Spider Den didn't have a damn thing to do with Yan Xingjian. When he was feeling ridiculous, the light beam suddenly blinked and displayed the picture on the bridge. Commander, Firefly has replied. Bai Xingjian's eyes immediately spurted out light and heat like a volcanic eruption, making him a totally different person from before. The highest commander of the Big Bai fleet picked up his wrinkled hat and stepped out of the captain's office, striding toward the bridge of his flagship Infinite Fire, modified from Flawless Light, a main force warship of the Uranian Ring sector previously. While he was on his way, a few high-level officers of the fleet joined him in a hurry. Firefly has agreed to our request to dock for maintenance. We will be docked between the number 12 port and the number 14 port. The defense and the vulnerable parts of Firefly have been scanned. To this moment, they still do not have the vaguest clue about what we have come for. Firefly has been keeping radio silence internally. None of Cui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan, and Ding Zhengyang have shown up. There's no telling what is going on inside. It doesn't matter. Bai Xingjian smiled. Have our brothers prepare for a big fight. This time, we are going to save the day. On the bridge, the enormous circular light beams overlapped each other, constituting a glinting palace and making the bridge of infinite fire seem directly exposed to the boundless universe. It could clearly be seen that dozens of starships that had been painted pure white were slowly compressing from the battle formation to the anchoring formation. With the help of the navigators and the barges that Firefly sent out, they slowly approached the rings of circular orbit. It was very regular porting and anchoring work. The command system of the two parties had kept effective communication. No accidents seemed to have occurred at all. Everything was going on smoothly. Holding his arms, Bai Xingjian stared at the ordered, undisrupted scene. At first, he was wearing a confident smile, but as time went by, especially when the barges and carriers that belonged to Firefly were gathering after the white starships drew close to the orbit ports, his smile gradually vanished, replaced by thoughtfulness. Hiss, hiss. His nostrils flapped quickly, like a viper that was collecting the smell of danger in the air after extending out its bifurcated tongue. Neither Tang Dingyuan nor Ding Zhengyang have shown up so far? Not yet. It is said that some minor riots took place on Firefly, an advisor of the fleet replied. But they'll be taken care of soon. Minor riots. He gazed at the brilliant exhaust flames in the dark space that were dragged by the barges, carriers, and his own warships that had been completely mixed. The brilliance interweaved into an overwhelming web deep inside his eyes. His face suddenly turned extremely awful. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Ask all the starships that haven't entered the ports to stop and maintain the battle formation. Make sure that the assault teams are all in position and ready for boarding battles anytime." What? The advisor of the fleet was dazed. Boarding battle? Against whom? Go now. Bai Xingjian glared at him. His judgment proved to be very correct. Only 10 minutes later, before Infinite Fire entered the port and anchored, the barges and carriers near the orbit had already become mired in chaos, blocking the entire sailing route and the warships of the Federation that had entered the ports. The fixed batteries that Firefly had installed near the circular ports were all activated, too. Hundreds of cannons of all types were shining with awe-inspiring brightness, like the glittering eyes of a bunch of ravenous animals. With the hardness of the spiritual shield of the Big By fleet, the defense system deployed on the orbit dock naturally could not pose a fatal threat to them. However, if they had continued moving forward, all the warships would have been trapped in the narrow ports and the complicated rails. They would have been blocked by countless barges and carriers, in which case they would definitely have been in an extremely awkward situation. It was not necessarily a hostile gesture but definitely undisguised wariness. The Big By fleet was like a burglar who had snuck into a house prudently only to be caught by the dozens of spotlights of the house owner before they had the chance to steal anything. Although infinite fire had stopped moving, the chaos in the ports were still going on. Quite a few warships of the Federation were unable to move at all after they were trapped inside. The news that came from Firefly, on the other hand, made by Xinjiang put on an even weirder expression. According to the latest news from Firefly, they have just quelled a rebellion of the immortal cultivators. A lot of immortal cultivators, including the former chief mate Ding Xingyang, have been captured. Everything is under control right now. However, many more immortal cultivators are still on the run, some of whom are believed to belong to the CFIA. Those immortal cultivators happen to be escaping toward ports number 12 to number 14. That is why a minor riot took place just now. Currently, the majority of the immortal cultivators have been captured, but they are still suspicious that a tiny number of immortal cultivators might have escaped to our starship. Colonel Linjiu, the commander of the guards of the Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, demands to board on our starship for investigation. Bai Xingjian's nose was almost out of its place because of his fury. Their claim that some immortal cultivators might have fled to the Big By fleet starships was a blatant lie that both parties were aware of. Logically, since the two parties were allies, if Firefly had really been hunting immortal cultivators just now, they should not have allowed the Big By fleet to dock at such a sensitive time. At the very least, they should have informed them of the information in advance. Yet, they had not told the Big By fleet anything until their starships had constricted from the battle formation into the anchoring station, and some of the starships were already connected to the ports. What was the meaning of that? Bai Xingjian knew that certain experts on Firefly must have seen through the real purpose of their trip and even perhaps the series of schemes behind it. However, Bai Xingjian was not in the least embarrassed. Instead, he was more and more curious. Was their previous evaluation on Tang Dingyuan and Chui Lingfeng all wrong? Were the two of them actually much more capable than they had expected? Bai Xingjian planned to meet Colonel Linjiu, the commander of the guards of the Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. He was quite interested in the stranger. Should the armed forces near the Speaker of the government in exile not have been the secret police headed by Cheng Xuansu? What were the guards of the Speaker about? He had never heard the name Linjiu before. However, he vaguely had a feeling that the guy was the key to the whole event. Of course, he would not allow Linjiu and the rest of them to board the starship for investigation. However, he did arrange for a meeting in the cold, empty warehouse of shuttles near the number 7 airtight gate of infinite fire, greeting the ally that he had never seen before with the space shuttles of the latest model that were emitting coldness and the two teams of fully armed exos. A silver transportation vessel from Firefly, which carried the agreeable and elegant style from the center of the cosmos, passed through 9 serial airtight gates and slowly slid into the number 7 warehouse. However, only 3 people walked off the transportation vessel into the steel forest that was brimming with killing intent. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Xingjian eyed the newcomers casually. It was truly an astonishing lineup. The guy on the left was bald dwarf whose head was almost shining. The military uniform of the Star Ocean Republic that he was wearing seemed to have been sewn in too much of a hurry, giving a clumsy and comical feeling. He was also holding a short sword that did not fit in the modern era at all and seemed to have just been dug out from a relic. He was as hilarious as a clown in the circus. However, when the dwarf's eyes and his own accidentally collided, the two of them were almost dazed at the same time, and their pupils constricted to the minimum abruptly. The dwarf could not help but hold the grip of his sword, and Bai Xingjian took a slight step back. Then, both of them came back to themselves and regained their previous cool as if nothing had happened. Bai Xingjian secretly took a deep breath. He then looked to the right, only to discover that a woman whose face was plain but who was unusually tall was smiling at him. When did so many monsters appear on Firefly? Bai Xingjian secretly frowned. It was not until then that he finally focused his eyes on the middle-aged man in the middle who was wearing a colonel uniform of the Star Ocean Republic. Compared to the dwarf holding the short sword and the woman who was smiling warmly, this was a man who did not carry many distinctive features. One might even say that he was unattractive. But for some reason, the more he studied it, the more he felt that he had seen the guy from somewhere before. What's happening? I've obviously never seen the face before, but why does he give me such a familiar feeling? While Bai Xingjian was eyeing Lu Jiu, Liao, who was pretending to be Lin Jiu, was observing Bai Xingjian expressionlessly. 2. In Liao's eyes, the most important general on Jin Xinyue's side, the traitor of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the commander of the Big Bai Fleet, had a slightly sloppy appearance that was a huge contrast to his glorious military accomplishments. His major general uniform and his hat was wrinkled and dangling from his body, as if they had been worn for half a year without washing. His sallow face, that could not be called handsome in any sense, was covered in a beard. There was no telling how long it had been since he last shaved or washed his face. His eyebrows slowly collapsed, as if he was not interested in anything that was happening around him, and he could be yawning and throwing out trash talk such as, "I mean, not just you, everybody of the Burning Prairie Fleet is garbage." Anytime. Yes. It was exactly the feeling. Helpless pride and blatant arrogance. The guy seemed to have come on and hit me, moron written on his forehead. While Liao was observing, he was thinking to himself, too. What's happening? Why do I have a familiar feeling when I see the guy's eyes? That's utterly unreasonable. When I left the Federation 100 years ago, he was a teenager at best, and he must have been playing with mud in the Burning Prairie Military School. With such a unique face, there's no reason I wouldn't remember him if I really had seen him before. Liao and Bai Xingjian walked to each other, both frowning deeply. Major General Bai. Liao saluted casually and indifferently first, fully demonstrating the pride and superiority of a high-level officer of the rightful government from the center of the cosmos. Bai Xingjian's eyebrow twitched for a moment. He saluted back at Liao, too. "Colonel Lin, what happened on Firefly? What's the fuss all about? If needed, my fleet is ready to help at any time. There's no need to be polite. It is our mutual responsibility to annihilate the immortal cultivators. That will be unnecessary." Liao smiled. It is true that a serious rebellion of the immortal cultivators took place on Firefly. Even Ding Zhengyang, the chief mate, and Cheng Xuansu, the head of the Internal Affairs Division, were involved. However, it was a trap that we set up intentionally in the first place in order to lure the snakes out of their hole. We were hoping to fish up the immortal cultivators once and for all. Because of the wise decision of Speaker Cui and Captain Tang, and thanks to the arduous efforts of Team Red Lotus, the Speaker's special guards, most of the immortal cultivators have been suppressed. Only few of them are still on the run. There is no need for you to worry about Firefly's safety, Major General Bai. On the other hand, I'm told that your fleet suffered heavy losses due to the cosmic storm you experienced just now. There might be loopholes in your defense that will allow the desperate immortal cultivators to sneak in. I suggest you fully search your starships with our cooperation. Cheng Xuansu and Ding Xingyang have both been captured? Cui Lingfeng and Tang Dingyuan knew everything in advance? Team Red Lotus, the Speaker's special guards? Bai Xingjian analyzed the latest intelligence quickly. While he was pondering, his portable tactical crystal processor buzzed crazily. Judging from the buzz's rhythm, it was an alarm of the highest level. After raising his wrist to check, Bai Xingjian's face was even more gloomy than before. At exactly that moment, Silver Ray, an assault warship that he had just commanded to dock at Firefly's port, detected that somebody had barged into the warship in secret. Also, the strangers were still wandering unstoppably after breaking 3 alert lines in a row. They seemed to be all prepared to retreat after an unsolicited visit on the warship. Veins were bulging out on Bai Xinghe's forehead as he glared at Liao furiously. "Colonel Lin, what?" Liao was still expressionless, but there was a scornful smile in his eyes. "Have the immortal cultivators really snuck into your starships? Do you need our help to conduct the search?" That's unnecessary. Bai Xingjian gnashed his teeth. No cockroach can ever sneak out of my starship unharmed after it sneaks in. None. That's good. Liao slightly bowed to Bai Xingjian. The purpose of my visit was to inform you of the latest updates on Firefly and to remind you to be as careful and prudent as possible while you are docked here in case any misunderstandings are caused. Otherwise, there might be dire consequences. After all, the immortal cultivators haven't been entirely eradicated. If some of them run onto your starships, hoping to die together with your starships and even the high-level officers on board in their desperation, it will be a terrible tragedy that none of us would like to see, right? Liao and Bai Xingjian's eyes collided in midair again, triggering such crazily jumping sparks that the entire empty warehouse seemed like it was about to explode. Standing behind Liao, one on the left and the other on the right, Yan Liren and Long Yongjun narrowed their eyes while they stared at the iron giants behind Bai Xingjian as if they were nothing more than a bunch of harmless chickens. Colonel Lin, sensing the intense atmosphere, Bai Xingjian coughed slightly and smiled. I didn't know that such extraordinary people like you were hiding on Firefly. You're quite right. We should be more cautious given the chaotic situation in case any trouble is caused. After all, we are allies, and the Imperium of true human beings is our common foe. I hope that I can fight side by side with you on the battlefield against the Imperium of true human beings, where I will witness your real capabilities. Colonel Lin. Liao stared at Bai Xingjian too. I hope so, too. When the silver transportation vessel slid out of the warehouse of infinite fire, Bai Xingjian was still frowning hard, deep in thought. He called one of the exos behind him who was tall and strong and looked hideous. Old Wu, I'm not much of a fighter. Tell me your opinions on the capabilities of the three of them. Specifically, their personal combat ability. Old Wu was the captain of the assault team on Infinite Fire who was responsible for the boarding battles, as well as a tough battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage who was bold enough to charge at the enemy starships by himself. However, he hesitated at that moment, too. The woman on the right is rather tricky. Judging from her posture, air, and the way she walks, it would be quite troublesome to deal with her. But the dwarf on the left is even more awesome. His air and the way he walks are no different from normal people, but they give a creepy feeling nonetheless, as if the entire warehouse and all the armed shuttles inside would have been slashed in half by him if he were in the mood to attack. Just now, when he glanced at us casually, a few of our brothers were so nervous that we felt as if somebody had stuck a blade right against our necks. Bai Xingjian nodded and asked, "What about Lin Jiu?" Lin Jiu. Old Wu tilted his head and thought for a moment. There doesn't seem to be anything special about him. He should be between the woman and the dwarf, I think. Is that so? Bai Xingjian mumbled. Looking at the gate that had already closed, he began thinking and recalling.